from Dr. Smock yesterday as far as what he says, and he came prepared, his clear opinion about George Floyd's cause of death.
Mr. Floyd died from positional asphyxia, which is a fancy way of saying he died because he had no oxygen left in his body.
So what we've been referring to as low oxygen.
Low oxygen is one way, no oxygen. When the body is deprived of oxygen, and in this case from his chest, pressure on his chest and back, he gradually succumbed to lower and lower levels of oxygen until it was gone and he died.
And as you mentioned, BC, there was also some testimony there that he very much considered excited delirium as also a cause of death, and he went through the reasons of why he ruled that out. But again, talking to the jury in some conversational ways, he talked a lot about air hunger, and those are the moments that he was describing that what Mr. Floyd was doing as far as his desperation to move his body so that he could get a breath, calling that air hunger. Again, kind of a term that is easy to digest for the jury members potentially. We also have a little sound of Dr. Smock's cross-examination.
You treat people with COVID at the ER?
I don't, but I've treated police officers with COVID, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that people who are in the ICU with COVID are oftentimes held in the prone position?
Yes, sir.
And that actually assists them in their oxygenation, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And they don't necessarily suffer sudden death, right?
That is correct, sir.
So again, it'll be interesting to see what the doctors that take the stand have to say today. Again, recapping a little bit more from the forensic toxicologist. There was a lot of discussion of opioids versus opiates, the exact amount of fentanyl, norfentanyl, methamphetamine that was found in the blood. So a lot of conversation about that. So we'll wait to see as far as how they're able to get some of these very technical matters and these very high-level medical information into a way that is able for the jury to digest, BC.
All right, Leah, thank you so much. And we want to turn our attention again to our trial attorney or legal analyst for the day, Michael Bryant. Are you there, Michael?
I am.
So we saw a little bit of back and forth with Judge Peter Cahill. He took a seat, then he got up, and then he took a seat again, and he got up. And we're hearing that there may be some sort of situation involving one of the jurors, that one of the jurors was brought in. Any idea on what this could be about?
You know, it could be a number of things. You know, we had the juror who was having some panic attacks, so there might be some issues there. Always potentially there's something that came up for a juror that's suddenly like, you know, some personal thing with work or at home that's playing a role. You know, there could be some sort of other issue that's come up with the juror based upon something they told a bailiff that then told the judge. So, you know, it's one of those that it's the reason why they have the two extra ones. And, you know, if we get through another week and don't have to use the alternates, then, you know, the odds are better that we're going to have the 12 we need for the verdict when they're all done.
We've been talking a lot through the duration of this trial about, you know, the defense and the prosecution, the jury. Clearly we can't see. But for those who may not have gone through the jury process, this is there's a lot on their shoulders, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I keep thinking about, you know, when you go back to the questioning of these individuals, most of them said, yeah, I knew what was going on, but I didn't pay attention to it, or I didn't watch the videos. I didn't want to watch the videos. You know, I didn't want to get deep into it. Now, I mean, they have watched 2 weeks of photographs, of videos, of stuff that they had chosen not to pay any attention to. And we're asking them to do this. It's your example of how jurors take what they do seriously. You know, sometimes people aren't happy with the results, but jurors individually do take their job seriously, and they spend the time and they spend the effort. And these people have spent 2 weeks already, you know, deeply, when you take their extra day they spent getting questioned to begin with. It's a lot.
Yeah, and then you throw in the fact that it's a high-profile case. You have media coverage from all over the world, just watching and taking in and reporting on the developments in the courtroom. And I'm hearing that
May call us next witness.
Judge Peter Cahill's back on the stand.
Good morning, Your Honor, Counsel, ladies and gentlemen. The state will call for their first witness, Dr. Lindsay Thomas.
If you raise your right hand, you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do, yes.
And Dr. Thomas, if you feel comfortable doing so, we'd ask you to remove your mask. I will keep mine on.
I would love that, thank you.
And let's begin by having you state your full name, spelling each of your names.
Lindsay, L-I-N-D-S-E-Y, Carol, C-A-R-O-L, Thomas, T-H-O-M-A-S.
Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Thomas.
Good morning.
Would you please tell us what kind of a doctor you are?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And what is a forensic pathologist?
Forensic pathology is that branch of pathology, which is a branch of medicine, where medicine and law overlap. So it could be anything with a medical and legal component, could be toxicology. In some cases, it may involve living patients, but as I practice and as most forensic pathologists practice, it involves what's called medico-legal death investigation.
Does it involve taking care of patients in the clinical sense?
Not living patients, no. A forensic pathologist may be consulted to help with the evaluation and interpretation of injuries in a living patient, but not in a treatment or clinical sense.
So most of your work then is done on deceased people.
Correct.
Any specific types of deaths?
Yes, the state statutes lists the types of deaths that have to be reported to the medical examiner. And briefly, they tend to be unnatural deaths, so accidents, suicides, homicides, unexpected deaths, potentially suspicious deaths, that type of category of death.
Do you get special training in how to determine the cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Tell us something about the special training you received.
Well, should I start back in medical school or just just the end part?
Just the end part.
Okay. I did a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is a specified training program for doctors who want to be forensic pathologists to learn how to do medical legal death investigations and certify cause and manner of death.
So would you tell us what pathology is as a field of medicine?
Sure. Pathologists are sometimes considered the doctor's doctor because we don't directly treat patients, but we provide information to doctors who then do treat patients. So, for example, if you've ever been to a lab and had blood drawn, that goes to a laboratory that is run by a pathologist, a clinical pathologist. So, blood count, chemistries, things like that. Or if you've ever known someone that had a biopsy and was diagnosed with cancer, that's the type of pathology that is done by an anatomic pathologist. So you look at tissue and under the microscope and make diagnoses.
Is a medical examiner a forensic pathologist?
In Minnesota, a medical examiner is a forensic pathologist who is appointed by the County Board of Commissioners to be that county's medical examiner.
So it's a public official?
Yes.
So when you talk about the medical legal investigations, is that sort of a fancy way of describing what forensic pathologists do?
Yes, it's what the medical examiner's office does. It's death investigations, again, where there is a medical component and there may be a legal component.
Is it different from, say, a death in a hospital?
Yes, so if someone dies in a hospital, Those are usually deaths due to natural causes, and they may have a medical death investigation in the sense that a hospital pathologist might do an autopsy, but they wouldn't do the full scope of the medical legal death investigation because those are mostly due to natural diseases.
What does death investigation entail?
Well, the way a medical examiner's office performs a death investigation, I think a lot of people assume it's all about the autopsy, the physical examination of the body, and that's really just a tiny part of the death investigation. The death investigation really starts at the very beginning when a death is found, a person is found deceased, or the office is notified of the death. We, as medical examiners, want to know all about that person. What's their past medical history, social history, family history. So we will do whatever we need to do to get that kind of history. Then we want to know, well, what happened, what were their terminal events? What happened around the time of their death? Were they complaining of something? Were they interacting with someone? Were they driving? Were they using, machinery, something like that? And then we'll look at the physical examination, and that part of the exam might include x-rays. It could include getting specimens for toxicology, for cultures, for all kinds of other laboratory tests, including looking at things under the microscope, little sections of each organ under the microscope. So that's the physical exam part. Then we'll look at the laboratory results. So that would be usually toxicology, but as I say, it could be blood cultures, or more recently it's probably been a lot of COVID testing, that kind of thing. And then look at the microscopic slides, and then put all of that together with the history, the terminal events, the physical findings, the laboratory findings, and then that's how the medical examiner reaches the conclusion about the cause and manner of death.
So all of that goes into a death investigation?
Yes.
Do you sometimes interview people also as a part of it?
Yes, the investigators who go to the scene may talk to family members. We certainly will talk to medical providers to get someone's past medical history. We often will interview or talk with law enforcement officers if they were the people who responded. It could be paramedics, EMS, troopers, just depends on the case.
I want to ask you about a phrase used, terminal events.
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what is a terminal event?
Sure. So when we're investigating a death as medical examiners, as I mentioned, we want to know as much as we can about this person leading up to their death, because that often, how they lived, will provide us information about how they died. When I'm talking about terminal events, I'm talking about what happened in the period of time around their death, shortly leading up to their death. So, for example, he was out shoveling snow, he came in, clutched his chest, and fell over. That would be an example of a terminal event. Or we know someone was driving a car and went off the road. That would be what the terminal events were.
Do you also rely on training and expertise on how injuries occur?
Yes, as a forensic pathologist, that's one of the things we look at and learn about is when we see this type of injury, we associate that with this type of event.
What does the medical examiner then do at the conclusion of a death investigation?
So the ultimate goal is to complete the information that's needed on the death certificate, specifically the cause and manner of death.
Is a report generated?
Yes.
What's the nature of that report?
Well, one of the main reports that's generated would be considered the autopsy report, and that's the report of the physical examination. But ultimately, the death certificate is kind of the final report.
Now, you told us as a forensic pathologist, you don't treat living patients.
Right.
So if we wanted to have a discussion, for example, about measuring lung volumes or air reserves, in someone, that wouldn't be your bailiwick as a medical
That
examiner?
would not be me, no. By the time I see them, none of that applies, yes.
Right. So Dr. Thomas, are you currently employed?
I work, I'm kind of semi-retired. I do consulting, and then I work part-time at medical examiners' offices in Reno, Nevada, and Salt Lake City, Utah.
Reno and Salt Lake City, Dr. Thomas?
There are places, I really like the way the office runs, and I like still to be involved as a medical examiner.
And pretty good places to hike.
And good places to hike, yes.
So where did you do your work before you were semi-retired?
Right before I retired, I was at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office as an assistant medical examiner. And do you want me to go before that?
Yes, if you could tell us your work experience as a medical examiner, forensic pathologist.
Sure. Initially, I started after my training at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office, working as a deputy and assistant, then assistant medical examiner, and I was there for many years. And then in 1997, I joined the Minnesota Regional Medical Examiner's Office that was based in Hastings. And then I was chief of that office for 13 years. And we were the medical examiner's office for 8 counties in Minnesota, the largest of which were Dakota and Scott counties. And we also served as an autopsy referral service and medical examiner's office for many other counties in Minnesota, as well as Wisconsin and even one in Michigan. And then when our office outgrew that space, Dakota and Scott counties merged with Hennepin County, and that's why then I came back to Hennepin County.
So over how many years have you performed work or services as a forensic pathologist?
Let's see, 37 now, 36.
And in Minnesota, how many counties?
Oh, gosh. Well, I've been the direct medical examiner for 8 counties. I've worked in offices that have been consultant to dozens of other counties.
And have you also performed those services in parts of Wisconsin?
Yes.
When did you stop working at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office?
It was early 2017. I retired from Hennepin County.
And how many autopsies would you estimate you have performed over your career?
Probably about 5,000 that I myself did, and then hundreds, maybe 1,000 more where I assisted someone else, or I supervised, or I participated in some way.
So in 5,000 or so cases, you've determined the cause and manner of death?
Well, actually way more than that, because as medical examiners, we don't just certify the cause and manner of death for the cases that we do autopsies on. There are numerous other cases that get reported by law to the medical examiner's office where we don't do a physical examination. So, for example, an elderly person falls in a nursing home and gets a hip fracture and then dies a couple months later. That death has to be reported to the medical examiner's office. We will investigate that death by looking at the medical records and doing all of what I talked about, getting family input and medical provider input, but we generally will not do a physical examination, but still, by law, we have to sign the death certificate.
So you're still determining then the cause and manner of death?
Right. We're just not using a physical examination as part of it.
And using the medical records primarily?
Yes.
Dr. Thomas, are you licensed presently?
Yes, I'm licensed in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Tennessee, Nevada, and Utah.
Do you also hold any board certifications?
Yes, I'm board certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
Have you worked with any professional organizations over the years related to forensic pathology?
Yes, I've been a member of many different organizations. Minnesota Medical Association, American Medical Association, College of American Pathologists, American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and then I've been on the board of the Minnesota Coroners and Medical Examiners Association, probably 30 plus years. And then I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners, and I was on that board and a member of their executive committee for a number of years.
And that goes by the acronym NAME, N-A-M-E?
Yes.
What does NAME do?
Well, they're the professional organization of medical legal death investigators, specifically forensic pathologists, medical examiners. And as an organization, they provide support to medical examiners, they provide information, they provide guidelines, an accreditation program, an inspection program, lots of ways of assisting medical examiner offices.
Dr. Thomas, have you done any teaching?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I have been a clinical instructor here at the University of Minnesota Department of Pathology. I've done lots of law enforcement training through the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension here in Minnesota, as well as, oh my gosh, teaching everything from middle school science students through high school and college and all kinds of professional groups, whether it's other forensic pathologists, other law enforcement, you name the organization that comes into contact with death investigation, and I've probably talked to some of them at some point.
Do you have any publications?
That hasn't been a main focus of my career, but I have several, and early on was involved in an autopsy protocol that was ultimately published by the United Nations that's still in use.
So let's switch topics and talk about your experience testifying in courts. Have you testified before in a court?
Yes, probably over 100 times.
And is that predominantly in your role as a medical examiner?
It's mostly in my role as a medical examiner, where I did the autopsy and then the prosecution would call me to testify as to my findings. I've also testified as an expert witness consultant in cases where I didn't do the autopsy, but I was called by maybe in a civil case, either by the defense or the plaintiff, if they thought there was a wrongful death or some question about medical malpractice, something like that. And then I've also been consulted and testified in cases at the request of the defense, again, not where I did the autopsy, but where I reviewed someone else's work, and then I consulted with the defense or testified.
And have you testified in Minnesota courts?
Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, North Dakota, South Dakota, Pennsylvania. I think those are the ones. Mm-hmm.
So Dr. Thomas, are you being paid for your time and services in this case?
No.
Could you tell us about that? How does it come about that you're not being paid for your time and services in this case?
Well, I didn't ask to be paid.
And so did you reach out to the state, or did the state reach out to you?
No, you reached out to me. And, I knew this was going to be important, and I felt like I had something to offer, and I wanted to do what I could to help explain what I think happened.
Mm-hmm. So what were you asked to do then in this case?
Well, I was asked to review a lot of the materials and come to an independent conclusion about what I thought the cause and manner of death were and the mechanism for that cause.
Could you give the jurors a general sense or overview of the kinds of materials you reviewed?
May I look at my notes?
Yes, if you need to refresh your recollection.
So I looked at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner materials, including the autopsy report and toxicology and photographs and microscopic slides, things like that. I looked at the Hennepin County Medical Center records, so Mr. Floyd's past medical history from there, as well as Health Partners medical records. Then I looked at a lot of interviews, many videos, including body-worn camera videos, bystander videos, surveillance videos, some photographs, still photographs, timeline, and then some medical literature and textbooks.
So were you the medical examiner who investigated or did the autopsy around the death of George Floyd?
No, that was the Dr. Andrew Baker, the Hennepin County medical examiner.
Do you know Dr. Baker?
I do. He was a pathology resident when I was on staff at Hennepin County many years ago. And then when he did his fellowship, I was one of the staff people there. And then after our offices merged, I worked again with him at Hennepin County.
So would you have been then part of his training in his early formative years?
Yes.
Do you consider him a friend?
I do, yes.
Have you talked to him about this case?
No, not since right after it happened.
But you did review his report,
Yes,
and as well as Mr. Floyd's medical records?
yes.
Did you review the history of terminal events for May 25th, 2020?
Yes.
So
And what was kind of unique, what was absolutely unique in this case was the volume of materials I had to review. I've never had a case like this that had such thorough documentation of the terminal events.
And by way of the thorough documentation, what makes it so thorough, in your opinion?
Well, the use of videos is unique in this case. Certainly, as medical examiners, we use videos, but there's never been a case that I've been involved with that had videos over such a long time frame and from so many different perspectives.
Are you aware then of Dr. Baker's conclusions then on the manner of death?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to show Exhibit 193 that's been stipulated to subject to Dr. Baker's foundation. So first, Dr. Thomas, what do we see here on Exhibit 193?
This is a copy of the certificate of death of Mr. Floyd.
Okay. And so, Brett, if we could kind of highlight just through the word underlying. Just to make it a little bigger to see. Okay. Based on your review of the evidence and the death certificate, do you agree with Dr. Baker's determination on the cause of death?
Yes, I do.
And is that by the word immediate on here?
Yes, cardiopulmonary arrest complicating law enforcement, subdual, restraint, and neck compression.
Have you, Dr. Thomas, formed an opinion about the mechanism of death?
Yes.
Would you tell us what that is?
In this case, I believe the primary mechanism of death is asphyxia or low oxygen.
So we'll come back to the mechanism in just a minute. Can you explain to the jury what this cause of death means and why you agree with it?
Well, it's kind of in two parts. So there's the cardiopulmonary arrest, which it doesn't provide a lot of additional clarifying information because in a way everyone dies of when your heart stops and your lungs stop. That's cardiopulmonary arrest. But as a forensic pathologist, I would use cardiopulmonary arrest when to differentiate it from a cardiac arrest. So this is not a sudden cardiac death, a sudden cardiac arrhythmia. This is a death where both the heart and lungs stopped working. And the point is that it's due to law enforcement, subdual, restraint, and compression. That is kind of what ultimately is the immediate cause of death, is the subdual, restraint, and compression.
And just so it's clear for the jurors, does cardiopulmonary arrest mean heart attack?
No,
Does it mean fatal arrhythmia as a primary cause of death?
no,
It simply means that the heart stops and the lungs have stopped.
correct.
It's another way of simply describing death itself.
Right.
Can you explain what's referred to, looking here at the terms, subdual, restraint, and neck compression?
Those were activities by the law enforcement agency officers involved. Subdual is subduing someone, trying to restrain them is, in Mr. Floyd's case, involved handcuffing him, his positioning on the ground, the prone position, the people kneeling on him. And the neck compression is the knee on the neck specifically. Additionally, there was some back and other things being compressed by the officers.
So if you put all this together, cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating, law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression, what does that mean?
Well, what it means to me is that the activities of the law enforcement officers resulted in Mr. Floyd's death, and that specifically those activities were the subdual, the restraint, and the neck compression.
And does this then also represent your own conclusion?
Yes.
A conclusion you have reached and an opinion you hold to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Would you tell us what you reviewed in order to reach this conclusion?
All of those things that I mentioned earlier, again, what's sort of unique about this case is that often I would just review the medical examiner case file, and that would provide information about what the cause and manner of death is. But in this case, the autopsy itself didn't tell me the cause and manner of death, and it really required getting all of this other additional information, specifically the video evidence of the terminal events, to conclude the cause of death and manner of death.
When you make reference to something called the mechanism of death,
Yeah.
would you tell us what mechanism of death means?
So, cause of death is what's the thing, the disease or the injury or the process that caused someone's death. But the mechanism is kind of what was going on in the body at that time. So, for example, the cause of death might be a gunshot wound, but the mechanism of death might be blood loss related to that gunshot wound, or an infection that complicated that gunshot wound down the road, something like that. So it's more what was actually happening at the body level that resulted in the cause of death.
So focusing in on the mechanism of death here, how is it that the officers subdual, restraint, and neck compression caused Mr. Floyd's death?
So as I mentioned, I think the primary mechanism was asphyxia or low oxygen. And it basically is Mr. Floyd was in a position because of the subdual, restraint, and compression where he was unable to get enough oxygen in to maintain his body functions.
What's required for normal breathing, Dr. Thomas?
What is required?
Yeah.
Well, there are kind of three components. You have to be able to get air in, so you have to have what's called a patent airway, and that could be nose, mouth, soft tissues of the neck, the trachea, the larynx, trachea, bronchi, all of that has to be open. At the level of the lungs itself, there has to be adequate air exchange between oxygen coming in, carbon dioxide going out. And then finally, the way the lungs work is it's kind of like a bellows, that when you suck in air, your diaphragm drops and pulls air in, and then when you relax, the diaphragm collapses and pushes air out. So all three of those things have to be functioning in order to get adequate oxygen in. So, for example, if someone is smothered or strangled, or they inhale a piece of hot dog, or they have pneumonia such that their lungs are completely filled, then their airway is obstructed so that there isn't adequate air coming in, oxygen coming in. Or if someone is in an environment where there isn't enough oxygen. So, for example, in a closed garage in which an old car has been running, there may be way high carbon monoxide. And in that case, they're perfectly able to breathe in and out, but there just isn't enough oxygen. And then the third would be if there's some kind of restriction such that your chest can't expand, your diaphragm can't expand, so the bellows function isn't working. And if any one of those components isn't working, then the result will be this mechanism of inadequate oxygen.
Doctor, how does narrowing of the hypopharynx fit into this?
Well, the example I would give that people are probably most familiar with is sleep apnea or snoring. If you yourself or have a partner who snores, you know that especially in certain positions, what happens is the hypopharynx, which is sort of the soft tissues at the back of your throat, will kind of collapse because there's inadequate air coming, either forcing it out or forcing it in, which is why a CPAP machine works, because it forces air through that floppy area. And if that collapses, then it makes it difficult to get air in.
So, Dr. Thomas, what do you rely on to reach your conclusion that low oxygen was the mechanism of death?
In this case, it was primarily the evidence from the terminal events, the video evidence, that show Mr. Floyd in a position where he was unable to adequately breathe.
So how does the autopsy report itself assist you or not?
So the way the autopsy really helps is it's great for ruling things out. So in this case, the autopsy ruled out, for example, underlying lung disease. Mr. Floyd had had a history of COVID, but there was no evidence in his lungs at the time of his death that he had any lung disease that would impair his ability to breathe. And it ruled out injuries to the neck that suggest that the bones in his neck had been broken, for example. And it ruled out a stroke. He didn't have a stroke, so it wasn't like his blood pressure was so high that, he ruptured a vessel in his brain. He didn't have an aneurysm. He didn't have, which is a ruptured vessel. He didn't have an embolism, which is a blood clot. He didn't rupture his heart. He didn't have an old heart attack or a recent heart attack or what's called myocardial infarct. So the autopsy is really great for ruling things out.
Dr. Thomas, just to focus on one of those, you said the autopsy ruled out a recent myocardial infarction.
Yes.
How does it do that?
Well, when a forensic pathologist examines a heart, one of the things they look at is the coronary arteries, which are the vessels that supply blood and nutrients to the heart muscle. And then the pathologist will examine the muscle of the heart. And if someone has had a recent heart attack, there may be evidence in the heart muscle of that damage. Or if they've had a prior and older heart attack, there will be scarring in the heart muscle that shows that area of damage.
Thank you, doctor. Is it normal as a part of your death investigation then to seek out and to look at the video?
Yes. Oh, yes.
In this case, is there any particular video footage that struck you as more significant than others from what you saw?
Oh, gosh, this case, there were so many. The body-worn camera videos were very instructive because they started, well, and the Cup Foods video, because they showed how Mr. Floyd was behaving long before law enforcement interaction. Then the body-worn cameras show the early interactions before there was any of this subdual restraint and compression. And then they show the interactions during the subdual restraint. The bystander videos are really instructive, as well as the surveillance videos from the scene at showing kind of during the time of the restraint. So there were lots, I would say.
So in terms of the video footage then either ruling in a cause or ruling out a cause, how did it inform your assessments about the cause of death, having looked at the video?
Well, it helped me rule in a cause and also rule out causes, I would say.
So did it help you determine whether this was what I might refer to as a lights out kind of death, a sudden death?
Right. So what I observed from all of these videos is this was not a sudden death. Mr. Floyd did not, it's not like the snow shoveling where I told you somebody comes in, collapses and, clutches their chest and falls over. There was nothing sudden about his death. So that's what I would have expected if it was a cardiac arrhythmia or abnormal beating of the heart. Typically those are someone really falls over pretty quickly, and this was not that. Likewise, it was not the type of death that has been reported in fentanyl overdose, for example, where someone becomes very sleepy and then just sort of gradually, calmly, peacefully stops breathing. This was not that kind of a death. So I felt comfortable ruling out those as causes of death. And then on the flip side, I could clearly see from watching the video what happens to Mr. Floyd during this subdual restraint and compression, and what happens to his breathing is it gradually becomes more difficult and then stops.
Doctor, tell us, what is the bellows function?
Well, it's what your diaphragm does along with the muscles in between your ribs. So when you take in a deep breath, what's happening is your rib cage is expanding, and that then forces the lungs to open up, and that's what draws air in. So it's when someone is intubated in like surgery or something, it's sort of the opposite of that, because your diaphragm is paralyzed, and so somebody has to force air in. But under normal breathing circumstances, it's the bellows, it's the pulling air in.
So what did the video tell you? What did you see in it that had to do with the bellows function?
Right. Well, Mr. Floyd is in a position, so first of all, he's prone or sort of slightly with his head to the side, and he has his arms handcuffed behind his back. So that's already a bit of a difficult position to be in, the prone and handcuffed. And then with, at times, at least 3 officers on top of him, whether it's his neck or his back or his lower back or legs, it prevents him from moving his body into a position where he can adequately use the bellows function. And his chest is sort of compressed in this position in such a way that he can't adequately expand and get enough oxygen in.
Over what period of time was this?
9 minutes.
So what did you see in those 9 minutes that led you to conclude that the mechanism of death was low oxygen or asphyxia?
Well, initially, Mr. Floyd is able to struggle pretty vigorously when he's in this position that he recognizes as it's going to be hard for him to breathe in this position.
Sustained. That last part of the answer about Mr. Floyd's state of mind is stricken as speculative.
Sorry. So initially, when he's in the prone position, he's breathing and speaking, and it might look like, oh, he's at that point getting enough air exchange. But over time, you can see that his breathing is getting more and more difficult, and he's saying less and less. And then about halfway through the whole restraint, subdual, compression process, he stops breathing. Well, he first stops speaking entirely. And then again, shortly after that, there's a movement that I believe is what's called an anoxic brain reaction, which is, it looks like kind of a twitch. It's something that the body does when the brain no longer has enough oxygen. So that's the point at which you can tell by looking, oh, that's where he no longer is getting enough oxygen to his brain. And then the restraint and subdual and compression continue for many minutes more. Even after someone checks and says, oh, there's no pulse, they maintain the position. So at that point, his heart has also stopped. So he's stopped breathing and his heart has stopped.
So doctor, you mentioned an anoxic, A-N-O-X-I-C?
Yes.
Anoxic brain reaction?
Yes.
Is that also known as an anoxic seizure?
Yes.
Is that something that a person does consciously and voluntarily?
Oh, no. No, it's something that your body just does when your brain doesn't have enough oxygen. It's why in lots of cases, people who are witnessing someone die will say, oh, they had a seizure and died. Well, no, what's actually happened is they've basically died. Their brain doesn't have enough oxygen, and then they had this muscle twitch that may look like a seizure.
So can we go back to Exhibit 193, and I want to ask you about, that's right in front of you, the other contributing conditions, if we could highlight that, Brad. So do you see where I'm referring to the other contributing conditions?
Yes.
And what are those?
In this case, they are arteriosclerotic and hypertensive heart disease, fentanyl intoxication, and recent methamphetamine use.
So would you explain for the jury, what does it mean, other contributing conditions?
So the way forensic pathologists and medical examiners usually use this is, people often think of it, the death certificate is for that person, that specific person who died and their family. And that's true. It does serve a very useful purpose for life insurance, whatever. But forensic pathologists are also using death certificates for public health data purposes. And so in any given case, we aren't just thinking about this particular person and their cause and manner of death. We're also thinking the state and the federal government collect data on why do people die? What is cause of death? It's how we know as a country that we have, how many people die of COVID, for example. It's because death certificates list that. So one of the things that we use this other contributing conditions for is to list disease processes or drugs that are present at the time of death, but that we don't believe directly contributed to the cause of death. But it's so that someone looking at data years from now can say, okay, we want to do an evaluation of all deaths during law enforcement subdual. And how many of those deaths involved someone who also had drugs on board? Because that may be something that is relevant then in trying to prevent these sort of deaths in the future, for example. Or the case where I use other contributing conditions probably the most is the hip fracture case that I talked about before, where someone dies of a hip fracture due to a fall, but they're 84 years old, and they also have hypertensive heart disease, arteriosclerotic heart disease, asthma, diabetes. And so I will list those as other contributing conditions. Now, in no way did those things cause the fall and the hip fracture and the resulting whatever pneumonia or whatever. But again, someone from a data perspective might want to know, you know, of the 84-year-old women who die of hip fractures, what percentage of them have underlying heart disease? Because again, from a data collection standpoint, does that provide useful public health information that can be used in the future to try and prevent these deaths? So that's how I would view this. It's very long-winded, sorry.
Sure. No, Dr. Thomas. So in understanding this is further, so other contributing conditions are conditions that may have contributed but were not the direct cause of the death.
Exactly.
Did you consider these other contributing conditions in your assessment of the cause and mechanism of death for George Floyd?
Yes.
And how did you consider them, first of all?
Well, I wanted to look at each one and ask the question, is this the cause of his death? Is arteriosclerotic heart disease the cause of his death? He has narrowing of his coronary arteries. In many cases, that is the cause of someone's death. So I looked at that, but again, it comes down to what were the history of the terminal events. Does this look like the type of death we see, or is, you know, I'm not a clinician, so I don't see it, but as a forensic pathologist, I know from hundreds of families describing what happened at the time of death, that this death does not fit what has been described in someone who dies of a cardiac arrhythmia from arteriosclerotic heart disease. And likewise, hypertensive heart disease. Those tend to be cardiac arrhythmias, sudden cardiac deaths. This is not that kind of death. Likewise, fentanyl intoxication, as I described. And again, I don't treat patients, I don't see living people, but what I know from family members who describe deaths that then later turn out to be due to fentanyl, the death is slow, it's peaceful, they fall asleep, they may hear snoring or very heavy, deep breathing. There's no struggle. They just often are found just kind of slumped over. It's a very slow death. So again, totally different than what is seen in Mr. Floyd's death. Methamphetamine as a cause of death generally is, again, much more of a sudden death. It may cause a cardiac arrhythmia. It may cause a seizure, and by that I don't just mean this sort of terminal anoxic twitch, but like a full-blown seizure. And again, looking from what I know about Mr. Floyd's death, because it's so well documented, that does not fit with a methamphetamine death.
So you reviewed the toxicology.
Yes, oh yes.
How would you characterize the amount of meth in Mr. Floyd's system at the time?
Well, it was there. It's not particularly high. Certainly in deaths that I have attributed to methamphetamine, it's been much higher. But it's not like there's any safe level of methamphetamine, but this was a very low level.
So was the methamphetamine significant in your assessment of the cause of death?
No.
So then, based on your review of the video and application of your work, experience, and knowledge, did you rule out drug overdose as a cause of death?
Yes.
And that's an opinion you hold to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Now, I wanted to clarify this earlier and just forgot to. Does the medical examiner also complete the death certificate?
Yes, we don't issue it. That comes from the county or state. But as the medical examiner, we fill out all of the cause and manner and how injury occurred and all that kind of stuff.
How many death certificates have you filled out?
Oh, gosh, well, thousands and thousands.
So if we look here again at the exhibit in front of you, 193, in the left margin, we see a reference here to underlying.
Yes.
Would you tell the jurors what that means?
Sure. So let's go back to that hip fracture because I keep referring to that. But for example, someone who dies of a hip fracture, generally that's not a sudden death. What happens is someone gets a hip fracture, they get it surgically repaired, they may get pneumonia or something like that. So then, in that kind of case, we would list the immediate cause of death as pneumonia. The underlying cause of that is the hip fracture that was operated, but the underlying cause of the hip fracture was the fall. They fell, they got a hip fracture, they got pneumonia. So it's something that is used when you have a death that has maybe multiple sequences of events. But in a case like this, you don't need an underlying because it's all included in the first line. It's all due to the law enforcement subdual restraint and neck compression.
Now, the death certificate does not use the word asphyxia or any reference to low oxygen.
No.
Would you have used the word asphyxia in this case?
Probably not. I tend not to use the word asphyxia much because it requires a lot of explanation. It doesn't really offer much additional information unless you have a chance to have a discussion like we've had about what asphyxia means. So I tend to just list, if someone dies of hanging, well, that's a type of asphyxial death, but I wouldn't say necessarily asphyxia due to hanging. I would probably just list hanging as the cause of death.
So to refer to asphyxia or low oxygen doesn't tell you anything about why there is asphyxia or low oxygen.
Right.
Are there findings on autopsy that suggest low oxygen as a cause of death?
No, there's nothing on autopsy that shows low oxygen.
There's no test that can be done for low oxygen on autopsy.
No.
Are there physical findings that sometimes may be found and may be consistent with low oxygen?
So there are no physical findings that show low oxygen, but there may be physical findings that are consistent with a cause of death that may result in low oxygen. So, for example, the hanging, let's use that hanging. If someone is partially hanged, by that I mean they are only partially suspended, so there's only some pressure on their neck. They may have what are called petechiae, or little pinpoint hemorrhages in the eyes, because blood is still going into their head but not able to drain out because of the pressure on the neck. So at autopsy, we will see the petechiae, and we can say, based on the scene investigation and the history, that finding is consistent with hanging, which the mechanism for hanging is a type of asphyxia. Or in manual strangulation, we might see some bruising, or we might see broken bones in the neck. And the mechanism of death in strangulation is low oxygen, but the finding that we are seeing is consistent with strangulation. So it's kind of a fine line between saying it isn't the low oxygen that we see at autopsy, but sometimes, not always, but sometimes in cases where the death is the result of low oxygen, we see specific findings related to the cause.
So if you then see petechiae, it could help to lead you to the conclusion that it was death by low oxygen.
Yes.
But if you don't see petechiae, what can you conclude?
Nothing. So it's one of those things that when it's present, if there's petechiae or broken bones in the neck or bruising, that's very helpful in putting together a picture of what might have happened. But if you don't have them, it doesn't help you one way or the other.
And by not help you one way or the other, it means you can't conclude from that alone that a person did or did not die of low oxygen.
Exactly.
Right. And you mentioned bruising in that context.
Right. And again, sometimes, I mean, for example, strangulation is a great example. Sometimes in strangulation, you have all kinds of bruises that you can see on the neck, but other times there's a strangulation case and they don't have a single mark on their neck. And I mean, there's all kinds of reasons that bruises may or may not occur, but it's, again, it's one of those things, if it's there, it's very helpful. If it's not, it's not helpful.
Were there other findings in the death investigation that supported your conclusion on the cause and mechanism of George Floyd's death?
Yes.
Would you tell us what those were?
So Mr. Floyd had superficial injuries, what would be described as superficial injuries, specifically on his face, on his shoulders, on his wrists. And what that does is it supports what I saw in the videos, which is that he's being forcibly restrained and subdued, and he's trying to move into a position by rubbing his face against the concrete cement of the ground, by pulling against his handcuffs. You can see the injury to his wrists from the handcuffs, and by pushing with his shoulder. And he also had some scrapes on his knuckles on his right hand, and again, that was from him pushing to try and get into a position where he could breathe.
Dr. Thomas, are there photographs that depict what you're describing?
Oh, yes, thank you.
So, Your Honor, we've stipulated by way of foundation to the photos, we have individual packets for the jurors.
Members of the jury, there are some stipulated photographs that are going to be shown to you, or as we call, as you've heard me say, published to you. We're going to go old school this time. We're not going to put everything on the monitors. We're not going to broadcast it out. But everybody in the courtroom will have access to it, including yourselves. Essentially, a packet with these photographs. We'll collect them afterwards because these are for you to use in the courtroom. The actual exhibit will be available in deliberation, however. Mr. Blackwell?
Yeah, would you either like the deputy or someone distribute these, or should I?
You can go ahead, Mr. Blackwell. Before you look through them, you can take them out, but don't start looking through them until Mr. Blackwell resumes his examination. Mr. Blackwell, Mr. Schaefer will take care of the rest. Give the rest of the... Hold on, Mr. Blackwell. Let's make sure everybody who would like a copy gets one. Spectators. Spectators should each get a copy if they want one. You'll have to give up one of your copies. There you go. Mr. Blackwell?
Your Honor, if I may, I think I'll give one to Dr. Thomas just so she has it.
Actually, she can have mine.
Oh.
That way Your Honor won't have to use the camera at all. So, Dr. Thomas, if we start with the exhibit that's marked 185,
Yes.
I take that back. I would like to see it on my screen. Dr. Thomas, looking at Exhibit 185, what is significant in this photograph that informs your conclusions pertaining to the restraint and subdual as a cause of Mr. Floyd's death?
This is a photograph of Mr. Floyd's face, and it shows some facial injuries, most notably the what are called abrasions, which are scrapes over his left eyebrow and over his left cheek. You can also see there's littler scrapes or small cuts on his nose and lip, upper lip, and then a little on the left side of his lower lip. But the main thing this shows is that the left side of his face was obviously in contact with some rough surface.
Dr. Thomas, if we look at Exhibit 235, it may be a close-up of the same area.
Sorry, here we go. Yes. Yes, that is a close-up of the left cheek and the left forehead. And you can see, for example, above the left eyebrow, there's a dark area, that's a dried scrape, as well as there's a little bit of discoloration of the skin, so that also there was a bruise there. And then on his left cheek, you can see the dark area as well as kind of a lighter orange pink area, and those are, again, scrapes. The dark area is where a scrape has dried.
And what does it tell you about the cause or mechanism of his death?
It's consistent with the impression from watching the video that his face was on the ground and he was moving his face in an effort to get into a position where he could breathe.
Let's look at Exhibit 188.
This is a photograph of Mr. Floyd's left shoulder.
And what did we see here?
This, again, is an area of scrapes and indicates that there was some force between his shoulder and some rough surface, in this case, the ground. And again, is consistent with what it looks like on the video, that he's struggling to push himself into a position where he can breathe.
Let's look at Exhibit 187.
This is a photograph of his right shoulder, and again, you can see there's a little bit of discoloration, and then the skin is scraped. So there's less injury impact here, and that fits with, again, what you see in the video of which side was down and which side had more contact with the ground.
Let's look at Exhibit 189.
This is a photograph of Mr. Floyd's left hand, and if you look at the base of his hand, sort of right over his wrist, you can see there's some areas of red discoloration with kind of a pale area in between. And that's consistent with handcuff marks. You can also see on the sort of outer edge, there's some white material that's dried skin, and that's an area where his skin has actually been rubbed up from the handcuffs.
And Dr., Exhibit 190?
Exhibit 190 is a photograph of his right hand and wrist, And again, in this case, you can see more clearly the sort of the double-lined discoloration above his right wrist that's consistent with the handcuff marks and indicates pressure against handcuffs. And again, on the outer edge, you can see there's a little bit where it's darker and then there's some white skin. So that's an area where it's actually been scraped. The skin has actually been scraped by the handcuffs. Also, on this photograph, you can see on the knuckles of his index finger and middle finger, there's some skin that is scraped off. And that's consistent with what you can see on the video where he's pushing against, I think it's the rim of the car tire or something, to try and push his body into a position, again, where he can breathe.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Your Honor, the jurors may put the photographs away if they'd like.
Mr. Schaefer, point. We're going to collect those photographs.
Not the actual exhibits, they're simply for your use during this time. And we'll ask the spectators also to return the exhibits. You can keep yours. Counsel can keep theirs.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Dr. Thomas, having looked at this physical evidence from the autopsy, was that evidence in of and by itself conclusive?
No. There are multiple ways that scrapes and bruises can happen. It's only useful in the context of what is seen in the videos.
Was there any evidence to suggest that Mr. Floyd was suffering from a potentially fatal condition on the evening of May 25th, 2020?
No.
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, if Mr. Floyd would have died that night had he not been subject to the subdual and restraint of the police?
There's no evidence to suggest he would have died that night, except for the interactions with law enforcement.
Now, were there other mechanisms that you felt contributed to Mr. Floyd's death?
Yes.
Could you generally characterize what those were?
Sure. So I think a secondary mechanism in this case is what I refer to as physiologic stress. And by that, I don't mean like the stress, oh, somebody's a type A personality and they have a deadline at work and they're just really stressed about it. I'm not talking about that kind of stress. I'm talking about the kind of physical stress you feel when you're driving along and all of a sudden a car swerves right in front of you and you slam on the brakes and you realize, oh my gosh, if I hadn't reacted, if that had happened a second earlier, I would have been in a potentially fatal car crash. And you can feel your heart race and you kind of, and then the car speeds on and you slow down and you realize, I'm okay, everybody in the car is okay, and your heart rate then slows and or I think even worse, you're at the beach and you suddenly realize, my toddler, I haven't seen my toddler in, oh my gosh, where's my toddler? And that rush of adrenaline you get, and you feel flushed and you get goosebumps and your heart races and you feel short of breath, and then there they are, they're getting an ice cream cone and you'd go, oh, okay. But it takes you a minute for your heart to kind of slow down and your blood pressure to slow down and you to be able to take a deep breath and recover yourself. So that's the kind of physiologic stress I'm talking about, only instead of after a second or a minute, this goes on for minute after minute after minute for 9 minutes, where you are terrified, and you can't. There's no recovery. So it's that kind of fear of life that I'm talking about for physiologic stress.
Are you able to tell us what is going on in the body during the physiologic stress?
So it's the reactions are you get chemical release, you get adrenaline, noradrenaline, or epinephrine, norepinephrine, and those are things that make your heart race, your blood pressure go up, you require more, your muscles get ready to act, to go run, to do whatever you need to do, slam on the brakes. And so you start needing more oxygen in your muscles, you need to take more breaths, you need more oxygen for your heart rate because your heart's beating faster. There may be other chemicals that are released, whether it's stress hormones or cortisol or things like that. There may be lactic acid that's produced as your muscles, when you have a heavy workout, your muscles get tired and kind of sore. It's because there's been an increase in lactic acid and it's your muscles working. So all of those physical things, those chemical things, can cause reactions in the body that put additional stress primarily on your heart, but also on all of your body systems, because your body requires your chemistry to be in very fine balance. And when there's too much, say, lactic acid, or too much, not enough, not an ability to compensate for that elevated lactic acid, then all of your body organs will get into trouble.
Doctor, do you consider that physiological stress that you're describing a direct cause or mechanism of death, or is it secondary?
Well, I guess I would consider it a contributory cause, or contributory to the cause of death. It's another contributing mechanism.
And so the direct cause is what, and then the secondary cause is what?
So their sort of primary mechanism, I think, is asphyxia, and the secondary, or low oxygen, and the secondary mechanism is this physiologic stress. But ultimately, the cause of death is the subdural restraint and compression.
So this physiologic stress, or physiological stress that we're discussing, is that something that can be observed on autopsy?
No.
And why is that?
Well, it's a chemical reaction. It's increased heart rate, which of course we don't see at autopsy. It's increased chemicals that we can't test for at autopsy. So none of it is anything that can be seen physically.
So it's a functional mechanism?
Yes, that's a good way of describing it.
Is low oxygen then also a functional mechanism?
Yes.
So could you tell us how you felt that the physiological stress was significant to your conclusion on the cause of Mr. Floyd's death?
So Mr. Floyd was already in a position where he was experiencing difficulty breathing and getting enough oxygen in his body. And on top of that now, there's this physiologic stress that's putting increased demand on his heart, increased demand on his lungs, increased demand on his muscles. So all of the things that he's using, his muscles, his strength, his body, to try and get himself into a safe position where he can breathe, those are being doubly stressed by the position that he's in, as well as the underlying chemical reactions that are going on in his body. So it's kind of a double whammy to his heart and lungs and muscles and his whole system.
So, Dr. Thomas, I want to show you Exhibit 194. Again, Your Honor, this has been stipulated to, subject to foundation later. First, Dr. Thomas, can you tell us what this is?
This is a press release that was put out by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office at the time they certified the cause and manner of death of Mr. Floyd.
And is it your understanding that the medical examiner's office generates this type of a press release report in certain cases?
Yes.
So there is a section in the press release report that refers to manner of death.
Yes.
Let's see if we can highlight that. And we see the word there, homicide.
Yes.
We see also in here information we saw on the death certificate, where the press release says also how the injury occurred.
Yes.
And would you read that for the record?
How injury occurred: decedent experienced a cardiopulmonary arrest while being restrained by law enforcement officers.
Again, you agree with that?
Yes.
So let me show you what was marked as Exhibit 918. And homicide is a manner of death.
Yes.
And would you explain to the jurors a little bit about what it is medical examiners look to when they're trying to determine manner of death?
Sure. So unlike cause of death, which could be anything, we only have 5 options for manner of death. So a death can be natural, meaning that all of the conditions that contribute to the death are due to just innate processes. Could be cancer, could be heart disease, something like that. Second category is an accident, and that would be something like a motor vehicle crash or an unintended drug overdose. Third category is a suicide, which is death at one's own hands, with at least probably some element of intent. The fourth category is homicide, and that means death at the hands of another. And then the fifth category is undetermined. And that means generally we don't have enough information about this type of death to make a determination to fit it into one of the other categories. So for example, we talked a lot about terminal events early on. And in some cases, we have no idea what the terminal events were because the person is just found dead in their residence. And we don't know, because they've been alienated from family, we don't know, were they saying they were going to take their lives? Did they have a prolonged history of using drugs? Did they just get out of prison? You know, we're unable to get enough information to sort it into, was this an accidental death or was this an intentional suicide death? And so that would be an example where we might use undetermined, where we just don't have enough information.
So Dr. Thomas, if you look then at the screen in front of you, does this depict or show the manners of death?
Exactly.
And homicide is highlighted, reflecting what Dr. Baker found.
Yes.
And do you agree with that finding?
Yes.
In the case of George Floyd. Your Honor, we offer Exhibit 918.
Any objection? And the exhibit itself is without the highlight, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
(918) is received.
For the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these are the 5 manners of death that you were describing, Dr. Thomas?
Yes.
And we've highlighted homicide to reflect what Dr. Baker found and that you agree with.
Yes.
Is there any guidance given to medical examiners about how to select homicide as a manner of death?
Yes.
And,
There is a guide that was published by the National Association of Medical Examiners that provides assistance in how to make a determination between these different.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 952. Do you see that, Dr. Thomas?
Yes, yes.
And is this the publication that provides the guidance to medical examiners on how to determine manner of death?
Yes,
Would reference to excerpts from this guide be helpful to your testimony?
yes.
Your Honor, we offer excerpts from Exhibit 952.
Any objection?
Yes, I do object to this, Your
All
Honor.
right, actually, would this be a good time to break so we can deal with the sidebar issue as well? All right, members of the jury, we'll take our 20-minute, we're probably going to have some work here, so let's come back around 5 after, 11:05.
Good morning. The time now is 10:43. Thank you so much for joining us. The court, as you just saw, is taking a 20-minute break, the first break of the morning. Now, the jury this morning hearing testimony from retired forensic pathologist Dr. Lindsay Thomas. She was called to the stand by the state, and she is not a paid witness. She was asked to review material and reach a conclusion on George Floyd's death. Dr. Thomas testifying that she agrees with the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's explanation for cause of death, and she says that George Floyd's heart and lungs stopped and that the actions of the officers resulted in his death. Let's bring in now trial attorney Michael Bryant, who's giving us legal analysis throughout the day. And Michael, the judge deciding not to broadcast the autopsy photos of George Floyd, instead handing out the graphic photos to those in the courtroom. Were you surprised?
No. When there's graphic and you've got what they do in autopsies where they, do the medical part of it, that's not surprising that they decided that wasn't something they wanted out there. They had discussions early when they decided to televise this trial as to what they were going to show and not show, and I think that was one of the early discussions about this.
And I'm hearing that there's some developments inside the courtroom. Let's check it out.
In this particular instance, I think it would confuse the jury between the medical definition and the legal definition. I don't think it's appropriate for this to be admitted.
Well, I can't see the whole exhibit in any case. All I see is the title page.
Can you click to the next screen? Can you see that, Your Honor?
All right, hold on. Do you have any objection to this being shown as a demonstrative?
I don't have it as being a demonstrative, but going back to the jury as an actual exhibit.
That's fine. I'll receive 952 as demonstrative so you can show it to the jury and have them follow along and have Dr. Thomas. I figured at some point you're going to do that with her or Dr. Baker.
Yes.
So that's fine. Okay, as a demonstrative, it is received. All right, 5 after, please.
All right, so Judge Peter Cahill and the prosecution and defense doing a little housekeeping there. Sorry, Michael, we had to break into what the judge was talking about and kind of missed the first half, but we heard that term brought up again, demonstrative evidence or exhibit. Can you elaborate on exactly, I know we didn't catch what the judge was referring to, but can you just explain to the viewers what that means as it pertains to the jury?
Demonstrative are things that they can show the jury in the courtroom, but they don't go back as far as evidence goes. And it sounds like from the objection, it had some language on it that is potentially part of the elements of what the state has to prove. So the defense objection sounded like they didn't want that to confuse the jury by going back and saying, this is proof that they proved this element by using these words. So the agreement was that would just be what's called demonstrative. Some of the jury would see, but not go back to them.
And during her testimony, Dr. Thomas, who is a forensic pathologist, she was really trying to explain to the jury the difference from mechanism and cause of death. Can you expound on that any further?
Well, I mean, she was given the legal definition because it goes into the cause issue that they have to prove. They have to prove that they have to prove first the actions are beyond what a reasonable police officer would do. And then they have to prove that because of those actions that she had the death as a result. So she is laying out what's the connection, how it's connected, and how, when you look at it as what's called a substantial factor in what took place, how it compares versus other issues that are out there, like the heart issue or the issue with the drugs or the issues with the crowd. That those are all things that are potentially part of it, but when it comes down to it, this is what the main cause of it is.
All right, thank you so much, Michael Bryant, and we're going to get back to you, but for the time being, we want to turn and take a look and hear what Fox 9's Leah Bino has gleaned from the testimony this morning so far. Leah.
Yes, of course, a lot of interesting testimony, and it's interesting that out of the gates here on this Friday, we're hearing from Dr. Lindsay Thomas, who is a friend of Dr. Andrew Baker, who is the Hennepin County Medical Examiner, but she also worked with him on multiple occasions, and early on in his career, essentially was one of his teachers, helping guide him through his career. So we're hearing a lot of her expertise in her field that she's been in for 37 years. She's semi-retired now, does some part-time work in the Reno and Salt Lake City area, but spent a lot of her time here in Minnesota working in the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's office. And I think the big win for the prosecution today, this morning, thus far, is when she said that she agrees with Dr. Andrew Baker's findings that George Floyd's cause of death, in her opinion, was cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual restraint and neck compression, and saying that the primary mechanism was asphyxia or low oxygen. She also reported, or in her opinion, said that she ruled out drug overdose as the cause of death after reviewing the autopsy information, and that she found no indication that George Floyd would have died that night had he not been subdued by police officers. So that was an interesting moment as well. So I want to play for you a little bit of her testimony here, where she was actually asked, again, going back to that comparison between the cause of death and the mechanism of death. And the way she kind of summarized it for the jury is, think of the cause of death as someone, say, dies of a gunshot wound, but the mechanism of death is their body actually bleeding out. That is more of the medical determination. So the question that she was asked from the prosecution was the officer's role in the mechanism of death. Take a listen.
How is it that the officers of dual restraint and neck compression caused Mr. Floyd's death?
So as I mentioned, I think the primary mechanism was asphyxia or low oxygen. And it basically is Mr. Floyd was in a position because of the subdual restraint and compression where he was unable to get enough oxygen in to maintain his body functions.
What's required for normal breathing, Dr. Thomas?
What is required? Yeah. Well, there are kind of three components. You have to be able to get air in, so you have to have what's called a patent airway, and that could be nose, mouth, soft tissues of the neck, the larynx, the trachea, the larynx, trachea, bronchi, all of that has to be open. At the level of the lungs itself, there has to be adequate air exchange between oxygen coming in, carbon dioxide going out. And then finally, the way the lungs work is it's kind of like a bellows, that when you suck in air, your diaphragm drops and pulls air in, and then when you relax, the diaphragm collapses and pushes air out.
Now, another note that I made in Dr. Thomas's testimony, she was talking about the anionic brain reaction, or anionic seizure, if I'm saying that correctly. But we kind of learned about this yesterday with Dr. Martin Tobin's testimony, basically described as a muscle twitch, and kind of the moment that these medical experts look for, because they do have, in some ways, the luxury of having so much video to review in this case. But they were able to see in their expertise the moment they believe that the brain didn't have enough oxygen because they see that twitch in Mr. Floyd happen. So interesting that she's pointing that moment out again today, and we heard that yesterday from Dr. Martin Tobin as well.
All right, Leah Bino reporting for us live in the newsroom. Thank you so much, Leah. And again, right now we're about 10 minutes into a 20-minute break, the first break of the morning. And today, really wrapping up 2 full weeks of testimony. Fox 9's Paul Bloom is joining us now. He's live downtown in downtown Minneapolis, across the street from the Hennepin County Government Center at the Media Center, as well as trial attorney Michael Bryant of the law firm Bradshaw and Bryant. And Paul, I'll start with you. Any big takeaways so far this morning?
Well, BC, glad to have Mike on screen with me here, but I do want to break in at the moment and kind of take over as we're getting our first pool report from this morning. And if you're either following me on Twitter, perhaps you guys jumped in and took it in a live broadcast. There seemed to be an issue with the jury before witness testimony got underway. We heard Judge Cahill say something to the effect of bring in that juror. The cameras and the audio was shut down for that portion, so we didn't hear it in the media center, but the courtroom pool reporter was allowed to sit through that process, and we now have their notes from the courtroom. So I'm going to read it back. It's a little lengthy, but I think it's that important to show you what this court is dealing with. Obviously, this high-profile case. Judge Cahill called court into session, off audio, off camera, but on the record, a juror, a white woman in her 40s or 50s, this pool reporter wasn't sure, medium length blonde hair, came in. He told her, meaning Cahill tells her, that there were some concerns expressed and asked her if she'd had any outside influences. She said she had turned on a television and briefly saw coverage of the trial. She saw an image of the courtroom with a woman with dark hair. Her sound was off, and she said she quickly turned off the television. He asked her, Cahill asked if she'd had any contact with her family about the case. She said her mother had texted her and said, looks like it was a bad day, but then she didn't respond. Cahill apparently asked her any book deal in the works, asking if she had said something to that effect, even jokingly, any book deals in the works. The woman became slightly flustered or surprised and said, no, I don't know how this case is going to go. The woman reiterating she hasn't talked to anyone about the case. Cahill said she should go back to the jury room. When she was gone, Cahill said there was a report that there may have been some watching of the media or information about people contacting this juror. The judge asked if the attorneys wanted to make any motions. Nelson said no. Prosecutor Steve Schlisser said he would like the record to note the woman's demeanor, Cahill saying she seemed, quote, surprised. So I don't know how they're monitoring any activities of these jurors outside of the courtroom, but clearly one of the jurors, whether she said something to another juror in the jury room, and that gets back to the court, but apparently caught some TV coverage of this. She caught some TV coverage of it, and then afterwards apparently had some type of text exchange with her mom. Clearly the family knows she's sitting on this jury. So just a record was made. They quickly went back into court, but I guess, Mike, this is where I can bring in you. I'm sorry to hog this for the minute with you sitting there, but something like this and this type of case, probably not unusual. I think it's the second time we've had a concern with a jury. Maybe there was some concern, perhaps someone said something on social media. It turned out maybe it was just some trolling going on. But would you see an issue like this kind of creeping up as this case continues to move along?
The longer it goes, and with all the different issues in this case, sure. I mean, that's the reason why you have the extra 2 alternates, and the longer we go holding on to those alternates, the better odds are that we're going to have 12 people to make a decision at the end. Kind of interesting, because it sounds like there were questions, but it sounds like there wasn't a lot of substance, or it wasn't a lot of, I think if they had something where she said to somebody, like a bailiff or somebody straight out, I have a book deal, I think we'd have much more of a hearing than that, so who knows? I mean, I'm glad to hear she was surprised, and at least, that's what they saw in her, versus, calmly listened and, came up with reasons and stuff. So, it's, I guess that's out there as potential. And hopefully, I mean, I know, all the media people I'm around are very, nobody's from what nobody's trying to do anything, outside or talk to jurors or anything like that. So I who knows?
Yeah, just an interesting point. And then the other thing I was just asking Mike while I have you is the order of the witnesses in this case kind of going on. We still haven't heard from the medical examiner. We've all these, Lindsay Thomas, basically his mentor in some ways. I mean, certainly not his, at least in some respects, trained him. They're friends. Calling her first. Obviously, we had cause of death opinions yesterday, and still not the actual medical examiner. What do you make of that order? Is that unusual?
It's interesting. I mean, at least my concern was they were going to have to bring her in. Concern. My question was whether or not they're going to have to bring her in to try to fix some things that he had done. So now that's not happening. She's testifying before him. Some of it really, when you listen to it, seems like, how is this not going to be cumulative when he testifies? Because she's testifying to what he did, how he did it, and those type of things. So I think from an outside look at it, it's like really interesting to see what's Baker going to say and how does it compare to everybody else, and does he give them the foundation that they need? I'm not so sure the jury knows enough about that they would sit there and say, well, in a normal trial, in this order, they're just getting it as they get it, and they're making they'll make the decision as they do. So I don't know if it'll have that big of impact on him, unless there's a big impact to come with Baker, and that's the question, and that's why we're waiting to hear from Baker.
And I know BC's with us too, but the other thing I kind of feel is interesting is she's obviously a trained witness. Seems very comfortable on that witness stand. I kind of thought, just in sort of the reporting it's sort of been out there in recent days, that we might get sort of some people arguing counter to what Andrew Baker had ultimately found. But this idea right out of the chute that she agreed with his findings, and I thought even being more helpful describing why she doesn't even use the term asphyxia, that it's so complicated to define the lack of oxygen, needing kind of to be further defined there, help set up for what Baker found. So I mean, obviously the state knows what its witnesses are going to say within reason, but I kind of was thinking we could get a train wreck at some point. But obviously that is not happening. She very much is sort of on Team Baker and the state right now.
Well, at least that's the way it looks. And until we see Baker testify and we see the cross, we don't know for sure. There could be something big out there that he's like, no, that's not what I meant when I said that, because he's the one who wrote the report. Second thing is it still goes back to those experts that testified yesterday need Baker for foundation. Now, arguably, she gave them a lot of the foundation that they need for that, but part of the agreement when they called them in the order they did, and it sounds like that may have been a plain issue that is the reason why they called them the order they did, that it wasn't anything, as far as, the way we were trying to message. It was
I'm not
more
going to go fight.
So it may have been,
sorry.
Had more to do with people scheduling when it came down to it. So who knows? I mean, I still sit here and I want to hear what Baker says and how the cross goes on Baker to see, because the biggest problem for the prosecution will be if they are able to knock out some foundational leg from Baker, then we're going to get a motion that's going to go after a bunch of those opinions we've already heard.
I'll bring BC back in here. BC, sorry to hog the questions again with Mike.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, the only other thing I had from him was it was a text I got from another attorney here that he was kind of saying he was surprised Eric Nelson didn't object to the sort of the very firm position that Dr. Thomas had, that except for the police actions, George Floyd would have lived. Did you have any issues with how far her opinion went there that she doesn't know? I mean, he could have died in any other sort of way that night. Did you have concerns, and was that a moment Mike Bryant would have, said objection, Your Honor, based on an opinion, and she didn't actually do the autopsy, and certainly doesn't know what could have happened if not for Chauvin's knee to the back and neck?
Well, it depends. It depends overall on the strategy. You know, if the belief is, if the defense believes that they've got something big with Baker, that they'll be able to pull something out of Baker that's big, then some of these things you let go because you want to get them from Baker and then go back after these things. So that's a possibility. Sometimes I sit there and I think, God, so many of these experts have been so cumulative, and cumulative means that it's the same evidence over and over again. So it's like calling, three, reporters all to say exactly the same thing after each other. It's like, well, that's not different. That's just, we have one witness. And what a lawyer isn't able to do in closing to say, hey, we had three experts and they only had one, so we win 3-1. That isn't the way it works. It's this piece of evidence, and if one piece of evidence makes a difference, it doesn't matter if it came from the three or the one. But when it comes down to it, all of that's a strategy. Now, for Nelson in the courtroom, and for the prosecution, all the different prosecutors that have been up there, going piece by piece and saying I would have objected here and not objecting there. There's things, but it's the overall strategy, and what is the overall strategy? And I keep going back. I want to see what Baker says. And what's interesting is the timing issue. And you and I have talked a couple of different times about timing is this jury going to go home over the weekend with Baker's testimony? And if they do, if it's good for the defense, it's good for the defense. If it's another day that, people looked at yesterday as being a good day for the prosecution, I think the prosecution did a lot towards proving their case yesterday, but that doesn't mean there aren't holes the defense can put in it.
And BC will send it back to you.
All right, and now let's check in with Fox 9's Leah Bino. And Leah, the doctor who testified this morning, who we imagine will be cross-examined by the defense, she really gave insight into the autopsy process, saying that the autopsy is great for ruling things out.
Yeah, she did, and she went through kind of methodically of the various things that they look at, how they try to gather as much about the person that they are studying as possible, both at the time of death and before, medical history. She talked about getting records from health partners, and from, in some cases, they might get medical history from family members, just all the different avenues that they gather as much about this person as they possibly can. And she has testified about 100 times in various cases that she mentioned throughout her career, both as a medical examiner, but also as a expert witness, both for defense teams and prosecution teams. She did point out, and I know it does carry some weight with some people, but that she is not being paid in this case. She was reached out to by the state and basically didn't ask to be paid, so thus they are not paying her. She basically summarized that as saying she thought that she had something to contribute. That is what she testified to. Something that was interesting that she mentioned as well, that we have a little bit of sound to support from her testimony, is the use of video and how unique it is in this case, which we know we've seen this interaction with Derek Chauvin and George Floyd from all these different angles, but for a medical examiner, they don't get this a whole lot at these critical moments that they are studying in determining the cause of death. So here's a little bit about what she said about the importance of having the opportunity to look at all these videos.
What I observed from all of these videos is this was not a sudden death. Mr. Floyd did not, it's not like the snow shoveling where I told you somebody comes in, collapses, and clutches their chest and falls over. There was nothing sudden about his death. So that's what I would have expected if it was a cardiac arrhythmia or abnormal beating of the heart. Typically those are someone really falls over pretty quickly, and this was not that. Likewise, it was not the type of death that has been reported in fentanyl overdose, for example, where someone becomes very sleepy and then just sort of gradually, calmly, peacefully stops breathing. This was not that kind of a death. So I felt comfortable ruling out those as causes of death. And then on the flip side, I could clearly see from watching the video what happens to Mr. Floyd during this subdual, restraint, and compression, and what happens to his breathing is it gradually becomes more difficult and then stops.
So as you heard there, it will be very interesting to see how Dr. Thomas is cross-examined here coming up, and what Eric Nelson, what holes he tries to poke in her testimony, BC.
For that update, and right now the court is in a 20-minute break. We're about that 20-minute mark. Just to give you a little bit of background of who has been on the stand so far this morning, the jury this morning hearing testimony from retired forensic pathologist Dr. Lindsay Thomas. She was called to the stand by the state, and I'm told that court right now is back in session.
Dr. Thomas, I want to briefly go back to Exhibit 918 that we discussed, and then we're going to resume our discussion on homicide after that. Just to clarify for the jurors what these various classifications are. If we talk about natural, you discussed that with us. As
Yes.
An example of a natural manner of death would be, for example, a heart attack.
Yes.
If we talk about an accidental cause of death, where would drug overdose fit in general as a cause of death?
Usually drug overdoses are accidental unless there's evidence of intent, in which case it would be suicidal.
So we know what suicide is.
Yes.
And undetermined. If the medical examiner can't tell which of these it is or what it is, then undetermined is what you would indicate.
Exactly.
So if the manner of death here has been determined to be homicide, does that, in your opinion as a medical examiner, rule out a death by accidental drug overdose?
Yes.
Now, Brett, let's go back to Exhibit 952. That's admitted for demonstrative purposes. So, Doctor, we were talking about the designation of homicide.
Yes.
And tell us what this guide is as relates to how we define homicide as medical examiners.
Homicide is defined in its most broad sense as death at the hands of another. And it goes into more detail if we wanted to look at that.
Yes. So if, but this is guidance given from the National Association of Medical Examiners to medical examiners.
Exactly.
And it provides guidance and guidelines on how to designate a manner of death as homicide.
Yes.
So Brett, if we could go to the next slide. So Doctor, could you read this in for the record?
Homicide occurs when death results from a volitional act committed by another person to cause fear, harm, or death. Intent to cause death is a common element, but is not required for classification as homicide, more below. It is to be emphasized that the classification of homicide for the purposes of death certification is a neutral term and neither indicates nor implies criminal intent, which remains a determination within the province of legal processes.
And you agree with this?
Absolutely.
It's a guideline you follow?
Yes.
And have you followed this kind of a guideline for the years you've been a medical examiner?
Yes.
Is there more guidance given from the National Association of Medical Examiner guidelines on what constitutes voluntary acts?
Yes.
If you could click one more, Brett. And so Dr. Thomas, could you read this for us?
In general, if a person's death results at the hands of another who committed a harmful volitional act directed at the victim, the death may be considered a homicide from the death investigation standpoint. And then, although there may not have been intent to kill the victim died because of the harmful intentional volitional act committed by another person. Thus, the manner of death may be classified as homicide because of the intentional or volitional act, not because there was an intent to kill.
And when you agree with the conclusion that Dr. Baker reached of homicide, is this the definition of homicide that you're applying that we saw in these two slides?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Now I want to ask you about a new subject, and this has to do with certain studies that assess whether the prone restraint is dangerous from a breathing point of view. And I'd like to get your perspective as a forensic pathologist and a medical examiner in this respect. Are you aware of any such studies?
Yes.
Do you agree generally with the research that comes to a conclusion that the prone restraint is not dangerous for respiration?
In certain laboratory safe settings, that may be true, but I do not agree with their applicability to real life situations.
If you could generally characterize for the jurors, what's the punchline of these studies? What do they show?
Well, they purport to show that putting someone in a prone position, even with some restraint and with weight on their back, is perfectly safe.
And do you find the studies to be reliable, or do you find them controversial?
Well, I think they are fine for laboratory purposes, but they bear no resemblance to real-world situations. So I would say they're irrelevant for purposes of what we're talking about here.
And so how do they then not relate to the real world? What's artificial about them?
Well, I would say for starters, these are volunteers who have agreed to be put in this dangerous position of a prone restraint. But they know perfectly well at any point, if they feel scared or uncomfortable, all they have to do is say, stop. And that has happened in some of these studies, that a couple of the volunteers have said, wait, no, I can't tolerate being in this position, it's too scary. So that, to me, immediately takes out that whole element that we were talking about the terror, the physiologic stress. So that's number one. Number two is they're healthy volunteers. These are young people who have, mostly young people, mostly healthy, who have agreed to be part of this study. So it doesn't relate to someone who may have other underlying factors that may contribute. Thirdly, they're put on a like a gymnastics mat to be face down. So it's completely different when you're squished between a person and a hard ground versus having a evenly distributed weight on your back and you're on a mat. Fourth, I guess, and perhaps most significantly here, none of them went on and on and on beyond the point where the person stopped breathing and where their heart stopped. So they were being monitored the whole time, and if at any point they had significant respiratory or cardiac difficulties, the study would have stopped, and the person volunteering knew that. So to me, it bears no resemblance to what Mr. Floyd experienced.
Did any of the studies involve a knee on the neck of any of the volunteers?
No.
Any of them go on for as long as 9 minutes and 29 seconds?
No.
Do you know if any of the studies actually measured the decrease in lung volumes as part of the study, that is, decrease in oxygen reserves?
Not that I know of, no.
So any relevance to George Floyd at all?
Not in my opinion, no.
So, Dr. Thomas, have you done any calculations or kind of work of your own to measure what the subdual and the restraint with the knee on the neck and the back of George Floyd would have done to his oxygen reserves or lung capacities?
No, that would be something I would completely defer to a pulmonary doctor to address.
So then are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you haven't done that work, whether the forces that Mr. Floyd was subjected to would have even killed a normal, healthy person?
In the way you phrased that, not based on lung volume and that kind of study. I mean, from watching the video, I certainly wouldn't want to be in that position, but that's a different answer.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. No further questions.
Mr. Nelson.
You don't want.
Morning, Dr. Thomas.
Morning.
How are you today?
Good, thank
Good.
you.
Nice to see you. You described being a forensic pathologist as sort of being the doctor's doctor, right?
General pathologist is considered that, yes.
Right. And the forensic pathologist, in terms of a death investigation, you kind of have to wear many hats, right?
Yes,
You have to have a broad familiarity with multiple medical conditions, right?
yes,
And sometimes medical conditions may appear at autopsy that you've never seen before,
yes,
right? Some strange disease that you've never seen, right?
yes,
And you have to, you will speak to other doctors, right?
yes,
You will gather information and share that, they'll share information with you to help you conclude, make conclusions in an autopsy, right?
yes,
And you also described how being a medical examiner is more than just the autopsy, right?
yes,
The autopsy is one small part of a death investigation, right?
yes,
You described reviewing videotapes in certain circumstances, right?
yes,
Past medical records, right?
yes,
Interviews with friends, family members, people who were who knew the decedent, right?
yes,
And ultimately, the medical examiner's office compiles a massive, amount of information itself about the cause and manner of death, right?
yes,
And you've had an opportunity to review a lot of that information in this case, correct?
yes.
Now, have you reviewed all of the interviews of witnesses?
Probably not all of them, no.
Okay. Have you, after you prepared your report, have you been provided with additional materials that may be relevant to your considerations?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay. And we'll come back to that. So I just kind of want to, but you did have an opportunity to review Dr. Baker's entire file, right?
Yes,
And I believe we'll be hearing from Dr. Baker later this morning or this afternoon, but we'll have some questions for him. I would like to follow up on some of your conclusions. There's a term used in Dr. Baker's autopsy, the cause of death, the term complicating.
yes.
Can you define, medically speaking, what the term complicating means?
Oh, I guess it could be used in lots of different ways. The way I would think of it in this setting is both things were present, that there was a cardiopulmonary arrest and that it was due to law enforcement, subdual restraint, and compression. I guess that's how I would consider it in this setting.
Have you been provided with Dr. Baker's, any information about Dr. Baker's opinions in this case?
Nothing very specific. I mean, just what he put in the autopsy report and all of his conclusions.
So in terms of the word complicating, it's capable of different definitions based upon the forensic pathologist, right?
Yes.
Right. And so you, as a forensic pathologist, may have a different interpretation of what complicating means compared to Dr. Baker, for example.
Yes.
And there's a reasonable degree of disagreement amongst, in any case generally, it's reasonable for doctors to disagree with each other, is it not?
That sometimes happens, yes.
All right. You did not perform the actual autopsy of Mr. Floyd, correct?
Correct.
And that was Dr. Baker who did that, right?
Yes.
And you know Dr. Baker well?
Yes.
And you know him to be a competent medical examiner?
Yes.
He's the chief medical examiner for Hennepin County at this time?
Yes.
Now, you were provided again with all of the information from his report, and I would like to go through a few of the things with you. Let's talk about Mr. Floyd's heart first.
Okay.
What was the size of Mr. Floyd's heart as measured at autopsy?
The weight of Mr. Floyd's heart was 540 grams.
And would you explain, or would you describe that as an enlarged heart?
I would say it's a slightly enlarged heart, yes.
And there are some different measures of how to base an enlarged heart, or how to determine if a heart is enlarged, right?
Right. By some categories, that heart would not be considered enlarged.
So there's two, as I understand it, two different kind of primary measurements, or primary ways of comparing Mr. Floyd's heart to determine if it's enlarged, right? The Molina studies and the Northwestern studies.
Oh, I see. There's probably multiple ways of looking at heart weights. I mean, those are two of them. There's the study from the Mayo Clinic. There's one in Europe. There's lots of ways of analyzing.
But ultimately, based on all of your information, you would agree that Mr. Floyd's heart was slightly enlarged, right?
Yes.
In terms of the DeMaio and Molina standard, what would a normal male heart weigh for a person similar to Mr. Floyd?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head.
Would you disagree if I said it was 383 grams?
That well could be. For the average, I mean.
For the average, right.
Yeah.
So according to, if that were the average heart rate, or heart size, excuse me, heart weight, 383 grams, relevant to Mr. Floyd's heart would be considered profoundly enlarged.
Well, the thing about using averages in especially medicine, which is of course what I'm most familiar with, is we don't generally just compare it to an average. We usually compare it to an average plus or minus 2 standard deviations. So that's why the range that I usually use is, from 253 to 510 grams would be the range of normal for someone of Mr. Floyd's height. And so I don't know in the DeMaio Molina study what their 2 standard deviations would be. Okay. But I wouldn't use just the average.
Okay, and so in terms of how you would assess the weight or size of the heart, you would say 510 grams is the high, 510 grams is the high end?
Right.
Of that, and 540 exceeds that, right?
Right.
And so in terms of whether it's a very enlarged heart or even a relatively minimally enlarged heart, a larger heart requires more blood, right?
Yes, it has greater demand, yes.
What are some of the things that cause a person to have an enlarged heart?
Probably the primary cause is high blood pressure.
And you understand, based on Mr. Floyd's medical records, that he did in fact have a history of high blood pressure, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe the blood vessels of the heart?
There are several major coronary arteries that, as I mentioned, supply blood and nutrients to the heart muscle. There's the left and right, and then the left branches into the left anterior descending and the left circumflex, and then there's some other branches off that.
And how would you describe narrowing or stenosis of the coronary arteries?
So the way we as forensic pathologists describe it is we look at the opening. So if an opening is fully open, then that would be 0% narrowing. And if it's completely closed, then that would be 100% occluded. And so then we look at anything ranging from, 25, 50, 75, 90%. Obviously, it's just an eyeball estimation. We don't actually get out calipers and measure because the actual percentage doesn't really matter. It's more, did they have coronary artery disease? Was it pretty good, pretty bad? That sort of thing.
Can you describe the difference between proximal and distal narrowing?
The way the coronary arteries supply blood to the heart, they come off of the aorta, which is the main vessel that takes blood from the heart to the rest of the body. And so in close to the aorta is called proximal to the aorta, and then the further out it goes, distributing blood along the way to the heart muscle, is called distal.
And when you have proximal narrowing, how does that affect the heart?
It can narrow the blood supply to more of the heart than if you have distal narrowing.
Another way of saying that would be it decreases the amount of blood the heart is getting, right?
Yes.
And it also affects how things are removed from the heart, right? Like CO2, carbon dioxide.
Well, that's different. That wouldn't happen from the blood vessels coming in, I don't think. So I wouldn't include carbon dioxide in that.
Is there a standard within forensic pathology where pathologists would consider to be that there's enough of a narrowing to cause sudden death?
So the way I would describe that is anything over more than 70 to 75% is, in the view of a forensic pathologist, something that, in the absence of another cause of death, could be used to explain death. Now, it's also true that people live with 100% occlusion and go on and do fine. So you have to understand this is strictly my perspective as a forensic pathologist, and everyone I see is dead. So that's kind of a different perspective.
Can you just explain what myocyte necrosis is?
The myocyte is the name of the heart muscle cell. So cyte means cell, it's C-Y-T-E, and myo means muscle. So when you have a heart myocyte, it's the heart muscle cell, and necrosis means death. So if you see myocyte necrosis, that means there are dead heart muscle cells.
And do you have to have myocyte necrosis to cause sudden death?
No, you don't have to have myocyte necrosis.
Okay. And would you say that hypoxia is the absence of oxygen, agreed?
Yes.
And can hypoxia of the heart cause sudden death by other means?
Hypoxia means low oxygen, sorry. And your question is, can low oxygen to the heart cause sudden death through an arrhythmia, I presume, yes.
Okay. What would you, how would you describe the conduction system of the heart?
The way the heart beats, the lub-dub, is that there are electrical currents that go through the heart muscle. And normally there's a certain sequence in which the heart muscles will fire. And that's called the conduction system, through which the electrical impulses flow. And that's what keeps the heart beating in a regular rhythm, that beat, beat, beat. And yeah, that's the conduction system.
So what happens if the conduction system is impaired?
Then you can get what's called an arrhythmia, or abnormal beating of the heart.
And that can result in sudden death?
It can, yes.
Which artery is supplies that kind of like that pacemaker of the heart?
Oh, it probably is variable from person to person. I mean, I think the coronary artery that we consider the most important usually is the left anterior descending coronary artery, but there's a lot of individual variability.
Can you, what about the right coronary artery?
It really depends on any given person, which part of the heart is supplied by their particular distribution.
Okay. And in Mr. Floyd's autopsy, the right coronary artery, Dr. Baker determined had a 90% occlusion, correct?
90% narrowing, yes.
When someone is exerting themselves, does that make the heart work harder?
Yes.
Does that mean that more blood, oxygen, it needs more blood to function? The heart needs more blood to function at that time?
Yes.
It's kind of like when we think about exerting anything like jogging, running, the heart needs more blood and hence more oxygen in order to function properly, right?
Yes.
You also described the fight or flight kind of the physiology of that in your consideration, right?
Yes, the physiological stress. Mhm.
And the physiological stress produces adrenaline, right?
Yes.
And that also causes the heart to work harder
Yes.
and therefore need more blood
Yes.
and more oxygen.
Yes.
So let me ask you this. In this particular case, right, we have a heart that is at least above average, right, needing more blood. We have a heart with a occluded right coronary artery, right? Narrowed.
Mhm.
We have a heart that the left anterior descending artery also had a 75% narrowing, right?
Yes.
And so you have, and then you have an exertion of stress producing adrenaline, right?
Yes.
So the heart has to work very, very hard in this case. Fair to
Yes.
say? Let's take the police out of this, and I'm going to ask you a hypothetical. Let's assume you found Mr. Floyd dead in his residence. No police involvement, no drugs, right? The only thing you found would be these facts about his heart. What would you conclude to be the cause of death?
In that very narrow set of circumstances, I would probably conclude that the cause of death was his heart disease.
So have you, as a forensic pathologist, ever certified a death due to arteriosclerotic cardiovascular disease?
Probably thousands of times, yes.
With similar degrees of narrowing of the arteries?
Yes.
Have you ever certified a death due to hypertensive cardiomegaly? I'm trying to...
Yes, hypertensive cardiovascular disease, yes, absolutely.
With a heart at this weight or even smaller?
Well, if it was, again, in this setting where that was the only abnormal finding, then I would probably go with that, yes.
So one of the things that has to be considered in this particular case is Mr. Floyd's heart, right?
Yes.
And even without any sort of an exertion, again, take the exertion out of it, take the police out of it, take the drugs out of it, that's a potential cause of death that needs to be considered.
Yes.
You discussed the abrasions that you saw and the jury saw pictures of. You would agree that the abrasions are in a left to right pattern?
Meaning there are more on the left than on the right?
Right.
On his face, yes. On his shoulder, yes. And then he had the abrasions on his right hand.
And even in terms of the pattern of the abrasion, there's up and down abrasion. Like an abrasion could go from the bottom of my body up or it could go from left to right, right?
Yes. I guess I didn't really focus on what direction the abrasions were going in that sense.
Okay, and that's fine. But you would agree that one possible way that at least some of these abrasions occurred would be when Mr. Floyd was initially put down on the ground.
I guess they could, yes.
Right. And not all of those abrasions necessarily occurred while Mr. Floyd was in the prone position, right?
That's hard to answer,
Right.
I would say.
It's hard to answer when the abrasions were there and
Right.
what caused the abrasions, right?
Right.
And if someone was being held down with the weight of 3 people, would you expect those to be more punctile in their nature, or abrade, like with the lines and movements?
Oh, gosh, there are too many variables there, I would say.
Okay. Now, you ultimately determined that this case was an asphyxiation, essentially, right?
Yes, that was the primary mechanism.
Right. And asphyxiation is simply the lack of oxygen to the brain,
Yeah, low oxygen, inadequate oxygen.
inadequate oxygen to the brain specifically.
Yes.
And in terms of asphyxiation, you would agree that there are multiple things that can cause asphyxiation.
Yes.
So you use the reference to someone being strangled, right?
Yes.
So if I came up to you and I strangled, or I strangled a person, put my hands around their neck, there are certain things that you would expect to see, right?
Sometimes you do, yes. And that's great when you do. You don't always, but
And those would be things like a broken hyoid bone,
yeah,
right? The petechial hemorrhaging that you discussed.
yes.
And in an asphyxia death, there are oftentimes, frequently, those types of signs available, right?
Well, it really depends on the mechanism of asphyxia.
Okay, so let's go back to the mechanisms of asphyxia. You described it. Strangling would be one.
Yeah,
Hanging could be one,
yes.
right? You've described positional or mechanical asphyxia.
Those are types, yes.
Yeah. Positional being, based on the position of the body. Mechanical being something, using some sort of a device to asphyxiate someone.
Oh, well, we haven't really talked a lot about positional and mechanical. I mean, there's all kinds of things under both of those that can cause low oxygen.
And one of the things that can cause a low oxygen to the brain is the use of controlled substances, correct?
Well, eventually, yes. Yes.
So someone can ingest a particular type of a controlled substance. That particular substance could affect the diaphragm, right?
It affects some controlled substances affect the ability to breathe, which then decreases the oxygen, which then leads to low oxygen, yes.
Right. And that's essentially what you're saying is that there, in this particular case, as I understand it, looking at my notes, is that essentially what happens is there was some event that happened that resulted in a decrease of oxygen to the brain, and that resulted in death.
Yes.
And that's essentially what asphyxia is generally.
Inadequate oxygen, yes.
Right. Okay. And you were asked a series of questions about some studies in terms of, I think they're called they're out of San Diego. Or
Yes, Dr. Chan. And
Dr.
his group.
Chan's,
Mhm.
right. Yeah. Are you familiar with the Journal of Forensic and Legal Medicine?
Yes.
Now, you testified that some of the problems with the Chan studies were that they were in laboratory settings. Sorry, laboratory settings, that they were controlled environments, healthy individuals, etc. Right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the work of Dr. Christine Hall in her paper, Incidence and Outcome of Prone Positioning Following Police Use of Force. Yes.
Yes.
And that was essentially an analysis of actual police encounters, correct?
Yes. In
And-
Canada.
In Canada, understood. But they actually, that study, they go through and they look at the number of police-citizen interactions, correct?
Yes.
And then from those police-citizen interactions, they further go in to look at how many involved being placed in the prone position or a non-prone position, correct?
Yes.
They consider various actual real-life variables, agreed?
Yeah.
And including drugs, whether drugs were on board, whether the length of time to a certain extent that someone was in the prone position, agreed?
Yes.
And ultimately, they analyzed about 3,000 prone positional placements
Yes.
out of a total of like 1.1 million police interactions.
Yes.
So 1.1 million police interactions, resulting in about 3,000 prone position arrests. That those these are real people, real incidents, right?
Yeah.
And in those 3,000 or so interactions, there were no deaths that occurred.
Isn't that amazing? When you consider that virtually every forensic pathologist in the United States has probably had an officer-involved death like this. How did they, it utterly baffles me, which is why I kept saying Canada, because I think, I don't know what's different, but
I'm going to object at this time as
sorry.
non-responsive.
Yeah, the answer will be pretty good.
So let me ask you, in terms of hypoxia, can you again define hypoxia?
Low oxygen.
Right. And which organ is more sensitive to the lack of oxygen? The brain? The brain.
Absolutely.
The brain's the most, it needs the most oxygen, right?
Yes.
And that's because it's doing millions of things simultaneously, right? Agreed?
Yes. I'm sure there's lots of reasons metabolically why it needs oxygen.
Right. I think a previous witness testified that it takes about 20% of the body's oxygen supply to function, right?
That sounds about right, yes.
But the heart also needs oxygen, right?
Yes.
So in terms of the professional standards for determining an asphyxia death, is it true that you have to first exclude all natural and non-natural cases or causes of death?
Well, you can have natural and non-natural causes of low oxygen. So I'm sorry, I guess I don't understand.
Sure. There's a criteria that's established for making a determination of positional asphyxia as a cause of death, right?
Well, I'm not really sure what, I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
Fair enough. Is the prone position in and of itself inherently dangerous?
Not if there are no other factors.
Okay. So the prone position is examined and used in a lot of different settings, right?
Correct.
I mean, even in hospitals, in the treatment of, say, COVID, the prone position is used.
Correct.
And in those circumstances, being in a prone position is not inherently dangerous, right?
Yes.
I mean, chiropractors put people in the prone position, right?
Yes.
Massage therapists put people in the prone position, right?
Yes.
So The prone position, I'm just talking generally
Right,
speaking, no other factors. The prone position in and of itself is not inherently dangerous, right?
Right.
Is the prone position on concrete inherently dangerous?
Again, with no other factors, as long as someone can breathe, no.
Right. I could be laying by the pool in Florida, right?
Right.
On my stomach in the prone position, not inherently dangerous.
Right.
Do you know, or did you take into consideration Mr. Chauvin's weight in your analysis?
Oh, I'm aware of his weight. I would say I took it into some consideration, but it wasn't a major factor one way or the other.
Okay. You reviewed all of the videos, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that portions of his weight were placed on Mr. Floyd's body at a different distribution.
Yes.
And ultimately, in terms of the autopsy that Dr. Baker conducted, in terms of the area in the shoulders, the back, and the neck, no bruising was found, right?
Right.
In your experience as a forensic pathologist, if someone is placing a significant amount of weight on a person's area for a prolonged period of time, would you expect to see bruising?
You might or might not. It's so variable.
And you would agree that there are no abrasions or bruising described in the autopsy in the neck area of Mr. Floyd?
Correct.
There's no bleeding into the muscles in his back, right?
Correct.
You would agree that the knee is sort of a pointy or a more protuberant part of the body?
I guess so. It's kind of flat on top because of the patella, but
Right. And when we talk about the shin bone itself, there's not a lot in between the skin and the shin bone, right?
that is true. Yes.
And it's sort of a triangular shape, right?
Yes.
And again, along Mr. Floyd's back, there's no long bruise consistent with a shin bone, right?
Right.
And there's no more circular bruise consistent with a kneecap.
Right.
You've reviewed, obviously, a lot of strangulation type cases in those, in your career?
Yes.
Strangulation with the hands, right?
Primarily manual, but also ligature.
Ligature being like a rope or a phone cord or something.
Exactly.
And in those manual strangulation cases, the pressure that's exerted in that will frequently leave bruises, fingerprint-sized bruises, right?
Frequently, but not always.
And ultimately, what increases the likelihood of seeing a bruise is the amount of force that's applied, right?
You know, I don't know what all the factors are, whether it's fragility of the vessels, whether it's the length of time, whether it's the force, whether it's the location. I think there are lots of variables.
So, yes.
And everyone bruises differently.
So yesterday depends on what medications they may take, right? So yesterday there was an analysis or an analogy to sitting on a church bench and you don't bruise your behind.
And that can feel long.
Would it be different if you're sitting on a church bench with a baseball, for example, underneath your butt?
I really couldn't say.
All right. So in terms of Dr. Baker's autopsy, you would agree that there's really no objective evidence showing any pressure to the back of Mr. Floyd?
There is nothing at the autopsy. That's correct.
Did you find, or did Dr. Baker find hypoxic changes in his brain?
He died too quickly for that to show up.
And that's when we talk about the lack of ischemic hypoxia, correct? Dr. Baker noted a lack of ischemic hypoxia.
I don't remember his exact words. You're describing lack of ischemic changes in the neurons?
Correct.
Yes.
In the brain.
Yes, because that has to happen over a period of time.
Okay. And when someone is experiencing that shortness of oxygen or that lack of oxygen to the brain, that will frequently lead to certain symptoms, right?
Yes.
Confusion is one.
That could be, yes.
Restlessness,
Could be, yes.
shortness of breath,
Could be.
visual changes,
Could be.
incoherent speaking.
Could be.
So, to your knowledge, did Mr. Floyd, in the videos that you observed, ever complain of these any visual changes?
No.
Did he appear to be confused to you?
So what time period are we talking about? Sorry.
Sure, that helps, maybe if we narrow down that time. The 9 minutes, during the 9 minutes that Mr. Floyd was restrained, did he appear confused to you?
Oh, gosh. How do you describe his behavior?
Well, I mean, did he was articulating that he was in pain, right?
Yes, and then he couldn't breathe and he calls for his mother and he says he loves people. I mean, you might interpret that as confusion or you might interpret it a different way.
Did he appear to be breathing during this time frame?
Not effectively.
Do you know how many breaths per minute?
No.
If one expert indicated it was at a rate of 22 breaths per minute, would you disagree?
I would have no way of assessing that.
When someone is hypoxic, they start breathing faster, right?
That can be a mechanism of trying to balance.
At least for the first 5 minutes or so, Mr. Floyd was talking, right?
Well, again,
In talking, yes or no? He was talking.
he was, yes, there were words, yes.
So he had an open airway.
Yes.
And you'd agree that, or would you agree that at some point he went limp,
Yes.
right? And would you describe what you saw as the progression of hypoxia in that instance at the point he goes limp?
That is certainly a good explanation for it, yes.
Was not a sudden hypoxic event, right?
That is my interpretation, yes.
You would agree that if he was progressively growing hypoxic, you would expect whole body hypoxia? I'll rephrase my question.
Yeah,
'cause
sorry.
I'm not a doctor, so I have to rely on my notes quite a bit. So if he was progressively suffering from whole body hypoxia, the brain would be the first thing that would show signs of hypoxia.
Oh, I see. Yes, yes, the brain is the most sensitive.
And you would agree that that would not occur in a matter of seconds, but it would take a matter of minutes, right?
Correct.
And asphyxia due to position or compression, that prevents air from getting into the lungs, right?
Yes.
and that leads to what we would call a global hypoxia.
We haven't really used that word global.
Whole body.
I mean, if there's inadequate oxygen, the blood flows everywhere. So I guess that's what you're talking about.
But the brain is the first thing to show symptoms of hypoxia.
Right, that's the most sensitive organ.
And in this particular case, where you have a 90% stenosis of the right coronary artery, that's going to be limiting oxygen to the heart, right?
Yes,
And he has a big heart, right?
yes,
Needs more blood.
yes,
And adrenaline speeds up the heart.
yes.
Methamphetamine speeds up the heart.
It can, yes.
So methamphetamine and adrenaline cause the heart to work harder
Yes.
And
that can
inc-
happen.
and increases the heart's oxygen needs.
Yes.
And at what point does the stenosis in the left and right coronary arteries become critical and cause the heart to stop? Generally.
Oh. Are you asking that same question about, as a forensic pathologist, what degree of narrowing do we consider potentially fatal?
Right.
70, 75% and above.
Now, in terms of drug use, right, you obviously were aware, based on the toxicology, that Mr. Floyd had certain drugs in his system, right?
Yes.
And so when we say on board, that means in the system.
Yes.
Would you describe the use as you know, based on the information that you have, as sort of a binge use of drugs?
Oh, I guess I couldn't answer that.
Are you familiar with drug use taken or used rectally?
I've heard of that, yes.
And that increases or speeds up the distribution of controlled substances in a person?
It speeds up absorption, yes.
So the effects would be felt much faster.
Yes, they could. Mhm.
In a case where you have a person who is experiencing cardiac arrest, right? And they're put in an ambulance and taken to the hospital for resuscitation. There's IVs that are placed in a person, right?
Yes,
And those IVs contain saline,
yes,
and saline can ultimately dilute or decrease to some degree the amount of controlled substances that would be as they would be measured.
that's a theoretical possibility.
You'd agree that fentanyl is a respiratory depressant, right?
Yes,
It slows breathing and lowers oxygen in the blood.
yes.
Does the fact that there's norfentanyl in his blood mean that he took it some time ago?
Yes, but by some time, that's a very vague, yeah.
So long enough in the past to start metabolizing.
Exactly.
But does it exclude him taking fentanyl more acutely or more recently in time?
No. There's no way really of knowing the timing.
Fentanyl depressing the respiratory system can also act with the coronary artery or can interact with coronary vessel disease, correct?
Can you clarify that? I'm
Sure.
sorry.
Does fentanyl's depression of the respiratory system also act with coronary artery vessel disease and oxygen and carbon dioxide to reduce the supply of its supply to the heart.
Oh, so as fentanyl may lead to a gradual progression of slowing breathing and ultimately decrease the oxygen, that would apply to oxygen to the brain as well as to the heart. Is that what you're, yeah.
And it would likewise increase the carbon dioxide in the blood.
Yeah, I mean, anything that decreases respiration decreases that exchange.
Right. So as that exchange process is happening, right, you're not taking in the oxygen, you're likewise not expelling the carbon dioxide, right?
Right.
And thus the carbon dioxide will increase because you're not expelling it, right?
Correct.
You would agree that methamphetamine is a stimulant, right?
Correct.
And that can cause a cardiac arrhythmia?
It can.
And it can increase a person's heart rate?
It can or cannot.
And you testified before that methamphetamine, there's no safe level of methamphetamine, right?
Correct.
So the fact that methamphetamine is at a lower toxicological standard doesn't somehow make it safe.
Right.
It doesn't exclude the possibility that it could increase the heart rate.
It could or not.
In terms of the evidence in this case, were you made aware that drugs were found in the backseat of the squad car?
Yes.
And that those drugs contained the DNA of Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
And that those drugs were at least to some degree partially dissolved?
Yes.
And that those drugs were fentanyl, a mixture of fentanyl and methamphetamine?
Yes.
Based on the toxicology in this case, did you see any metabolic byproduct of methamphetamine?
No.
Right. And so that means that the methamphetamine was taken more acutely or recently in time?
Probably. I mean, there's lots of variables.
So again, just kind of taking into consideration removing certain variables, right? You find a person at home, no struggle with the police, right? And the person doesn't have a heart problem, but you find fentanyl and methamphetamine in this person's system at the levels that they are at. Would you certify this as an overdose?
Again, in the absence of any of these other realities, yes, I could consider that to be an overdose.
And the level of fentanyl in a person, again, in this hypothetical scenario, there are deaths certified as drug overdoses significantly lower than 11 nanograms per milliliter.
Lower, higher, it's got a huge range, yes.
As low, I believe, as 3% or 3 nanograms per milliliter.
Yes.
Right. So the ingestion of drugs is unique to that individual's body, right?
Right.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Ms. Blackwell.
Dr. Thomas, a few things I'd like to try to clarify with you.
Thank you.
You were asked a number of questions that were to the effect that if we take the police subdual, restraint, and neck compression out of this, what would you conclude Mr. Floyd's cause of death to be? Remember those questions?
Oh, yes.
Aren't those questions a lot like asking, Mrs. Lincoln, if we take John Wilkes Booth out of this, may I finish? It's my analogy.
That's argumentative.
Dr. Thomas, if we put the police subdual, compression, and neck compression into this, restraint and neck compression into this, what was the cause, the manner of death for Mr. George Floyd?
The cause of death was the law enforcement subdual, restraint, and compression, and the manner of death is homicide.
Does it make any sense to you whatsoever from the standpoint of trying to assess cause and manner of death for Mr. Floyd to be answering questions having to do with hypothetically taking the facts of this case out relating to his subdual, restraint, and neck compression?
You can finish the question.
Dr. Thomas, from your standpoint as a forensic pathologist and your analysis of manner and cause of death, would you ever approach an assessment of manner and cause of death by taking out of it the facts that you found relevant and highly pertinent to assessing and determining the manner and cause of death?
No.
And in this case, those factors are what?
The law enforcement subdual, restraint, and compression.
And you were asked questions again about fentanyl and meth. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you know what quantity of meth was even involved or found in Mr. Floyd's bloodstream?
I have the number.
Well, let me ask you a
But
question.
it was very small. I mean, I do know that.
And so this was the point. You found that it was a very small amount.
Correct.
Were you able to assess, based on the amount, what kind of effect, if at all, it would have on the stress or strain on his heart?
No. There's too much individual variability to correlate one number with one person's reaction.
Well, let's see with respect to fentanyl, if there's a punchline we can get to with respect to fentanyl. Fentanyl has been discussed with you, Dr. Thomas, as a respiratory either depressant or suppressant.
Yes.
In order for us to go from fentanyl to death, in the middle, there are certain symptoms and responses and reactions a person would have who's suffering from fentanyl overdose or intoxication.
Yes.
If the person doesn't have those symptoms, those indicators, then would you feel that it's possible even to conclude that they are suffering from fentanyl intoxication or overdose?
No. If there's no signs of fentanyl overdose, then it makes no sense to conclude that there was an overdose from fentanyl.
And to be clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are those symptoms of fentanyl overdose or intoxication?
So fentanyl is an opioid. It's like morphine or heroin, and it causes slowing. Well, first of all, it's a potent pain medication and given mostly for that, but it also can cause slowing of the respiratory rate in a very gradual, peaceful, non-struggle kind of way. What is described as people just fall asleep and may just kind of slump gradually over because they very peacefully stop breathing, or it slows and then eventually stops.
And they fall into a sleep out of which they can't even be aroused.
Correct.
Would that be also known as a coma?
Yes, ultimately it's a coma.
When George Floyd was on the ground for the 9 minutes and 29 seconds, was he asleep to the point of not being able to be aroused?
Not for the first half of it, no. And then afterwards, he was completely unresponsive, but that's a different.
For the second half, he was unresponsive with no pulse.
Exactly.
Was George Floyd, during the 9 minutes and 29 seconds, ever in a coma that you saw?
No.
So when we talk about fentanyl overdose, did you ever see, as applied to George Floyd, during the 9 minutes and 29 seconds?
Okay.
Did you ever see, as it relates to fentanyl overdose, during the 9 minutes and 29 seconds that he was on the ground and during the subdual and restraint by Mr. Chauvin, that he ever exhibited any of the symptoms of fentanyl intoxication?
No.
You asked, again, quite a few questions about the heart. And remember that discussion?
Yes.
I think it was to the effect the heart was slightly enlarged, high blood pressure, narrowing of the coronary arteries, dead heart muscle cells. Do you recall all of that being discussed?
Yes.
In order for us to go from there being issues with damage to the heart to a death from damage to the heart, in the middle, do we have to have certain cardiac events that then lead to death?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if we're going to talk about heart conditions, what are those conditions in the middle that actually lead to death?
Well, what ultimately leads to death is an arrhythmia, an abnormal beating of the heart. And as I described, it's generally it's often called a sudden cardiac arrest because it's sudden and someone just drops over.
Now, to be clear, when we're talking about these various heart conditions and a sudden cardiac arrest, fatal arrhythmia, did you see any indication of all this discussion about heart conditions that Mr. Floyd ever suffered from a sudden fatal cardiac arrhythmia as the primary cause of death?
No.
Was there any evidence that Mr. Floyd suffered from a heart attack?
No.
If you bring to mind what was found during the autopsy, was there any injury found to Mr. Floyd's heart whatsoever?
No.
So if we talk about, for example, dead heart muscle cells, any dead heart muscle cells seen on autopsy?
Not that Dr. Baker described and not that I saw, no.
In fact, his heart was so ordinary in terms of non-injury that it wasn't even photographed intact, was it?
Not intact, no. Dr. Baker took one photo that showed no scars and no acute injury.
Now, you were asked about certain studies out of Canada.
Yes.
On the prone position.
Yes.
And now, and the findings out of Canada, supposedly with real police and real police settings, was no fatalities.
Yes.
Are you familiar with any such studies reaching that conclusion in the United States of America?
No.
What is so peculiar then about Canada that we're talking about Canadian studies here?
That's what I don't understand. I found that study and I just thought, I don't know how to interpret this because it's so contrary to the actual experience of forensic pathologists in the United States.
Now, you asked questions about whether the prone position is safe to lay on your stomach.
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether or not laying in the prone position automatically brings about a reduction in the oxygen reserves somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 24%?
I am not aware of that, but I would defer to a clinician.
Perhaps a pulmonologist?
That would be the best, yes.
I think you were, in fact, asked a question about laying by the pool on my stomach in Florida.
Yes.
George Floyd was not laying by the pool on his stomach in Florida, was he?
No.
I know the answer to this, but I'll ask you. You asked a question about sitting on a church bench with a baseball under your butt. You've never done that.
No.
Now, you were asked questions about symptoms of damage to the brain.
Yes.
And whether there was any evidence of damage to Mr. Floyd's brain.
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether the fact that you observed an anoxic seizure in Mr. Floyd. Was that evidence of damage to the brain?
So yes, what happens in the brain is when there's inadequate oxygen, it reacts by causing this anoxic reaction or seizure that we've described. If someone then goes on and essentially is brain dead, but their heart can be restarted and they're kept alive for, say, a day, and then they die, then you will see changes in the brain. But in a case like Mr. Floyd, where he died during this period of time and his heart was never able to be restarted, that is not enough time for the brain cells to show any kind of reaction that you could see at autopsy.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. No further questions.
Any further?
Dr. Thomas, after the heart stops, if a heart stops, is it possible that the body will continue to breathe or respire?
Yes, I suppose it could in some circumstances.
And that continued respiration after the heart stops could be a matter of a minute or two, correct?
I suppose that could happen.
And you would agree that methamphetamine also further constricts the arteries, right?
It can do that.
And so that constriction, there's been a lot of discussion about the level of methamphetamine in the system, this low level as it's been described, right? You said there's no safe level, agreed?
Yes.
Would you, as a physician, prescribe methamphetamine to a person who has a 90% or a 75% occlusion to his or her heart?
Objection, Your Honor, is beyond the scope and relevance.
You may answer it if you have an opinion in that regard.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion, I'm sorry.
Okay, no further questions.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Thomas. You're excused. Members of the jury will take our lunch recess. We'll reconvene at 1:30.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us for our ongoing coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial. The court right now is taking an hour break. The jury this morning hearing testimony from retired forensic pathologist Dr. Lindsay Thomas. That's who you saw seated there in the stand and who was getting up. She was being excused by the judge. She was called to the stand by the state. She stated that she is not a paid witness. She was asked to review material and reach a conclusion on George Floyd's cause of death. Dr. Thomas testifying that she agrees with the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's explanation for cause of death. She says that George Floyd's heart and lungs stopped and the actions of the police officers that day last year resulted in his death. Let's turn now to our legal analyst for the day, attorney Michael Bryant. Curious to hear your thoughts. And it's redirect. The prosecution had Dr. Thomas reiterate George Floyd's cause of death. Attorney Jerry Blackwell taking issue, it seemed, with attorney Eric Nelson's hypothetical questions. What's your take?
Well, I mean, the state was trying to point out the hypotheticals are taking out the main issue that they're proving. So he was just, in a kind of a little bit more of a theatrical way, trying to point out, when he's starting to talk about Mrs. Lincoln, he's trying to point out a way to say, if you take what we're trying to say is the main reason out, then yeah, you come up with other reasons. So that's the point he's trying to get across. There was an objection to it because it's argumentative. I wasn't, a couple of times I wasn't sure exactly if the judge ruled on it or what the judge said. And then, Blackwell just basically, the prosecutor, Mr. Blackwell, redid his question and just kind of left it there. So I, that part of it, I don't even know what some of the rulings really were because you couldn't really hear them.
And with the defense attorney, Eric Nelson, there's seems to be a theme that I've noticed over the course of 2 weeks and following this trial during cross-examination, again bringing up George Floyd's drug use.
Oh, yeah.
And so I imagine that's something that the jury will continue to hear up until closing arguments.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's what his experts are going to say. The reason why Mr. Floyd died was, we haven't heard from them. They're still yet to come, but he keeps returning to that as being an issue. Yesterday I was waiting to hear the expert talk about that, and he didn't talk about it till the very end. But when it went to what we have direct, which is where the prosecutor asks questions, then cross-examination. When it went back to redirect, which is when the prosecutor gets back up there, all those questions were about drugs. So it's completely, very solid questions about drugs as far as it goes. And that's going to be an issue that's either the jury can either have concluded it is the drugs. They could conclude that, geez, I still have a question with the drugs. And in both those circumstances, the defense has done their job by raising those. If they've concluded the drugs don't have anything to do with it, it's all because of the actions, then the question is whether or not those actions were unreasonable. So that's the tipping point as far as jurors are concerned.
And Michael, the Hennepin County medical examiner is expected to take the stand today. He performed the only autopsy on George Floyd. Can you speak to the significance of his testimony this afternoon?
Well, it's normally, a really big part of the testimony. I mean, the witness we just heard has testified as the regular medical examiner a lot. And I think if you compare her testimony today, her testimony was a little bit more, I don't know if you'd say abrasive in responding to questions. There was a couple times she kind of went off on a little bit of extra response to what was being asked of her on cross-examination. So it'll be very interesting to see what the guy who actually did the examination, what he has to say. And again, I go back to the issue that was first brought up when they brought the experts in yesterday, was they were going to bring Baker in as part of the deal. They have to bring Baker in to lay foundation. And the question is whether or not the defense is going to be able to put a hole in any of the foundation. And if they do, then we're going to see motions to try to exclude some of their opinions if that's possible.
And I've also noticed with the medical experts, some of them have been on the stand 2+ hours. That shows that what they have to say, it's a pretty big deal.
Well, there's a lot to explain, and they go into a lot of different issues, and you add the videos that they show with it or photos that they show with it, and that takes time. So, I've seen experts stay on for days, or a whole day. They've got more to say. Experts are different than lay people. Lay witnesses can just testify to what they saw. And so, a witness that got called earlier in the week that saw it, they're only going to testify to what they saw. And that in and of itself is a limited time period. Experts go into all sorts of things because they go into, one, their foundation and their education to explain why they can be experts. Then they go into what they used as all parts of the testimony, including the information they got from lay witnesses and the videos, then the exhibits and the other parts that they add in to help with their testimony, and then their actual opinions and explain what those opinions are. Then alternatively, you have the cross-examinations that in and of themselves have been longer. You haven't seen the type of situation with the lay witnesses where a number of cases the defense didn't even question them, and so they were done after they explained what they saw.
Trial attorney Michael Bryant, thank you as always, weighing in and offering your expertise on everything that we're seeing going on in this courtroom. Let's go now to Fox 9's Leah Bino with more on the latest developments in the courtroom. Leah.
Yes, and as you two were just talking about some of the hypothetical questions in the cross-examination, I actually have a piece of sound as an example of that pulled up so we can give you a listen.
You also described the fight or flight kind of the physiology of that in your consideration, right?
Yes, the physiological stress.
And the physiological stress produces adrenaline, right?
Yes.
And that also causes the heart to work harder?
Yes.
And therefore need more blood?
Yes.
And more oxygen?
Yes.
So let me ask you this. In this particular case, right, we have a heart that is at least above average, right, needing more blood. We have a heart with a occluded right coronary artery, right? Narrowed. We have a heart that the left anterior descending artery also had a 75% narrowing, right?
Yes.
And so you have, and then you have an exertion of stress producing adrenaline, right?
Yes.
So the heart has to work very, very hard in this case. Fair to
Yes.
say? Let's take the police out of this, and I'm going to ask you a hypothetical. Let's assume you found Mr. Floyd dead in his residence. No police involvement, no drugs, right? The only thing you found would be these facts about his heart. What would you conclude to be the cause of death?
In that very narrow set of circumstances, I would probably conclude that the cause of death was his heart disease.
So you can see there was a couple of moments, and that was one of them, where this witness, Dr. Lindsay Thomas, seemed to get a little uncomfortable with some of these hypothetical questions and answering them as best she could, but ultimately standing by what Dr. Andrew Baker is going to testify and his cause of death. Again, to recap, in case you weren't watching this morning, she's semi-retired, but she worked closely with Dr. Baker and essentially was a mentor of his, helped train him, and she very much stands by his determination of George Floyd's cause of death. Back to you, BC.
All right, thank you, Leah. Let's check in now with Fox 9's Paul Bloom, who's also been following the developments in court. Paul.
Yeah, BC, a couple quick thoughts. One, Leah played that defense hypothetical, which I noted immediately after on redirect, kind of, I don't want to call anything in that courtroom fun, but kind of a lighter, if you will, follow-up from the prosecution, right? Jerry Blackwell got up on redirect and was trying to ask the doctor there, well, let's take out John Wilkes Booth during the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. And he was trying to ask, how would you classify Lincoln's death? Of course, Booth having assassinated the president. And of course, no surprise there, Eric Nelson objected as argumentative, and the judge upheld that finding. You know, I do just have the courtroom pool notes because, you know, some of that testimony was dense. So I just thought this might be a worthy point of our viewers might appreciate, as our cameras, you know, don't see how the jury panel is taking in this testimony. No significant note taking during the mid-morning portion until Nelson asked Dr. Thomas about the size of Floyd's heart, which she acknowledged was slightly enlarged, as you heard in that quote Leah played. And then this courtroom pool reporter noting that jurors 1, 2, 6, and 8 are now all steadily taking notes during the extensive questioning about Floyd's heart. So seemingly that line of questioning, Floyd's heart size, and again, that gets into also the narrowed artery health condition, did seem to interest our jury.
All right, Paul, thank you very much for your reporting, and thank you so much for joining us for our continuing coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial. We'll pick back up after the lunch break, but for now, the news starts now.
This is Fox 9 News.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this special edition of Fox 9 News. I'm Amy Hockert. The Derek Chauvin trial is currently in this lunch recess, so for the next hour, we want to get you caught up on your news headlines and your weather. Developing this morning, another Minnesotan has been arrested in connection to the attack on the U.S. Capitol. 26-year-old Jonah Westbury of Lindstrom was taken into custody this morning. He's set to appear in court this afternoon, and this comes just one day after a 39-year-old woman from Rochester was also arrested and charged for her part in that riot. The White House COVID response team giving an update on the vaccination efforts across the country today. Officials saying at least 12 new federally run mass vaccination sites will be opened up by April 19th. The team says 9 have been brought online in the last 10 days, and 2 new sites will be opening next week, one in Oklahoma, the other in Louisiana. The director of the CDC then mentioned the spread of the COVID variant in Minnesota. Also here in just the last hour or so, Minnesota health officials did release the updated coronavirus data. Health officials reporting more than 2,600 new cases. The 7-day average positivity rate has now reached 6.6%, crossing into that caution threshold. And 10 more people have died from COVID-19. So far, more than 3.1 million vaccines have been administered throughout the state, and more than 1.2 million people have already received both doses. The Biden administration releases its first federal budget proposal. The president says his top spending priorities for 2022 are the following: $769 billion in non-defense spending, that's up from 16% last year, as well as $753 billion for national defense programs. That's a 1.7% increase. The guidance also calls for giving the Pentagon roughly the same amount as last year, $715 billion, though Republicans had pushed for more.
The administration is serious about competing with China, deterring Russia, and preserving American leadership. The most important test will be in the president's budget.
The president wants to up the nation's spending in other areas, including education, public health, housing, and what the president calls environmental justice. The president's proposal is largely seen as the opening bid, and lawmakers have until October 1st to reach a compromise on a final budget to avoid a government shutdown. Great Britain is mourning the death of Prince Philip, the husband of Queen Elizabeth II. He was 99 years old. This is a live look at Windsor Castle as mourners there are placing flowers and paying their respects. He was the longest-serving spouse in British history. Earlier this year, Prince Philip spent 1 month in the hospital, and he also underwent a heart procedure. Here's Fox's Benjamin Hall with more on his legacy.
It is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson paying tribute to Prince Philip after the royal family announces the Duke of Edinburgh passed away peacefully Friday morning at Windsor Castle, where he and Queen Elizabeth had been staying during the pandemic. In London, the official announcement of the Prince's death was placed on the gates of Buckingham Palace as the Union Jack flag was lowered to half-staff. He was 99 years old and the longest-serving consort in British history. Prince Philip was married to Queen Elizabeth for 73 years. One of her closest confidants, she often referred to him as her rock.
We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen. Not just as her consort, by her side every day of her reign, but as her husband, her strength and stay of more than 70 years.
Philip had several health issues in recent years. In March, he underwent a procedure for a pre-existing heart condition. Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth had 4 children, including the heir to the throne, Prince Charles.
He helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life.
Prince Philip is said to have been involved in the planning arrangements of his own funeral. They're set to take place in Windsor in 9 days' time. In London, Benjamin Hall, Fox 9.
Contact
A Minnesota astronaut.
506. Mechanical link to
All right, I didn't mean to interrupt her. That was very important. A Minnesota astronaut and 2 Russian cosmonauts arrived at the International Space Station this morning. The rocket was carrying Minnesota native Mark Vandehei and 2 Russian cosmonauts. They launched from Kazakhstan early this morning. And NASA says Vandehei will spend up to a year in space working on hundreds of experiments, including studies on cotton root systems, Alzheimer's disease, and a portable ultrasound. It's a second space mission after spending about 6 months at the ISS about 3 years ago. Also developing today, a powerful volcano on the eastern Caribbean island of St. Vincent erupted this morning. Ash from the volcano has now risen as high as 6 miles, and scientists say more powerful eruptions are likely imminent. The eruption came just hours after mandatory evacuation orders were issued for an estimated 16,000 people. So far, there are no reports of any injuries, and that volcano last erupted in 1979. Minnesota lawmakers are ready to overhaul the state's sexual assault laws. The Senate Judiciary Committee agreed to several changes yesterday. One of them closes a loophole that allows perpetrators to claim their victim was, quote, voluntarily intoxicated as a defense. Last month, the Minnesota Supreme Court threw out a sexual assault conviction on those grounds, and that sparked calls to change the law to include victims who consumed drugs or alcohol voluntarily but are too intoxicated to give consent.
I'm terrified other sexual assault survivors will have to live through what myself and my family have been through if the law stays the way it's written.
The committee also agreed to some other changes, like creating the crime of sexual extortion and adding more protections for children. The House and Senate both have the measures in their omnibus bills. Well, today is the deadline to submit the first round of public comments to the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. And this is all related to those natural gas price spikes. If you remember, due to the winter storms that swept through Texas and the South back in February, natural gas prices skyrocketed, going up 10 times the normal cost in some parts of the state. The Public Utilities Commission estimates the average Minnesota household will see a $300 to $400 increase on their gas bill.
I'd say the average bill is, $600 to $700 for the year. On top of that, $300 to $400 more dollars. It's very significant.
Come to order.
Well, right now, the commission is investigating what the exact impact to customers will be. They're also trying to work with the legislature to find some financial relief for families and trying to find ways to make sure this doesn't happen again. These costs likely will not show up on your bill until this fall. All right, much more to come here on Fox 9 News. The fans are back at Target Field, and the Bomba Squad brings home a big win. How fans in the stands are also helping downtown businesses. And 3 Minnesota teams were in the Frozen Four, but only one is going to the championship game. We'll have those highlights. Plus, meteorologist Cody Matz will have a look at our weather.
afternoon. It is certainly a wet start to our day, and we're going to have some scattered showers around, but I get a lot of questions on why it's been so warm as of late and why the pattern is changing. And here's one of the reasons, one of many reasons. A lot of our cold air, the true Arctic air, is actually stuck in Alaska. This is morning lows in Alaska. We're talking 10, 20, 30 below zero, and you're like, it's a typical day in Alaska. It's fine. It's April now. Even for them, by Alaska standards, that's pretty cold. In fact, nearly set an all-time monthly record low a little earlier this week in Alaska. So that's where all the cold air is located. Granted, it's going to fan out. It's not going to be nearly as cold the next several days there. In fact, they'll warm up quite a bit. But as the below average temperatures kind of meander about, some of that will head in our general direction. And that's one of many reasons why we're going to be cooling off. Now, yesterday's high got kind of this warm air bubble right over the Twin Cities at 65. Everyone else generally in the 40s and 50s, stuck with the showers, in some cases thunderstorms. And check out the last 48 hours, just the spin here and just constant, persistent moisture moving across and into the state of Minnesota. Watch it one more time, come straight out of Kansas. We had a couple different rounds as we headed through our Thursday. Managed to get rid of a lot of the rain just in time for the Twins home opener. And then, of course, a quiet overnight leading to more rain showers heading into the Friday morning, Friday afternoon time period. Could be worse. Another storm system will pass to our south, so there's our low across our neck of the woods. Next low just off to our south. Likely we'll start some severe weather late Friday afternoon in through Friday night. That will extend from basically eastern sections of Oklahoma and Texas with a level 4 risk, moderate risk of severe weather. Arkansas down through Mississippi. Looks like straight line, damaging winds with a squall line along with tornadoes will be the main feature for severe weather across the southeast. No severe weather to speak of around here, just more dreariness as we'll hang on to rain shower opportunities for the next several hours. Then by the dinner hour, we'll start our drying trend, but certainly going to be far cooler than yesterday. We'll go for highs in the low 50s in the Twin Cities today. Tonight, we're drying things up finally, especially in the overnight hours. Overnight lows, not too shabby, right about 40 in the Twin Cities, lots of 30s west of the 35 corridor, and then it's not a huge rebound tomorrow. We'll see temperatures, right about the low to mid 50s in and around the Twin Cities. Could pop a stray 60 depending on how much sun we can get across portions of western Minnesota. May hang on to a shower opportunity for some of us on Sunday and more coolness next week. We'll talk 7-day forecast coming up here in just a little bit.
This is awesome.
Yeah, so excited to be back.
It feels like when you haven't done something for forever, it feels like it's just natural to get back to it.
So perfectly put. Excited Twins fans, 10,000 of them filled Target Field yesterday for the Twins home opener, and they weren't even put off by a few raindrops. Many of them, of course, did more than just take in the game. Downtown Minneapolis was bustling, and we haven't been able to say that in months. For businesses in the area, it was good to see people walking the sidewalks again. O'Donovan's Irish Pub reopened on Monday, and they said it really hadn't been worth it until now.
And the fact that the Twins start off with 17 home games in their first 3 weeks, we're certainly going to get a sense of how it's all going to play out over the summer. So.
O'Donovan's is hoping that the rise in vaccinations across the state means a boom for their business. And the Twins put on quite a show in their home opener. And there was a little father-son moment, very sweet moment before the game. Former Twins manager Ron Gardenhire throwing out the first pitch. Right there is his son, Toby, who, of course, is the new manager of the St. Paul Saints, now the Twins' top minor league team. And when the game started, the Twins gave all 10,000 fans so much to cheer about. Mitch Garver crushing a 3-run blast in the third, so the Twins up quickly 4-1. And then after a 15-minute rain delay, that's Byron Buxton stepping up, launching one into the seats in the left, and even light-hitting Luis Arraez belted a homer yesterday. So the Twins end up crushing Seattle 10-2. They have the day off today, and that series will continue tomorrow. Well, there will be no three-peat for the UMD Bulldogs. The defending champs were upset by UMass in the Frozen Four last night. The Bulldogs coming off a 5-overtime regional win over North Dakota. Remember that? The longest game in tournament history. And UMass was missing 4 players because of COVID, including their leading goal scorer and starting goalie. But the Minutemen were still able to beat the Bulldogs. It was in overtime, 3-2. So UMass now advances to face St. Cloud State in the championship game. That's tomorrow night. The Huskies pulling off an exciting win over Minnesota State Mankato. SCSU was down 1 in the third before tying the game and then scoring the game winner with less than a minute left. So there you go. The Huskies will be playing for their first ever national title tomorrow night. Good luck to them. The University of Minnesota is pushing lawmakers for a tax break on the money it brings in from season ticket holders. The university requires boosters to donate to its scholarship fund for the right to buy preferred seats. Well, the school takes in about $12 million a year from that, but they have to pay $1 million in sales tax. And that's money the school wants to keep. The measure would ultimately be put in an end of session wrap-up bill. Stay with us, much more to come. The pandemic not stopping one mentorship program, how it's overcoming the challenges of COVID to make sure that young Black men in our community are prepared for their futures. Mentorship program for young Black men presses on this year despite the challenges of transitioning online because of COVID. For 23 years, the Rites of Passage has matched high school seniors with successful Black professionals so they can learn real-world lessons before college. Our Don Stevens shows us how this program was redesigned.
Y'all boys look clean, by the way. Solomon, I like the get up, man. I do.
You think I bought this suit today, so it's fresh.
Don't be fooled. Smack talk can still happen virtually.
So that's why you look like new money, because the suit is brand new.
The camaraderie and connections made between high school senior Solomon and Twin Cities Black professionals, priceless.
Go ahead and kick the judges for a quick 5 minutes on the clock.
After the laughs, it's the final project presentation after 6 months of hard work. Solomon and the other initiates present their business proposal to 3 judges.
Welcome, investors. We'd like to show you our newest app called LacDate.
It's a Tinder-like dating app for people who have the same dietary restrictions.
The woman replies, "Oh no, thank you. I actually can't eat gluten."
Solomon's mentor gave him important advice.
Don't procrastinate, don't procrastinate. And I'm proud of the way that he presented.
Raymond Smith Bird is a serial process engineer at General Mills. He was matched with Solomon, who's also interested in engineering.
We got some math going on here.
Oh, I know math.
Although it was very rare to see each other in person this year, powerful messages were still passed on.
The black men in this program are, corporate execs. They're leaders. They're mentors, of course. And we've all had our own experiences where we've messed up, right? But we can inform the next generation, lifting as we climb and making sure that we're pouring that knowledge backwards so that they don't make the same mistakes.
It's important to know that many people in my generation, especially from where I'm from, doesn't have a lot of black role models, right? And so something that ROP provides is a plethora of black role models that they have you meet with and interact with and learn from.
Interaction is very different than past rites of passage programs put on by the African American Achievement Organization, Jack and Jill. Graduation was a day of dancing, reflection, and celebrating together.
COVID-19, nobody expected to be in this whole virtual environment.
The togetherness now is through a screen.
In these sessions, you still get the connection of being able to talk with your initiates. Every day we start with a good news segment where the initiates share good news of their lives to each of the other initiates.
And crucial life lessons are still taught.
One of the main things that I tried to make sure that I expressed to Solomon was that as a black man in society, you're going to face obstacles. You're going to face challenges. But it's not what happens to you, it's how you respond.
Getting pulled over by the cops. This is something that I know many black Americans have struggled with and is very frightful for many people. And so they came and talked to us about what to do in these situations, how to overcome it and be safe.
The killing, the murder of George Floyd, that actually sent shockwaves throughout not only the Twin Cities, but throughout the country. Right? So a lot of these companies have made these racial equity pledges, and we want a double representation here. We want to increase our spend here, right? But I urge all of my mentees, all of our young black males, to say, hey, what change am I going to make in this world, right? How am I going to be able to give back?
That's why these men do give back to a younger generation and the world. And new this year, they've learned even a virtual connection can't stop the fun and laughs.
Got the tags on it still?
I just ripped them off. I can show you the tags.
Dawn Stevens, Fox 9 News.
Well, tomorrow, all 8 initiates graduate from the Rites of Passage program. And if you'd like to learn more about the program, you can check out the website. It's ropmpls.org. The Derek Chauvin trial is currently in recess for lunch. So coming up, we're going to break down what's happened in the courtroom so far this morning. Plus, 5 years now after Prince's death, we are getting some new Prince music. Those stories and much more. Stay with us when we come back.
patiently waiting, I'm passionately smashing every expectation, every action's an act of creation. I'm laughing in the face of
Hamilton fans in Minnesota, you're going to have to wait for it. The award-winning musical was supposed to come to Minneapolis this summer, but now it's being postponed for 2 more years. Hamilton was initially scheduled to be at the Orpheum last year. Because Broadway, though, has been dark for more than a year, this is pushing back tours all over the country.
Welcome to America, where you can fail at your job, get fired, rehired, and get a $700 billion tip.
Prince fans are getting ready for some new music from the Purple One 5 years now after his death. You just heard a clip from Welcome to America. That's the title track off a new album that's coming out this summer. Prince recorded it back in 2010, but it ended up being mysteriously archived. The 12 never-before-heard tracks focus on social justice issues, and you can pre-order the album right now. It comes out July 30th. MSP Airport adding a new member to its staff in the form of a small droid. You see it right there. It's Jita, part of a pilot program at Terminal 1. Jita helps deliver food to hungry travelers, so you can order from your smartphone or your laptop, and in about 15 to 30 minutes, Jita will roll up with your food. Airport officials say Jita is a first step in their plans to use robotics in new and innovative ways.
This is Fox 9 News.
And thank you so much for joining us for this special edition of Fox 9 News. The Derek Chauvin trial is in a lunch recess right now. So we're bringing you some of your news headlines and your weather until court resumes. So right now, let's take a look at the forecast with meteorologist Cody Matz.
Good afternoon, Amy. It's certainly been a wet start to the day. Several hundredths of an inch of rain officially in the Twin Cities, although some pockets of a quarter inch have fallen in through the morning hours, especially north and northwest of the Twin Cities. Right now, sitting in the low 50s, and we're just not going to do much with that through the afternoon, thanks to our large area low pressure and, yes, more persistent rains for some of us. So widespread showers across much of the state of Minnesota, Wisconsin, down through portions of Iowa and Illinois as well, as we have this huge low continuing to spin. Off to the north and east it will go very slowly. Secondary low, which is actually becoming the stronger one late today and tonight, will prop some severe weather across the southeast. But eventually it will start to make a turn and kind of follow a very similar path as the low over top of us right now. Now it's going to be more compact, so the western side of our low will be much thinner. But saying that, if it's going to have the same track, then we're still talking a pretty thin line across the western half of that low, which could give some showers potentially to western Wisconsin going into Sunday. It may also provide the Twin Cities with additional cloud cover through the weekend as well. Again, there's some wiggle and wobble room there. Meanwhile, the next low will come in and follow quickly on its heels. Already in the Dakotas by early Monday, that's what's going to bring us our next chances for rain. Better opportunity going into Monday area-wide. And the interaction between all of these will really be dependent on how much rain we can manage to get as we get in through the day on Monday night and into Tuesday. Today, though, showers pretty widespread, and they're going to be off and on. You'll hear the pitter-patter of rain for a few more hours, and then once we get to the dinner hour, things are going to start to dry up. Drying trend. There'll be some spritzes and sprinkles around now and again before we can completely dry the area as we head through the overnight hours tonight. Notice the cloud cover hangs around, especially along and east of the 35 corridor. You head into western Minnesota, may actually see some decent sunshine on our Saturday. For the metro, probably in and out of some cloud cover through the afternoon, but at least a brighter and dry day for your Saturday. And then watching the potential for that western fringe of that storm I mentioned, a couple of spritzes, sprinkles, and light showers possible in western Wisconsin. I think the lower levels are just going to be too dry to produce anything across the 35 corridor. What it will likely do, notice our cloud cover, is keep that around, at least hover it nearby through the day on Sunday. Still a pretty reasonable weekend, just maybe not nearly as warm or as nice as it has been the last couple of weekends as we're into more typical April style weather. So certainly drippy at times through the afternoon as we'll linger that rain into the dinner hour. Temperatures not far from where they sit now, so kind of holding pretty steady through the afternoon. We'll eventually dry up overnight tonight. Overnight lows in the low 40s. And for tomorrow, staying coolish. Highs right about average. Average high is 55, so we're in that general ballpark. probably hanging on to more cloud cover, but still a fairly bright afternoon despite the clouds. Similar story to Sunday. Will be quite a bit warmer, though. We'll go for upper 50s for the moment. Wouldn't be shocked to see a stray 60 for areas that happen to get some decent sunshine. And then the showers return with that third storm system I was talking about Sunday night through the day on Monday, and that's going to tap into some cooler air. We're back to the 40s Tuesday and Wednesday.
The Derek Chauvin trial now in the middle of day 10. Court is in a recess right now for lunch, and that's why you're just seeing the seal right there. And we're going to take you right back as soon as they get back into session. In the meantime, Fox 9's Leah Bino has been following this trial, and she joins us now with more. So, Leah, the focus again today, more on the cause of George Floyd's death.
That's right. It's very much autopsy day for the people in that courtroom today. So far, there's been one person on the stand, and that is Dr. Lindsay Thomas. She is a semi-retired forensic pathologist, and she used to work in the Hennepin County the Hennepin County Medical Center's office, and she used to work closely with Dr. Andrew Baker, who is the one who now leads the medical examiner's office and who performed the autopsy on George Floyd. We are expecting to hear from him right after the lunch break. But Dr. Thomas has already testified after reviewing the reports from Dr. Baker that she agrees with his findings on the cause of death, which is cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression. And she also added in her testimony that the primary mechanism was low oxygen. She ruled out drug overdose. She ruled out cardiac issues. So a lot of detail and a lot of boxes that the prosecution was looking to check through her testimony. She also testified how unique it is for someone in her position to have so much video to review surrounding someone's death. And she also testified the significant role that the officers played in George Floyd's death. Here's a little bit of that sound.
How is it that the officers of dual restraint and neck compression caused Mr. Floyd's death?
So as I mentioned, I think the primary mechanism was asphyxia or low oxygen. And it basically is Mr. Floyd was in a position because of the subdual restraint and compression where he was unable to get enough oxygen in to maintain his body functions.
Now, during the cross-exam, the defense had a lot of questions for Dr. Thomas, including questions about Mr. Floyd's slightly enlarged heart and narrowing of an artery. A lot of questions about that. Eric Nelson also threw out several hypotheticals, which you could see at times Dr. Thomas get a little uncomfortable answering some of those hypotheticals. Here's one example.
Let's take the police out of this, and I'm going to ask you a hypothetical. Let's assume you found Mr. Floyd dead in his residence. No police involvement, no drugs, right? The only thing you found would be these facts about his heart. What would you conclude to be the cause of death?
In that very narrow set of circumstances, I would probably conclude that the cause of death was his heart disease.
Now, shortly after that moment, the prosecution was very quick to come back and redirect and clarify and basically say, hey, we can't be asking these hypotheticals. You can't be taking out some of the main pieces of this equation. So that was very interesting with some of their redirect right before the lunch break. Also interesting to watch today while we are hearing so much about this autopsy report, Amy, we are not seeing the graphic images. Judge Cahill said in his words that we were going old school and they printed out the images and handed packets to the jury members rather than broadcast those images of the autopsy report and Mr. Floyd, you know, the various things that they have to do and the various pictures that they have to take during the autopsy process. So that's a little something for people to keep in mind if they are going to watch this afternoon, that we are not broadcasting those and people will not see those images on air because we know they can be difficult to look at.
Sure. And Leah, one quick question for you. I know you have access to the courtroom notes from the pool reporter who's in there. There were some interesting observations today, sort of behind the scenes.
Yes, absolutely. Two big ones, in fact. One, for the first time since all of these court proceedings have started for this trial, there is someone sitting in the seat reserved for Derek Chauvin's family. We know it's a woman. We don't know who it is. Sounds like the pool reporter who is taking their turn in the courtroom today has tried to ask, but right now we don't know who that woman is. But for the first time, it's someone sitting in their seat. On the other hand, for Mr. Floyd's family, we know that it's Rodney Floyd, who's a brother of Mr. Floyd, and that family has been rotating through, and that seat has almost always been occupied during the court proceedings. The other interesting thing is we got started a little late this morning, and apparently that was because the judge had questions for one of the jury members, asking if they had been exposed to some information, and kind of asked if there was a point where they were jokingly possibly asked about a book deal. Sounds like that jury member got very flustered and was surprised. Apparently said that she got a text from her mother yesterday saying, "Looks like a bad day," and she didn't respond. And she had turned on the TV at one point and quickly turned it off when it was some trial coverage. But clearly the judge is keeping note of these things. Someone put a bug in his ear that there were some questions that needed to be asked to a jury member, and to make sure everything was still okay. But again, after those couple of questions that he had for her, according to those notes, she was sent back to the jury room, and court has continued.
Okay. Yes, we have a long way to go, so it'll be interesting to see. We have those two alternates, of course, should they need to swap out. But all right, Leah, thank you. We'll check back in with you later. Again, we'll bring you back to live coverage as soon as court resumes after this lunch break. They're saying in about 20 minutes or so. And then stay with Fox 9 throughout the trial. We have this gavel-to-gavel coverage every single day, along with analysis from local legal experts. In your other news this morning, the St. Paul Police Department is pledging to at least double the number of female officers on the force by 2030. This is part of something called the 30 by 30 initiative, which is a national effort to promote the advancement of women in policing. The St. Paul Police Department is the first department in the state to join that initiative. The department is currently made up of 15% female officers. Well, new this morning, the family of DMX says the multi-platinum rapper and actor has died. He was 50 years old. DMX had been on life support since late last week after an apparent drug overdose and heart attack. He made a splash. It was back in 1998 with his first studio album, and then followed up with 4 straight chart-topping albums. Memorial plans have not been set yet, but a memorial has been growing outside the hospital and in his hometown, which is in Yonkers, New York. Still to come, cruises haven't left from American ports in more than a year. And now Florida's governor is fighting back. Coming up, the latest efforts to get those cruise ships back out onto the water. Plus, the farm babies are back at the Minnesota Zoo. And unlike last year, you can actually visit them in person this time around. We'll take you there when we come back. lawsuit to allow cruise ships to sail again immediately. The governor of Florida argues that the cruise industry should be treated like other travel businesses. He is now suing the federal government and the CDC to remove those restrictions. Cruise ships are under a conditional sail order right now, which includes heavy restrictions that prevent ships from carrying on their normal operations. Florida officials say 60% of the nation's cruises sail out of the state.
So our view is people can make the decisions that they want to make. People are going to cruise one way or another. It's a question is, are we going to do it out of Florida, which is the #1 place to do it in the world, or are they going to be doing it out of the Bahamas or other locations?
The CDC first issued a no-sail order on March 14th, 2020, and cruise restrictions remain in place until at least November of this year. General Motors says it will be extending production cuts at some of its factories here in North America. The car maker says its decision is the result of a shortage of semiconductor chips, which is having a big impact on the automotive industry worldwide. GM says the chip shortage could cut its profits this year by up to $2 billion. The cutbacks come as more Americans are getting their coronavirus vaccine and are ready to spend money and travel again. All right, time to take one last look at the forecast with meteorologist Cody Matz as we head into the weekend. Cody?
Good afternoon. It is certainly a wet start to our day, and we're going to have some scattered showers around, but I get a lot of questions on why it's been so warm as of late and why the pattern is changing. And here's one of the reasons, one of many reasons. A lot of our cold air, the true Arctic air, is actually stuck in Alaska. This is morning lows in Alaska. We're talking 10, 20, 30 below zero, and you're like, it's a typical day in Alaska. It's fine. It's April now. Even for them, by Alaska standards, that's pretty cold. In fact, nearly set an all-time monthly record low a little earlier this week in Alaska. So that's where all the cold air is located. Granted, it's going to fan out. It's not going to be nearly as cold the next several days there. In fact, they'll warm up quite a bit. But as the below average temperatures kind of meander about, some of that will head in our general direction. And that's one of many reasons why we're going to be cooling off. Now, yesterday's high got kind of this warm air bubble right over the Twin Cities at 65. Everyone else generally in the 40s and 50s, stuck with the showers, in some cases thunderstorms. And check out the last 48 hours, just the spin here and just constant, persistent moisture moving across and into the state of Minnesota. Watch it one more time. Come straight out of Kansas. We had a couple different rounds as we headed through our Thursday. Managed to get rid of a lot of the rain just in time for the Twins home opener. And then, of course, a quiet overnight leading to more rain showers heading into the Friday morning, Friday afternoon time period. Could be worse. Another storm system will pass to our south. So there's our low across our neck of the woods. Next low just off to our south. Likely we'll start some severe weather late Friday afternoon in through Friday night. That will extend from basically eastern sections of Oklahoma and Texas with a level 4 risk, moderate risk of severe weather. Arkansas down through Mississippi. Looks like straight line damaging winds with a squall line along with tornadoes will be the main feature for severe weather across the southeast. No severe weather to speak of around here, just more dreariness as we'll hang on to rain shower opportunities for the next several hours. Then by the dinner hour, we'll start our drying trend, but certainly going to be far cooler than yesterday. We'll go for highs in the low 50s in the Twin Cities today. Tonight, we're drying things up finally, especially in the overnight hours. Overnight lows, not too shabby, right about 40 in the Twin Cities, lots of 30s west of the 35 corridor, and then it's not a huge rebound tomorrow. We'll see temperatures, right about the low to mid 50s in and around the Twin Cities. Could pop a stray 60 depending on how much sun we can get across portions of western Minnesota. May hang on to a shower opportunity for some of us on Sunday and more coolness next week.
All right, this might be the cutest story of the day. These adorable babies are all over at the Minnesota Zoo, and starting today, you can visit them all in person. Yes, it is the Farm Babies exhibit. Now it's open, and thankfully it's not a virtual event this year. Our Shane Wells is in Apple Valley, and she has that story.
Good morning. I'd like to introduce you to sweet, sweet Molly. Molly is one of the newbies here at the Minnesota Zoo's Farm Babies exhibit, which we're very happy to be seeing in person again this year. We have Zach Nugent with us with the Minnesota Zoo. It's got to feel good to you as well. This is probably one of the most popular events the zoo has.
It is, and it just feels so great to have farm babies back in person. Last year, if you remember, we went to all virtual just because the zoo was temporarily closed at that time. And this year, we're kind of doing the best of both worlds. So we have virtual offerings on our website right now, and those go through May 16th. And then starting today, you can also come in person now and really celebrate those farm babies, see them for yourself.
You're right, because the farm babies are coming no matter what, but we just unfortunately get to see them in person this year. We're going to overdo it this year. Okay, so do you want to introduce us to our friends here? I said that was Molly, and then
Yeah,
there's
so then we have
Susie.
Susie right over here. And you know what? These two, they are just about 2 days apart. And so right now, you know, they look similar size. They're eating about the same. But when they were first born, Susie, you could tell she was laying down, sleeping that first day, and just 2 days older, Molly was the one who was up, jumping around, playful. So it's just they grow so quick, and just a couple of days can make all the difference in the world.
It's pretty wild. I'm looking at their signage right now. So Molly says adaptable, and Susie says most milk. What does that mean?
Yeah, so most milk, we're talking about milk production. So Holsteins, that species of cow, they are the biggest milk producers. And then we have Molly over here, the brown Swiss. They're very adaptable. They're easygoing. She is just, look at her eyes, look at those eyelashes, just such a sweetheart.
She did bat her eyes at me when I came in. Now, can I ask about Mama? As she's not in the room. I know we were with the pigs earlier, and that mom does not like to be away from her babies.
And so it's common practice. This is a working farm, and so we have the calves in a separate area for now from moms, and they will be reintroduced at a later time, but mom gets milked. And so every morning she gets milked, and then we actually give mom's milk to their babies.
So that's what they're getting.
That's what they're getting. They're getting mom's milk this morning.
Okay, now I know that they grow quick, but where will you be able to see these cows?
So these are going to be outside in our, we call this our machine shed area, but everything's going to be open air this year. So you're going to walk around. You can look into the barns, not walk into the barns, but look into the barns. And then our goat kids, our piglets, our lambs, they'll have access to their outdoor yard. So on those nicer days, they're going to be outside as well.
Perfect. Okay, so as you just heard again, Farm Babies is back. It starts up today. It runs through May 16th. If you want tickets, mnzoo.org, and keep in mind those weekends fill up fast. So be open to maybe checking out a weekday and meeting Molly and Susie in person. Back to you.
Everyone calls me the burpee queen now. Just kind of stuck.
So straight ahead, we're going to meet the burpee queen, and we're going to show you right there how she earned the title. Flashbacks to gym class, right? Stay with us. You remember doing those burpees back in gym class or sports practice when you were in school? An Edina mother who already holds one world record for burpees is now setting her sights on 3 more. 3. Maury Glover has her story.
I grew up a gymnast, and so it's a movement that I've always been really proficient in.
As a personal trainer, it's no surprise Stephanie Tennyson knows how to stay in shape. But when it comes to one particular form of exercise, her friends say she's royalty.
Everyone calls me the burpee queen now. Just kind of stuck. There aren't a lot of people that are doing 60,000 burpees, so I'll take the crown of burpee queen.
Tennyson holds the Guinness World Record for the most chest-to-floor burpees in an hour. She got the idea after listening to an audiobook by a former Navy SEAL and says training for it kept her motivated while she was forced to work out at home during the pandemic.
Having to focus on getting those 300 burpees in every day when there was so much that was out of my control just really helped me mentally and physically be able to stay healthy.
3, 2, 1. After one failed attempt in March of last year, Tennyson gave it another go last fall. She did an average of 12 burpees a minute, setting a new Guinness World Record of 715 burpees in an hour. But when it was over, her heart was doing cartwheels.
Having everyone there to support me and cheering me on, and my little boy who's 5 yelling, "You can do it, Mama, good job," and then completing the task, it just was such an amazing feeling. One of the best feelings of my entire life.
Tennyson isn't done doing burpees just yet. She plans to break her own record and set 2 more in September. In the meantime, she says the ups and downs of her favorite workout are proof perseverance pays off.
It's been a really exciting process. It's been life-changing for me.
In Edina, Maury Glover, Fox 9.
Arms hurt just watching that. Well, a nationwide pilot shortage is giving new pilots in training the opportunity to fill a need and follow a dream. Students at the AeroGuard Flight School in Phoenix are in training right now as many commercial airline pilots retired out of necessity or even took early retirements from the airlines during the pandemic. Those pilots are trying to get their fill of flying time hours as well as fulfilling the daily rush of getting up in the air and away from the ground just for the love of it.
I love just taking off and getting off the ground and looking down at the ground and just saying, wow, I'm off Earth.
Just the experience of being able to kind of have a bird's eye view, something that a lot of people don't get the chance to have.
The airline industry is expecting a shortage of more than 4,500 commercial pilots in the U.S. by 2025. A minimum of 1,500 hours of flight experience is needed to earn the airline transport pilot certificate if you want to fly commercially. And an ancient lost city has been unearthed in Egypt. Archaeologists there say the 3,000-year-old city discovered in the southern province of Luxor contains mud brick houses, artifacts, and some tools. Scientists have been excavating that area, searching the mortuary temple of King Tut, and instead discovered a well-preserved city. The unearthed rooms even contain utensils and other artifacts from daily life. Just incredible. All right, thanks so much for joining us for this special edition of Fox 9 News here this afternoon. We continue our live coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial. That's coming up next with BC O'Neill Erie. Stay with us.
afternoon, and thank you for joining us for our continuing live coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial. The court at this hour remains in a break, but we expect for proceedings to resume shortly. Just to recap, the jury this morning hearing testimony from retired forensic pathologist Dr. Lindsay Thomas. She was called to the stand by the state. Let's check in now with Fox 9's Leah Bino, who has been following the developments in court. Leah.
Yes, it's been a packed morning once again. We've heard from one witness who had a lot of detail to go over. This was Dr. Lindsay Thomas. She is a semi-retired forensic pathologist. She used to work in the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's office with Dr. Andrew Baker, who we're expecting to hear from in just a few moments. When he takes the stand, he is the one who conducted the autopsy on George Floyd. And he is one who is now the head of the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's office. So a lot of people waiting to hear what exactly he has to say. But she got on earlier today and saying after reviewing the reports from Dr. Baker that she agrees with the cause of death that he determined. Here's some of that testimony from earlier.
Do you agree with Dr. Baker's determination on the cause of death?
Yes, I do.
And is that by the word immediate on here?
Yes, cardiopulmonary arrest complicating law enforcement, subdual, restraint, and neck compression.
Have you, Dr. Thomas, formed an opinion about the mechanism of death?
Yes.
Would you tell us what that is?
In this case, I believe the primary mechanism of death is asphyxia or low oxygen.
So we'll come back to the mechanism in just a minute. Can you explain to the jury what this cause of death means and why you agree with it?
Well, it's kind of in two parts. So there's the cardiopulmonary arrest, which it doesn't provide a lot of additional clarifying information because in a way everyone dies of when your heart stops.
All
and
right,
your lungs
so I'm
stop.
hearing that after an hour break, a lunch break this afternoon, court is back in session.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Let's see. And if we could begin by having you state your full name, spelling each of your names.
My full name is Andrew Michael Baker, Andrew Michael Baker.
Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Baker.
Good afternoon.
You know, well, first of all, you conducted the autopsy on Mr. George Floyd.
I did.
Before we get into the specifics of the autopsy, why don't we explore your background a bit? You're the chief Hennepin County Medical Examiner?
That's correct.
And would you tell us what it means to be the chief medical examiner in Hennepin County?
So I've been the chief medical examiner for Hennepin County since 2004. I'm actually the chief medical examiner for Hennepin, Dakota, and Scott counties. My office provides service to all three of those counties, which is about 1.85 million Minnesotans, or about a third of the state, falls within our catchment area. Being the chief medical examiner means that I supervise the rest of the staff, in particular my other physicians. I have 6 other doctors as well as a doctor in training that work under me.
And so before becoming the chief, you were the assistant chief?
Correct.
And that was in roughly 2002?
Correct. I was the assistant chief medical examiner for 2 years.
So all in, it's been going on 19 years as either the assistant chief or the chief?
Correct.
What did you do before joining the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's office?
Are you asking me to go back to my educational background or just my postgraduate training?
Maybe to the Air Force. To the Air Force?
Oh, prior to coming to Hennepin County from 1998 to 2002, I was a major on active duty in the United States Air Force. I served as a forensic pathologist for the Department of Defense. Our unit was known as the Armed Forces Medical Examiner, and at that time we were headquartered in the Washington, D.C. area.
Are you board certified in any areas?
I am.
Would you tell us which ones?
I am board certified in anatomic and clinical pathology, and I hold subspecialty certification in forensic pathology.
Doctor, would you tell us what the National Association of Medical Examiners is?
Yes, the National Association of Medical Examiners is the professional organization for people who do what I do for a living. I want to say we have about 800 or 900 members. Many of those are fellows like me, meaning they're fully board certified forensic pathologists. We do have a variety of other membership categories as well for investigators, for administrative personnel, and for other support personnel in the profession.
Now, you are former president of the National Association of Medical Examiners.
Yes, I am.
In fact, at least as of to date, you're the youngest president, or were the youngest president ever to hold that position with the NAME.
I don't actually know that that's true, but I will take your word for it, Counselor. I did not know that.
Yeah, I thought I was just listening to you, Dr. Baker. So, but in any event, you have been the president of NAME.
Yes, I have.
So let's move now to the specific autopsy of Mr. Floyd. Could you give us some sense of what you knew about the circumstances surrounding his death before you started your work on Mr. Floyd?
Yes, so I was aware that Mr. Floyd had become unconscious while in police custody, that he had been transported to Hennepin Healthcare, and that was where he was pronounced dead. I believe at the time I started the examination, my staff was probably still working to confirm Mr. Floyd's identity and properly notify his next of kin. But that was basically the background information that I had.
Had you seen any of the videos at the time you started your work?
I have not. I was aware that at least one video had gone viral on the internet, but I intentionally chose not to look at that until I had examined Mr. Floyd. I did not want to bias my exam by going in with any preconceived notions that might lead me down one pathway or another.
So it was then several days after you'd done your work on the autopsy that you saw the videos?
One video I saw shortly after the autopsy, and that was the one that I think most of the public had seen through Facebook or other social media. The other videos, such as the cup surveillance video and the body-worn camera videos, I did not see until 3 or 4 days after the autopsy.
Could you, Dr. Baker, give us an overview of how it is you conduct autopsies? What's your approach to them?
Sure. So in a case that's believed to be a homicide or a potential homicide, there's a few more steps involved than a typical natural death or an accidental death. We start every exam with a very thorough external examination of the decedent's body in an as-is condition, meaning the medical devices are still in place. If the decedent came in with clothing, that clothing would still be in place on their body. All of those things potentially could be evidence to us as the medical examiners. In many cases, we will also collect trace evidence. For example, if the decedent's fingernails are long enough, we will collect fingernail clippings. We will collect some pulled head hairs as exemplars in case those are needed to match to anything. It wouldn't apply in Mr. Floyd's case, but in other circumstances, we shoot a fair number of x-rays before the autopsy starts if we're looking for things like bullets or stab wounds, broken knife tips, that sort of thing. Once all of those are done, then we very carefully set the clothing aside. We very carefully remove the medical devices, and then we examine the body again from head to toe, front and back. We're documenting this with copious photographs as we go. And then the final step in the external examination is we clean the body very, very thoroughly because we don't want any blood, any foreign material, any plant material, anything that might be on the body to obscure the injuries or diseases that we're looking for. And then we, again, photograph the body head to toe, front and back. Once that part of the exam is done, then we proceed to the internal exam, which is, I think, what most lay people would think of when they hear the word autopsy. We make a set of very careful incisions on the body that allow us to remove all of the organs one by one, so we can look for evidence of natural disease, internal evidence of injury, and while we're doing that, we're collecting specimens for toxicology. Typically, blood and urine are the ideal specimens. We do remove all of the organs from the tip of the tongue to the bladder. We also remove the brain. We also remove all of the structures from the front of the neck, looking for any injury or evidence of disease. In a case like Mr. Floyd's, there are some additional steps we will take that wouldn't occur in most autopsies. So for example, in Mr. Floyd's case, I did make incisions of his wrists and dissect around the skin underneath to look for evidence of what we would call subcutaneous bruising, or bruising under the skin from the handcuffs that were applied.
Oral.
Please continue.
And then the last thing that I was going to say is also in Mr. Floyd's case, I did make a special incision from the back of his head all the way down to his buttocks. And I dissected underneath his skin all the way out to the sides of his neck, all the way out to his shoulders, and all the way out to his flanks. And you might ask why we would do something like that, and the answer is because sometimes fresh bruises can be difficult to see in some people, and so we look underneath the skin to make sure that we haven't missed something. Again, those last few steps wouldn't be part of a typical autopsy, but in circumstances like this, it's a generally accepted practice that we do that.
And Dr. Baker, is the autopsy part of a broader death investigation?
Yes, the autopsy is just one piece of the medical examiner's death investigation.
And could you generally characterize the umbrella? What's the death investigation entail overall?
So the medical examiner's ultimate mission, in addition to properly identifying people, is to ascertain their cause of death and their manner of death. The autopsy is just one component of that. It obviously has a great deal to do to inform the cause of death and manner of death, but we also need to know the decedent's past medical history. We need to get a hold of the decedent's next of kin to see if the decedent could potentially be a donor. If there's any family history that we need to know about, we will typically contact decedent's primary care physicians as well as get their hospital records. If an ambulance was dispatched and took them to the hospital, we'll even get the ambulance run sheet as part of our investigation. Because to get the cause and manner of death right, you need to assemble all of those things for the whole picture.
So let's go back to the autopsy aspect of it. How important is it to have a detailed documentation of what you do?
In terms of the autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's critically important that the autopsy be very detailed, particularly if the death is potentially a homicide, because obviously it could end up in a court and the work that you're doing would be evidence.
And do you create what we might refer to as a robust data set documenting what you do?
Yes.
What's all included in that?
So when I use the term robust data set, what I really mean is I have dictated the most detailed autopsy report that I can, describing all the scars, all the tattoos, all the birthmarks, all the injuries. In many cases, it's the pertinent negatives, meaning the lack of injury, places where you might expect to see an injury but you don't. All of those things are very carefully dictated in a narrative autopsy report. But that's not enough. You have to take copious photography as well. My goal is to create a set of photos that's so robust that another pathologist could take my set of photos and almost feel like they'd been there for the autopsy. That person has enough data that they could look at my work and reach their own conclusions. They don't have to take my word for it because it's in the photos.
Mm-hmm. And in the case of Mr. George Floyd, that's what you did?
That was certainly my goal, yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to ask Dr. Baker to identify the photographs from the autopsy. I still have them here in hard copy. May I approach Dr. Baker, Your Honor? Dr. Baker, I've handed you a number of photographs that should have exhibit numbers 186, 235, 185, 236, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, and 192. I'll represent to you, that's what you have.
Okay.
And if you could just look through the set and just confirm for the record that those are photographs that you took during your autopsy of Mr. George Floyd.
So these are, in fact, autopsy photographs of Mr. Floyd, and they were taken by me.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. I'd like to redistribute them to the jury, Your Honor. So Dr. Baker, let me just ask you generally first about documented injuries that you saw with respect to Mr. George Floyd, and I'll ask you about specific parts of the body.
Okay.
Did you note any injuries to Mr. Floyd's back?
I did not.
Didn't see any bruises, scrapes, etc.?
Correct.
What about injuries to Mr. Floyd's face?
Yes, Mr. Floyd had several injuries to his face.
And if you could, Dr. Baker, look at Exhibit 186 and Exhibit 235. Now, I'll represent to you that the jurors have seen these two photos, but first tell us what do we see in these two photos?
These are photographs of the left side of Mr. Floyd's face. This would be after I have removed or cut away any medical intervention. Had there been any blood or foreign material on his body, it was cleaned up before these photographs were taken as well. And these were specifically taken to illustrate the injuries that you see on the corner of his left eyebrow and on his left cheek. You can see the bruising and the abrasion. That's fancy medical lingo for the big scrape on the left side of his forehead, and you can see the scrape or the abrasion on the left side of his cheek. It's very common for abrasions post-mortem to take on that dark black color. After death, the moisture that would be in an abrasion on you or me isn't there anymore, and so they tend to dry out and look a little bit more like this. That's what you see in the photo.
Mm-hmm. Do you have an opinion as to how Mr. Floyd would have incurred these abrasions?
Well, these would be entirely consistent with the left side of his face being pinned against the asphalt or the road surface that he was on the night before.
In the prone position?
Correct.
If you would, Dr. Baker, look at Exhibit 185.
Got it.
All right. What do we see in Exhibit 185?
This is an overall photograph of Mr. Floyd's face, taken early on in the post-mortem examination. You can see the scale there in the photograph. That's actually in all the photos you have with his case number, and the scale allows you to gauge the size of what you're looking at. This is a photograph I would take in any case so that you can put a face with the decedent's name and the decedent's case number. You can see the injuries that we illustrated in the previous two photos there on the left side of his head and on his left cheek. You can also see a small abrasion on the left side of his forehead. It's kind of that pinpoint thing about an inch above his left eyebrow. You can see a laceration, which is a tearing of the skin on the right side of his upper lip. There's also some subtle bruising of his nose and a couple of small abrasions on the right side of his nose. And I think you can see a few small abrasions under the left corner of his mouth.
And Dr. Baker, what is the tube that we see in his mouth?
The tube in Mr. Floyd's mouth is the endotracheal tube that was put in during the attempt to resuscitate him. We do leave those tubes in place and cut them off before we start the autopsy. That's some quality control that we do for the hospital and the paramedics so that we can confirm the tube was in the right place when we do our exams.
So Dr. Baker, if you would go to Exhibit 187. What do we see in Exhibit 187?
This is a close-up photograph of Mr. Floyd's right shoulder. Centered in the photograph just above the scale, you can see what I would call an abraded contusion, which is a fancy medical lingo for a bruise that has some scraping superimposed on it.
And Exhibit 188?
Exhibit 188 is the close-up photograph of Mr. Floyd's left shoulder. You can see occupying most of the photograph there is an abrasion, the deep red and slightly less red and pink injury that you see. Again, it looks darker than you might envision this on yourself. Typically these will dry out after death, and that's why it takes that darker appearance.
And is this an injury that is consistent with Mr. Floyd laying prone on asphalt?
Yes.
And let's look at Exhibits 189 and 190. What do we see in Exhibits 189 and 190?
Exhibit 189 is a photograph of the back side of Mr. Floyd's left hand. Exhibit number 190 is a photograph of the back side of Mr. Floyd's right hand. In any case that we think has the potential to be a homicide, we do examine the hands very carefully and we photograph the hands very carefully. Our hands are largely the way that we interact with the world around us, and so injuries on the hands, or sometimes lack thereof, can tell us something about what happened. Specifically in Mr. Floyd's case, you can see a number of scar-like areas on his knuckles on the left and some scattered across the back of his right hand. I don't specifically know what those are from. Those obviously parallel marks. That's pretty typical for what handcuff marks look like when we see them at autopsy.
And Dr. Baker, Exhibit 191.
Exhibit number 191 is a close-up photograph of the back of the index and third fingers of Mr. Floyd's right hand. You can see that he's got some injuries over his knuckles. Just for orientation, if I were to use my own right hand, we're looking at an injury right here and an injury right here on the back of those two fingers.
And did you have an opinion as to what may be the cause of those injuries?
So these are blunt force injuries. These are abrasions and lacerations. Again, that's damage to the skin from blunt trauma. These would be entirely consistent with him having been in an altercation with another person. They certainly could be from the asphalt or just about anything his hand could have banged into.
Thank you, Dr. Baker, and we can put the photos away. Now I'd like to talk with you for just a moment about your examination of Mr. Floyd's heart.
Okay.
Did you take a photograph of Mr. Floyd's heart still intact?
No, I did not.
Would you tell the jury why not?
I don't normally photograph organs that appear to be perfectly normal unless there's some reason to. I don't have a photograph of Mr. Floyd's spleen or Mr. Floyd's liver either because those were also grossly normal. His heart was enlarged by weight, but that wouldn't really be something you could capture in a photograph unless it were so excessively enlarged that it would be obvious from the picture.
Mm-hmm. And so when we talk about the tissues of the heart, are you able to describe them generally, such as the endocardium, the myocardium, etc.?
Sure.
Would you tell the jurors what those are that you ordinarily look at?
Yeah, so dissecting the heart is one of the most important things we do in every autopsy because the heart is involved in so many of the deaths that we investigate. So the first thing we do is we carefully remove the heart from the lungs. The next thing you do is you carefully make sure that there's no blood or clot left in the heart because you want to get a very accurate weight. It turns out that the weight of the heart is a very good predictor as to whether that heart is normal or not. People who have high blood pressure for a long period of time, their heart will actually get heavier. Just like any muscle that's worked hard, the heart will grow in response to that kind of stress. So we do weigh the heart first. The next thing you typically do is you very carefully dissect the coronary arteries. And when I say carefully dissect, I mean you take a scalpel blade and you cut every 2, 3, 4 millimeters in very fine slices along every one of the coronary arteries. A normal adult heart will generally be described as having 2 coronary arteries, the left and the right. The left immediately branches into the left anterior descending and the left circumflex. So we dissect those two very carefully. And then we look at the right coronary artery. So usually you'll hear people describe 3 coronary arteries, the circumflex, the left anterior, descending, and the right. So we want to make sure those arteries are in the right place. We want to make sure they have normal openings where they connect to the aorta. And then we go tiny slice by tiny slice, making sure that none of those arteries have narrowings or blockages in them. After we've done that, then we typically will carefully slice the heart, meaning the whole organ where we're now cutting through the muscle. And as you're making those slices, what you're looking for is evidence of previous heart damage. Is there a scar in the heart? Is there hemorrhage in the heart, suggesting maybe a more recent heart attack, if you will? There's many more rare conditions of the heart that we're also looking for while we do this. None of those apply in Mr. Floyd's case, but those are always in the back of our minds as we do this. And then the last thing we do is once we've cut through the muscle of the heart, we open all the valves of the heart generally in the same direction the blood flows. We make sure the valve leaflets are normal, make sure there's no infections, there's no calcifications, there's the normal number of leaflets. So yeah, we've now looked at the outside of the heart, the coronaries, the muscle of the heart, and the valves.
So having done all of that with respect to Mr. Floyd, did you find any previous damage to his heart muscle?
No, Mr. Floyd had no visible or microscopic previous damage to his heart muscle.
You know, and I apologize to you, Dr. Baker, and the jury, but there is one other photograph I do want to look at.
Okay.
So if we could pull out just number 192, which should be the heart valves. So Dr. Baker, would you tell us what we see in Exhibit 192?
Yes, Exhibit 192 is cross-sections of what I would describe as the worst or the narrowest lesions that I found in Mr. Floyd's coronary arteries. So above about the 3 mark on the ruler, you can see 3 pieces of coronary artery that are fairly close together. The uppermost one in your photograph is what we would call the proximal left anterior descending coronary artery. So that means that's pretty close to the aorta, that's close to the origin of the artery. And in most adults, the left anterior descending is the largest of the 3 coronary arteries. So in this picture, you can see that Mr. Floyd's left anterior descending artery is quite narrowed. I would put that at 75% narrowing. The cut that you see right below that, which is the middle of the 3, that's another section through Mr. Floyd's left anterior descending coronary artery. So you can see that that area of very tight narrowing is still there. Again, I would put that at about 75%. And then the third one you see in that series of 3, the one closest to the ruler, is the first branch off of his left anterior descending coronary artery. That's called the first diagonal branch. That can be a big one in some people. It was pretty good sized in Mr. Floyd's case, but that one is also quite narrowed, as you can see in the photograph. And I should probably back up and explain that when I say narrowed, I mean the yellow plaque that you see eccentrically lining those coronary arteries like a partially clogged plumbing pipe. That's the cholesterol, that's the fibrous tissue, that's the scar that you don't want in your coronary arteries. That's why your doctor checks your cholesterol and asks you not to smoke and tells you to watch your weight and your blood pressure. This is what he or she is trying to prevent, is that plaque buildup. That's the yellow discoloration you see in these arteries. They should be wide open. You should be seeing through a round hole in each of those, but they're pretty severely narrowed. So getting back to the description of the photograph, the 4th cross-section you see, which is more closer to the 1 on the scale, that's Mr. Floyd's right coronary artery. In most adults, that would be the 2nd largest of the 3 coronaries. You can see that one is also significantly narrowed by atherosclerotic plaque as well.
So, Dr. Baker, are you kind of familiar with the concept of acute changes in plaque buildup?
Yes.
Would you tell the jurors what that means?
So there are times at autopsy when we can tell that a plaque has suddenly changed because it has fractured. These plaques can actually be kind of hard. That's why this is known as hardening of the coronary arteries. Sometimes these plaques will fracture and you can see clot or fibrin, which is protein from the blood, suddenly filling that plaque. And so the plaque went from being smaller than it used to be being bigger than it used to be very, very quickly. Sometimes you can even get hemorrhage into a plaque as it fractures, and so the plaque can grow very quickly. We can see that with the naked eye at autopsy. Sometimes we can see that under the microscope as well. To get to the heart of your question, counselor, I did not see those changes in Mr. Floyd's coronary arteries. These looked to me to be, I guess you would call them stable plaques, for lack of a better term.
And if they had fractured in some way and created a clot of some kind, would that be observable on autopsy?
Yes, and that's one of the reasons we dissect these arteries so carefully, is you wouldn't want to miss an acute change or a thrombus, because in most cases that would tell you a lot about how the person died.
Mm-hmm. And if there were a thrombus and it affected the heart muscle, what would that look like if you had such an affected heart muscle on autopsy?
If we find a thrombus, which means an acute clot in a coronary artery, if the person dies very, very quickly, which is entirely possible, we won't see anything abnormal in the heart muscle that depends on that coronary artery for its survival. People typically need to survive for hours from their acute cardiac event before we can see any changes in the heart, either under the microscope or with the naked eye. So again, if a person dies very, very quickly from a coronary artery event, we can only infer what happened based on the fact that they have bad coronaries and the circumstances of their death. We wouldn't expect the heart muscle to look abnormal.
And if the heart muscle does show damage from a clot, what does that look like?
So that depends on how long the clot has been there and how long the person has survived. There's a generally good progression of changes that we see very, very early. All you might see under the microscope is some of the heart cells start to look a little bit wavy and abnormal. Shortly after that, they start to take on way more pigment under the microscope than the surrounding heart cells do. They look much brighter to us under the microscope. Then those heart cells start to die, or necrose, as we say in pathology. That necrosis then brings in an inflammatory reaction from the body, and so you see inflammatory cells come and start to clean up those dead heart cells. And then eventually the body will bring in what we call granulation tissue, which is new blood vessels and early scar tissue. And if the person survives long enough, that dead area of heart will just turn into a scar. Dead heart cells, unfortunately, don't grow back, and so once they die, depending on how long the person survives, we'll see anything from those very early changes all the way out to a scar.
But with respect to Mr. Floyd, you didn't see any damage to the heart muscle?
That's correct.
Let's talk about the brain. Did you note any injury or damage to his brain tissues?
I did not. I did not notice any acute injury to his brain in the sense of physical trauma, nor did I note any injury to his brain in the sense of it being deprived of blood or oxygen.
Did you note anything regarding Mr. Floyd's lungs?
Mr. Floyd's lungs were quite edematous, meaning they had a lot of fluid and congestion in them, but other than that, they were generally normal postmortem lungs.
And is it possible to get fluid on the lungs, or edematous lungs, I think you called it, from the efforts to resuscitate Mr. Floyd after he was taken from the scene?
Yes.
And what kinds of fluids could cause that?
Well, basically what we're seeing at autopsy is just called edema fluid, which is a lightly protein-filled fluid that seeps out of the blood into the lungs and fills up the breathing spaces. We see that in people who have had protracted CPR, who've been given lots of fluid. As their heart's not working very well, perhaps not at all during the CPR, they're still getting a lot of fluid put in them in the emergency room, and so we can see that pulmonary edema from that. There's other circumstances in which we see pulmonary edema as well. It's a fairly non-specific finding.
And so in this instance, with respect to Mr. Floyd, you didn't need to take the time to try to understand what was the source of his pulmonary edema?
I don't know that I could pinpoint the source with any accuracy. Again, given that he got CPR, there's multiple potential explanations for his pulmonary edema.
What about the prospect of what's called a pulmonary embolism? What is a pulmonary embolism?
A pulmonary embolism is when you have a clot form in another part of your body. Most commonly it's in the lower legs or the pelvis, although it can form in other places. And that clot breaks off and it goes straight to the lungs, because that's where your heart pumps all the blood as it returns from your body. A massive pulmonary embolism can be almost instantaneously fatal, and by massive I mean it blocks the artery coming off the top of the heart that goes to the lungs. Smaller pulmonary emboli can go out into smaller branches of the lungs. Sometimes they're completely asymptomatic, sometimes they're symptomatic, sometimes they can be life-threatening if the person has underlying conditions. We do always look for pulmonary emboli as part of a forensic autopsy.
Did you see any pulmonary emboli in the case of Mr. George Floyd?
No, he did not have any pulmonary emboli.
Dr. Baker, let's talk about the toxicology. Did you seek what's called a toxicology screen in this case?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what is a toxicology screen?
So we actually use the term expanded panel simply because the laboratory that we use, that's the terminology. But in essence, what we do is we send off one or more tubes of blood, and in some cases urine, to our toxicology lab, and they run a very comprehensive panel looking for a variety of illicit drugs as well as scores and scores of prescription drugs. I expect that you've probably already heard from a toxicologist, so I won't go into the laboratory part of it because that's not my area of expertise. But part of the testing they do is antibodies, looking for specific categories of drugs like morphine and related compounds, benzodiazepines, things in that class, barbiturates, and so on. And then the lab can do a variety of other techniques that are often go under names like gas chromatography, liquid chromatography, mass spectrometry, things like that. And they have the potential to detect hundreds of different medications that way. That's what we call the expanded panel with the lab that we work with, and that's typically what we ask for on most forensic autopsies.
And is the lab you work with NMS?
Correct.
How long have you worked with NMS labs?
It's been about 13 or 14 months now.
So for the past 13 or 14 months, would that be the only lab that you would be sending out toxicology panels or screens to from the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, all of our postmortem toxicology is done by NMS.
Are you familiar with a toxicologist named Dr. Eisenschmidt?
Yes, I know Dan.
Dr. Eisenschmidt testified here just, time flies, I don't know if it was yesterday or 2 days ago, but he testified here. Do you have a good opinion of him as a toxicologist?
He has been great to work with so far.
Objection is sustained.
Well, you know Dr. Eisenschmidt.
I do.
Did you examine the contents of Mr. Floyd's stomach as part of your autopsy?
I did.
What did you note regarding the contents?
Counselor, can I refer to my report so that I don't
Yes,
speak?
if it helps refresh your recollection.
I'm simply going to quote what I dictated as part of the postmortem exam. The stomach contains approximately 450 milliliters of dark brown fluid with innumerable soft fragments of gray-white food particulate matter resembling bread.
Did you note anything resembling either a pill or pill fragments in the stomach contents?
I did not.
Did you do any testing of the contents of Mr. Floyd's stomach as a part of the toxicology assessment for Mr. Floyd?
So I wouldn't do any testing of that. It is possible that we could send it to a lab like NMS for testing, but I did not request that.
So were you aware of whether or not Mr. Floyd had tested positive for COVID?
Yes, I was aware of that. Not at the time I did the autopsy, but I became aware of that later.
Was that significant to you in any way?
That he had tested positive for COVID?
Yes, sir.
I guess it kind of depends on what you mean by significant. This was very early in the pandemic, and we were still scrambling to figure out things like autopsy safety protocols and what we should be wearing. So in that sense, it was significant. In Mr. Floyd's specific case, the fact that he had been COVID positive 7 or 8 weeks before he passed away did not factor into my cause of death determination because I didn't see any signs of COVID at his autopsy, and his lungs did not have any of the stigmata of COVID that I would expect to see under the microscope.
So was he clinically symptomatic from your point of view?
I can't assess that because I didn't know Mr. Floyd when he was alive. To the best of my knowledge, he was generally healthy on May 25th before the events of that evening. I'm unaware that he was suffering from any acute COVID symptoms at that time.
You also know that Mr. Floyd had sickle cell trait. What can you tell us about that?
Sickle cell trait is carried by about 8% of Americans of African heritage. What it means is that one of the genes that codes for the beta chain of hemoglobin has an abnormal substitution in it. If you just have sickle cell trait, chances are you will go through life and never have any symptoms from it because you make plenty of normal hemoglobin. That's very different than sickle cell disease, which means that both of the genes have that gene substitution, and then you have sickle cell disease. People with sickle cell disease can get very severe anemia, they can have sickle cell crises, they're subject to a variety of infections and other complications. But Mr. Floyd didn't have that, he just had the one gene for sickle cell trait. I wouldn't even have known that, except that it happens that people who have sickle cell trait, when you take a biopsy of one of their tissues and put it in formaldehyde, which is what pathologists do with all tissue, the formaldehyde can cause cells to sickle as a post-mortem artifact. And so when I saw that on Mr. Floyd's slides, I immediately called the hospital lab and I said, do you have a peripheral blood smear for Mr. Floyd? And it turned out they had made a blood smear during his CPR. And so I had a pathologist who specializes in blood disorders look at the slide and confirm there was no evidence that Mr. Floyd was sickling on his peripheral smear during life. I did also have our lab then run a sickle cell quantitation, which means they actually quantify the abnormal hemoglobin in the blood. And sure enough, that came back with the exact number that would be consistent with Mr. Floyd having sickle cell trait. So it's really just a fluke that it got picked up at autopsy. In my opinion, it doesn't have anything to do with why he died.
All right. What about paraganglioma, a kind of tumor? I'll just ask you about the paraganglioma as to whether you found or concluded that it had anything to do with Mr. Floyd's death.
So the short answer is I don't feel Mr. Floyd's paraganglioma had anything to do with his death. What we're talking about is an incidental tumor that I happened to find in his pelvis during the autopsy. I did look at it under the microscope. The most likely diagnosis is a paraganglioma, but I have no reason to believe that had anything to do with Mr. Floyd's death.
Okay. So Dr. Baker, want to switch and talk about the death certificate.
Okay.
So if we could pull up Exhibit 194. Well, first I'd like to talk to you about the press release report.
Okay.
And ask you first, Dr. Baker, if you would just identify what this is for the record.
Yes, what you are looking at is the final press release my office put out once I had reached my conclusion as to the cause and manner of Mr. Floyd's death.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what it means to certify a death?
To certify death as a physician means that you fill in the decedent's cause of death and their manner of death. And if their manner of death is other than natural, then you also have to fill in the how injury occurred box on the death certificate. Death certificates are relatively standard in the United States. Most of what's on them is largely dictated by the Centers for Disease Control. They vary a little bit in appearance from state to state, but the core elements are pretty much the same in every jurisdiction. Most of what's on a death certificate is actually filled in by family members and the funeral director. So, what's the decedent's full name? Where were they born? What are the names of their parents? Did they ever serve in the armed forces? There's all kinds of things that are captured. The medical examiner's primary role, again, as I mentioned, is the cause of death, the manner of death, and the how injury occurred. Most death certificates in the United States are actually filled out by clinicians, meaning your primary care doctor that you see. That person fills out death certificates for their patients who die of routine natural conditions. Medical examiners get involved when the death appears to be from unnatural causes. In practice, we should be the only people that certify deaths where the manner is ever anything other than natural.
So doctor, if we could look at Exhibit 193. First, would you, for the record, tell us what this is?
Yeah, this looks to be a actual state of Minnesota death certificate for Mr. George Floyd. These death certificates are actually produced by the state, not by the medical examiners. We simply fill in the parts we're responsible for. We push all of those data to the Minnesota Department of Health, and then the death certificate's issued by the state. And so that's why what you see here says state of Minnesota on the top. But the cause of death, the other contributing conditions, and the manner, that's what I'm responsible for, and that's right in the middle of your display.
Yeah, just want to zoom in on that and show it to the jury. I think this is pre-admitted, Your Honor. Okay. So if we look at the cause of death, immediate, underlying, other contributing conditions, this would be the section that you fill out then?
Correct.
So if we see here under manner of death, it indicates homicide. Tell us, what does homicide mean to you as a medical examiner?
So as a medical examiner, we applied the term homicide when the actions of other people were involved in an individual's death. It's one of 5 manners of death that we can choose from, the other 4 being accident, suicide, natural, or undetermined. Homicide in my world is a medical term. It's not a legal term. From a vital health and public statistics point of view, it's critical that medical examiners fill in a manner of death on every death certificate, because from a public health point of view, you want to know how many people committed suicide in your state, how many people died of accidents in a given year in your state. And so it's a key piece of public health data, but we don't use it as a legal term.
So we'll look at 918. Correct. Dr. Baker, in front of you, Exhibit 918 is a list of manners of death, the ones you just talked to us about. Natural, accident, suicide, homicide, which I've highlighted because it's what you found in this instance, and then undetermined. Would you tell us from your point of view as a medical examiner, what does natural mean?
Natural means the person died exclusively of natural diseases.
Right, so an example of a natural disease might be a heart attack or a fatal arrhythmia as a primary cause of death.
Those are actually pretty vague terms. We're much more specific. So to your point, counselor, arteriosclerotic heart disease causing a heart attack would be a natural cause of death. A ruptured brain aneurysm from long-standing untreated high blood pressure would be a natural cause of death. Metastatic lung cancer would be a natural cause of death. There's almost an infinite number of potential natural causes of death.
And if we look at accident as an accidental cause of death, is a drug overdose an example of what could be an accidental cause of death?
Most drug overdoses are accidental causes of death. Some are suicides. But yes, we do regard most drug overdoses, because we don't believe the person intended to die, we do regard those as accidents.
Mm-hmm. And we know what suicide is. Doctor, what does undetermined mean?
Undetermined means that despite the best efforts of law enforcement, the medical examiner's investigators, we simply never could pin down the circumstances under which the individual died. In any good medical examiner's office, you are going to have a small percentage of cases every year that go out undetermined in manner. Most of those, as it happens, are people who died of drug toxicity, and based on the drug levels, based on the person's known history, we just don't have enough data to know whether this was a suicide or an accident. And so if we don't know their intent, it's often undetermined. More dramatic but slightly less common example, you find a skeletonized body out in the woods. You have no idea why the person was there, how long they were there. There's very little left to work with, so you don't really know what happened. A case like that might go out undetermined as well. Again, much less common, but undetermined essentially means we never really did figure out the circumstances.
Now, in Mr. Floyd's case, you listed the immediate cause of death as cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating, law enforcement, subdual, restraint, and neck compression.
Correct.
What does cardiopulmonary arrest mean?
That's really just fancy medical lingo for the heart and the lungs stopped. The heart, no pulse, no breathing.
So with respect to the term complicating, am I right in the understanding that this term means occurring in the setting of?
Yes.
Or in other words, cardiopulmonary arrest occurring in the setting of law enforcement, subdual, restraint, and neck compression?
Correct.
So Dr. Baker, can you tell us how it is physiologically that the subdual, restraint, and neck compression caused Mr. Floyd's death?
In my opinion, the physiology of what was going on with Mr. Floyd on the evening of May 25th is, you've already seen the photographs of his coronary arteries, so that you know he had very severe underlying heart disease. I don't know that we specifically got to it, counselor, but Mr. Floyd also had what we call hypertensive heart disease, meaning his heart weighed more than it should. So he has a heart that already needs more oxygen than a normal heart by virtue of its size, and it's limited in its ability to step up to provide more oxygen when there's demand because of the narrowing of his coronary arteries. Now, in the context of an altercation with other people that involves things like physical restraint, that involves things like being held to the ground, that involves things like the pain that you would incur from having your cheek up against the asphalt, an abrasion on your shoulder, those events are going to cause stress hormones to pour out into your body, specifically things like adrenaline. And what that adrenaline is going to do is it's going to ask your heart to beat faster. It's going to ask your body for more oxygen so that you can get through that altercation. And in my opinion, the law enforcement subdual, restraint, and the neck compression was just more than Mr. Floyd could take by virtue of those heart conditions.
So, Dr. Baker, just a point of clarification that frankly occurs to me as you were talking. As a forensic pathologist, it's not part of what you do within the four corners of your job to try to calculate what Mr. Floyd's either lung volumes or oxygen reserves or that sort of thing would have been, is it?
I think what you're getting at, Counselor, is the sort of thing that I would defer to a pulmonologist. Those are obviously things we can't measure post-mortem in living people. Clearly those things are the purview of pulmonologists.
Right. So Dr. Baker, we did find from the toxicology amounts of fentanyl and methamphetamine in the results from the lab.
That is correct.
You didn't mention either fentanyl or meth in Mr. Floyd's system. You mentioned those, but you don't list either of them on the top line as causes of death. Why is that?
Well, the top line of the cause of death is really what you think is the most important thing that precipitated the death. Other things that you think played a role in the death but were not direct causes get relegated to what's known as the other significant conditions part of the death certificate. So the other significant conditions are things that played a role in the death but didn't directly cause the death. So, for example, Mr. Floyd's use of fentanyl did not cause the subdual or neck restraint. His heart disease did not cause the subdual or the neck restraint.
All right. So these are items that may have contributed but weren't the direct cause.
Correct.
No further questions, Dr. Baker.
Mr. Nelson.
Sure.
We're going to take a 10-minute break.
For joining us for our live coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial today, marking day 10 of the trial. On the stand right now was Chief Hennepin County Medical Examiner Dr. Andrew Baker. He was the sole person to conduct George Floyd's autopsy. Right now we want to go to our trial attorney expert, Michael Bryant of law firm Bradshaw and Bryant. Thanks again, Michael, for joining us.
How you doing?
Doing well, doing well. So tell me, what do you think so far about the medical examiner's testimony?
So far, it's been the prosecutor asking questions, so it's real, it's kind of going along the way you'd think it would in a normal examination of a medical examiner by a prosecutor. So I think the big issue will come up when he starts getting crossed to see if there's issues that the defense can raise.
Dr. Baker had mentioned that homicide is a medical term and not a legal term. Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, what he's saying is that when they use it, they're not putting it in a way that for court, they're using it for a word that they use in their in their medical way the whole way. And so he was getting around. I don't know if you remember earlier in the trial when there was that objection to some of the slides. That's the kind of issue you get into where the defense is arguing, well, they're trying to get something to the jury that makes it look like it's a legal term to get to that legal point, but it's just part of what they do medically, and that it wasn't intended that way, and that's why it became what was called demonstrative. So he was just clarifying something along those same lines as that earlier evidence earlier in the day.
So we're expecting for defense attorney Eric Nelson to cross-examine Dr. Baker. Anything that you'll be looking out for specifically during this cross-examination?
Well, the big issues are going to be, is he going to be able to find anything where he can attack his underlying opinions as to foundation? Because Baker's opinions needed for findings to be used by the other experts. So one of the questions will be, can they come up with anything that they can attack it, they can show that there's a problem with it, and then add that to their motion to try to take away some of the other earlier opinions? That'd be the first thing. Second thing is they're going to want to show the difference in what he said his opinions are and potentially what he's saying now. So they're going to go to, well, when you first saw this and you did these things, your first conclusion was, to deal with the heart and what happened with the heart. And you're aware because you did this of what was going on inside the heart. So they're going to try to give it a reason other than the asphyxiation that took place. And then, they're going to get into the number of times you met with the prosecutors and, the other parts that, that as a defense lawyer that they'll go into, depending on what else he says here in his testimony.
And can you explain to our viewers, Michael, when you have the prosecution or you have the defense up there and their line of questioning, it's all to kind of put pieces together or connect the dots. Can you explain the strategy that we're seeing there in those questions?
Sure. First, their questioning is different. When you do direct, you can't lead. So you can't give the answer by what you say. You're supposed to just ask a question and they're supposed to answer it based upon that. When you're doing cross, then you can lead because you're looking at this witness as most likely being adverse to you. It's not somebody that you've talked to. So there's a different way that you ask questions, whether you're doing the direct or doing the cross. Second is if it's a prosecution expert, it's somebody they've met with. So they've got an idea what it is they're going to say. They've got an idea, what it is they're going to give them as far as questions and what issues are going to get brought up. The defense or the person doing the cross doesn't get that opportunity to meet with them. So when they ask a question, they're not for sure knowing what that answer is going to be. So they try to stay away from questions that they have no clue what the answer is going to be, or questions that they could get them in trouble if they're thrown out there that they could turn around and use against them in the way that they answer the question. The third part of it is the prosecution has to build a case. So the prosecution is putting together evidence to show that the defendant acted outside of what a reasonable police officer did, and that those actions are what caused the death. So that's what they're trying to build together with all of these witnesses. The defense is doing two things. One, they don't have to prove anything. They have no burden to prove anything. He's presumed innocent until he's proven guilty by the prosecution. So one of the things they're doing is just putting holes in what's said. So they're going back. You'll hear more questions about the drugs. You'll hear more questions about the heart. You'll hear these questions that they're just putting questions in the jurors' heads that a juror will hopefully go back in the room after it and say, I don't know what to think of this, and so I can't convict the defendant. They're also going to be bringing in evidence that are own experts that are going to be used to argue that either he acted as a reasonable police officer would, or that even if he did act outside of what a reasonable police officer would do, that wasn't the cause of death for Mr. Floyd. So they're doing multiple things on the defense.
And correct me if I'm wrong, with many other witnesses that the state has called to the stand, they support the prosecution's theory on how George Floyd died, but I feel like it's a little bit different with what the Hennepin County medical examiner has testified.
Well, that's the question is how big of a difference is it and how much can the defense make out of that? And that's where we're looking forward to seeing the cross to see what they can do with that.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you very much, Michael Bryant. Really appreciate it. We'll definitely get back to you later in the broadcast. Right now, we want to turn things over to Fox 9's Leah Bino, who has also been following the developments in court. Leah.
Okay.
Interesting things that I heard Dr. Andrew Baker point out is that, he goes through the regular process of conducting an autopsy, and we have already heard people talk about the huge amount of video surrounding this case, but he made it clear that he did not watch any of those viral videos or body camera videos or anything like that prior to conducting this autopsy. So I thought that was worth noting and something that they made sure to point out. Also noted that there was no pills found in George Floyd's stomach when they went through there. They also go through their regular process, and given the circumstances that he knew going into conducting this autopsy, there was a couple of extra steps that he took, one of them being making small incisions around the wrists of George Floyd, and that's basically, he said, to look for any bruising regarding the handcuffs. Sometimes he said you can see bruising from the outside on the flesh, but not necessarily, and so they look for it on the inside. The same thing with an incision from the back of the head all the way down to the buttocks. So looking inside the back, basically, for any bruising that might be indicated internally and not necessarily visible from the outside. Again, Dr. Baker knowing that there were circumstances about George Floyd passing away and some officers putting him down in restraint. So I thought that was interesting, a couple of extra steps that he took in the autopsy process. We have a little bit of sound that we'll share with you, or as he's basically backing up his reasoning for the cause of death, he elaborates on how he believes the restraint and the details of the restraint and how that played into the cause of death.
Can you tell us how it is physiologically that the subdural restraint and neck compression caused Mr. Floyd's death?
In my opinion, the physiology of what was going on with Mr. Floyd on the evening of May 25th is, you've already seen the photographs of his coronary arteries, so that you know he had very severe underlying heart disease. I don't know that we specifically got to it, Counselor, but Mr. Floyd also had what we call hypertensive heart disease, meaning his heart weighed more than it should. So he has a heart that already needs more oxygen than a normal heart by virtue of its size, and it's limited in its ability to step up to provide more oxygen when there's demand because of the narrowing of his coronary arteries. Now, in the context of an altercation with other people that involves things like physical restraint, that involves things like being held to the ground, that involves things like the pain that you would incur from having your cheek up against the asphalt, an abrasion on your shoulder, those events are going to cause stress hormones to pour out into your body, specifically things like adrenaline. And what that adrenaline is going to do is it's going to ask your heart to beat faster. It's going to ask your body for more oxygen so that you can get through that altercation. And in my opinion, the law enforcement subdual restraint and the neck compression was just more than Mr. Floyd could take by virtue of those heart conditions.
And again, as he summarizes there, I just want to remind our viewers that were not watching earlier, while this is very much autopsy day for the Derek Chauvin trial, we are not seeing the images of the autopsy. As Judge Cahill pointed out, they're kind of going old school with this, and they passed out packets of photographs that the jury members are looking at individually and being walked through one by one in a lot of cases, usually for only a few minutes at a time, and they're asked to put them away. But that was a decision that was made within the court not to broadcast those images, which we can imagine would be very difficult to see.
All right, Leah Bino reporting for us. Thank you very much. And we are in a 5-minute break. I believe this is break number 4 so far. This week, set 2 weeks wrapping up coverage. Right now, Chief Hennepin County Medical Examiner Dr. Andrew Baker is on the stand. The prosecution wrapping up its questioning, and we are expecting for the defense attorney, Eric Nelson, to begin with his cross-examination any minute now. In the meantime, while we wait, I guess I have a few more questions for our trial attorney, Michael Bryant, who is here today to give us some legal analysis. Michael, are you there?
I am.
All right. Anything else that caught you by surprise? That was a big moment to you so far during the medical examiner's testimony?
No, I've been waiting to hear from him. And so, you know, it was that opportunity when he suddenly started hearing from him and you started to hear him go, and he said, he sounds a lot like a regular medical examiner. So, you know, that was that part of it. You know, that they've stuck with who they've stuck with as far as the examination goes on the prosecution was interesting. So they haven't made a change there. It seems to be going along for the most part the way the prosecution was planning for it to. But, you know, I think the big issue is, wait, let's see what the cross-examination does, because I think that could be very, very interesting today.
And I know during earlier testimony with a forensic pathologist, Dr. Thomas, she talked about the difference between mechanicism, I believe, and cause of death. Can you explain? I think I have a misspelling right there.
Well, she was the mechanism on how the mechanism,
yes,
what causes it and what the mechanism is. So what she was saying was that in the end, no air, your heart isn't working, you're dead. And so that's the death, is everything's gone. And she was distinguishing that from the mechanism and saying that the mechanism that caused it, what actually took place, was the actions by the police officer. So they're trying to distance themselves a little bit. They're trying to distance themselves overall from the argument that what really killed him was a bad heart, and it had nothing to do with the actions of the police officer, or his actions were reasonable, and that's just what happens sometimes when you act reasonable, that sometimes somebody with a bad heart is going to die that way, unfortunately. That's what the defense wants the juries at least thinking about, and the prosecution's trying to deal with that. And the way they dealt with that was this definition of the two differences, as far as, you know, you're dead because you stopped breathing. But that's not really what it's about. And it goes to some of the questions that when the prosecution got back up and they tried to get into the Abe Lincoln example with Mrs. Lincoln, they're trying to say that, you know, still you got to go back and look at what the cause is, or what put this into effect.
All right, Michael, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And I'm told that the court proceedings have resumed. Let's check in.
Good afternoon, Dr. Baker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor, to... So, Dr. Baker, thank you for being here with us this afternoon. Just some follow-up questions I kind of want to break up into two different sections. One about the autopsy, and then some other questions about events after autopsy, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you understand, Dr. Baker, that you've testified in many cases in Hennepin County before?
Yes, I have.
Dakota, Scott County as well?
Not nearly as much, but yes.
And you understand that as a part of the process of exchanging information, the defense receives copies of everything, your reports, meeting notes, prior statements you've given, things of that nature.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And have you had opportunities to review all of that information prior to your testimony today?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And ultimately what you testified is in a death investigation, it's much more than just simply an autopsy, agreed?
Correct.
And in fact, if you pull your file, it usually ends up being a few inches thick, right?
We're actually paperless at the medical examiner's office, but if you printed it out, yeah, I guess it would be a few inches thick.
Yeah, well, that's what I did, and that's what it is. I guess I got to get with the times. But ultimately, that file contains your autopsy report, correct?
Correct.
Death certificate, the paperwork that you fill out for the state of Minnesota?
Yes, we don't actually get a copy of the death certificate from the state, but everything we put on the death certificate is in our file.
Right. And then you also keep track of conversations that you have with people, right?
Generally, yes. That's usually more my investigators who are talking to family, treating physicians, hospital records departments and stuff.
So you keep sort of a log, so to speak, of today investigator so-and-so spoke with X, right?
Again, I don't personally do that so much, but yes, my investigators do.
Right. And it's all a part of this file, right?
Correct.
And then in addition, you obtain any known medical records that may factor into your analysis as well, right?
Yes.
You had received some hospital records from HCMC regarding Mr. Floyd, correct?
Correct.
But you don't go out and try to search, or perhaps you do, try to search for every provider that he or that any person generally may have seen, right?
In most cases, that's correct, counselor. There wouldn't be a lot of point in us trying to get every medical record ever generated for a particular decedent. It would only be if I thought it would help me understand the cause and manner of death better.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I want to talk to you first about the word complicating. How do you define the word complicating as you used it as to the cause of Mr. Floyd's death?
I use the word complicating the way I think most physicians use the word complications, and I'm guessing that most people who've ever been a patient or had a loved one who's been a patient knows what physicians mean by the word complications. It means that an intervention occurred and there was an outcome that was untoward on the heels of that intervention. So for example, somebody goes into the hospital for hip surgery and they develop a blood clot in their leg. That's a complication. You get started on a new medication for a heart condition and you have an allergic reaction to it. That's a complication. So it's an untoward event on the heels of an intervention that happened. That's how I look at it as a physician.
Right. And it could be during an incident as a result of an incident, right?
Again, we don't usually use the word incident in medical practice, but yeah, it could be an immediate complication as a result of a medical intervention or therapy, or it could be what we call a delayed complication.
Right. And there are certain circumstances that precede those complications. Agreed?
That's a little vague, counselor. I wonder if you could...
Well, I mean, in any death investigation, you're trying to determine the cause and manner of death, right?
Correct.
And in this particular case, you obviously took into consideration the police restraint, right?
Correct.
But you also took into consideration the heart disease, correct?
Yes.
As well as the toxicology results. Agreed?
Yes.
And you factored those in your cause. There's the cause and manner of death. And then there's the second thing that you left blank, right? And then there's the contributing causes or contributing factors.
Yes, the term of art is other significant conditions is what you're getting at, counselor.
Yeah. And that's simply just something you have to do for the CDC, or did you take those into consideration as contributing to Mr. Floyd's cause of death?
So when you put those on a death certificate as a physician, what you're saying is, I think these played some role in this death. They had a contributing condition. I'm unaware of how the CDC would mandate what goes on there. Presumably the goal is you put things on there that you believe are relevant. You don't list trivial stuff on there that didn't play a role.
Right. And so if something was significant enough, you put it on, but if it's insignificant and didn't contribute, you leave it off.
Generally, yes.
Okay. And so in your opinion, both the heart disease as well as the history of hypertension and the drugs that were in his system played a role in Mr. Floyd's death?
In my opinion, yes.
All right. Now, again, in terms of your autopsy report, you don't generally note negative findings, right? If something is normal, you may just say it's normal, but you're not going to take special note to say the heart is completely, perfectly normal.
That's a really long question, counselor, but I think I can give you a reasonable answer to that. For most normal organs, we have a boilerplate description for what that organ is. So if a spleen is normal, I'm going to give a normal description of a spleen with the weight of that spleen. The same for a liver. Depending on the nature of a particular case, there are, I used this term earlier, pertinent negatives, things that you think might be on the body based on the circumstances, so you specifically seek those things out, and if they're not there, you document them because the fact that they're not present really means something. So I don't know if that answered your question. There's some things that are normal, that they're almost always normal, and we go on to the next step of the autopsy. There's some things that, depending on the complexity of the case, the fact that it's not there, you're going to dwell on that, you're going to do a special dissection, you're going to take a picture, whatever you need to do to document that you specifically looked for something and it wasn't there.
Okay, and so in that regard, if you note something, whether it's odd or irregular, or it's the negative, right? You take special precaution to note those things in your autopsy.
Ideally, yes. You not only do you document that in your narrative report, but you take a picture of things that are there and you document things that aren't there that people might have expected to be there.
Okay. And it's interesting to me that you made a conscious decision not to watch any videos before you performed the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And that was to prevent bias, you described?
In general, yes. I don't want to go into an autopsy with a preconceived notion that I already know what happened, because that might tempt you to skip certain steps or not do certain things that could turn out to be relevant. So, and just full disclosure, counsel, to fully answer the question, I did see the video that the entire world saw later that day after Mr. Floyd's autopsy. I did not release his body until the following morning. So had I seen something on the video that triggered yet another thought in my mind, I still had the chance to act on it. I did not want that to be in my mind when I physically performed his autopsy on the morning of the 26th.
Understood. But you had received some briefing from law enforcement or from somebody to say, here's generally what we know about what happened.
It was pretty high level, but yes, I got a phone call from the BCA that a man had gone unresponsive in police custody while he was being restrained. He had died at Hennepin County Medical Center, and that was largely what I knew going into the autopsy. I believe I was aware that there had been pressure applied to his neck, but beyond that, that's pretty much what I knew going into the autopsy.
So you took special, because you had learned that there was potential pressure to the neck, you took special steps to look at the neck area, shoulders, etc., right?
Yes.
And because of that, you did this unique incision, or this specific incision, to lift the skin off to look under the surface, so to speak.
That's correct.
All right, and we'll come back to that in a second. You did note, I want to focus on the heart for a little bit. You noted that the heart was dilated.
Yes.
What causes that?
So dilated is just fancy medical lingo for has gotten a little bit bigger than it used to be. Like when you blow up a balloon, it dilates, for lack of a better lay description. Mr. Floyd's heart was, if I can refer to my report, counselor.
Can you refresh your recollection?
It would. So I described the ventricles, which are the two main pumping chambers of the heart, the right and left, as mildly dilated in Mr. Floyd's case. I would interpret that as being part and parcel of his high blood pressure. That's a manifestation of the heart getting bigger and heavier as it works against that continued high blood pressure over a period of time.
Okay. You also took note of the size of Mr. Floyd's heart, right?
It's actually the weight, counselor, but yes,
weight.
Absolutely did take note of the weight, yes.
All right, and that was 540 grams?
That is correct.
And you're familiar with the papers of DeMaio and Molina on the normal heart size?
I am familiar with DeMaio and Molina paper, although the one that I usually use is the Kitzman paper from the Mayo Clinic.
Okay. And what's the maximum size of a heart under that standard?
So the Kitzman paper normalizes heart weights as a function of your body length and your body weight. Because if you think about it, a very large person is going to have a larger heart than a very small person. So we don't want to penalize people for being too big or too small. That's why you normalize their heart weight. So in Mr. Floyd's case, the upper limit of normal for his body length, according to the reference that I use, is 510 grams. The upper limit of normal for his body weight would be 521 grams. Again, he was 540 grams, and so he is outside the upper limit of normal. That means on the bell-shaped distribution of heart weights for a man his size, he's way out on one of the tail ends, the heavy end.
Okay. And all of these various standards in terms of the weight of a heart, they're peer-reviewed?
As far as I know, yes. The reference I use is from the Mayo Clinic proceedings, which I'm going to assume is peer-reviewed.
Right. And as would be, say, DeMaio and Molina's or the Northwestern studies or any of these other studies?
I'm not familiar with the other studies you're referencing, Counselor. The DeMaio and Molina paper, I believe, was published in the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology, which I know to be peer-reviewed.
Okay. And you would agree that the larger the heart is, the more blood it needs to provide adequate oxygenation. Agreed?
As a general rule, I would say that is true, yes.
What types of things cause a person's heart to be bigger than normal?
The most common cause by far in adults in the developed world would be high blood pressure. There are a number of far less common causes. Aortic valve disease could do it if the heart's pumping against a defective valve. There are genetic causes of an enlarged heart. Typically, we can tell those by looking at the heart grossly and microscopically. Those are much farther down the list than high blood pressure, which again is the number one by a long shot.
And based on your review of Mr. Floyd's medical records, you determined that he has a history of high blood pressure, correct?
Yes, it was very helpful to learn that from his medical records. He was known to be hypertensive.
Can you describe the narrowing or the stenosis of the coronary arteries a little bit more detail?
I can, Counselor, if I may refer to my report again. So as I mentioned when I was describing the photographs earlier, he had 75% proximal and 75% mid narrowing of his left anterior descending coronary artery. Again, in most people, that would be the largest of the three coronary arteries. He had 75% narrowing of the first diagonal branch of his left anterior descending coronary artery. And then in his right coronary artery, which in most people is the second largest of the three, he had 90% proximal narrowing.
All right. And what do forensic pathologists generally consider to be enough narrowing of the arteries to cause a sudden death?
We usually look to 75% greater as capable of causing sudden death.
And are you familiar with myocyte necrosis?
Yes.
And do you have to have myocyte necrosis to cause a sudden death?
No, you do not.
In an arrhythmia, there would be no necrosis, correct?
So an arrhythmia is an electrical phenomenon, not an anatomic one, and so I really can never diagnose an arrhythmia post-mortem. We just have to infer that from the circumstances and from the condition of the coronaries.
And when we describe hypoxia of the heart, that's the reduction of oxygen to the heart, correct?
Correct.
And can you, can hypoxia to the heart cause sudden death by other means? Or would it just be the arrhythmia?
Well, there's many ways that a lack of oxygen to the heart could cause death. One could be a sudden dysrhythmia, where the person's heart goes from a normal beat to a non-perfusing beat, and the person would literally just collapse right in front of you. Depending on the nature of the coronary artery disease, a person could have a thrombus. They could present to the emergency room with crushing chest pain and sweating and difficulty breathing. That would be a different mechanism of death. So there's different ways the heart manifests that is not getting enough oxygen, but one of them is sudden collapse and death.
And sometimes people can survive that for a longer period of time.
Survive.
The thrombus you just described? I mean,
Correct. I mean, I don't know the numbers, but obviously people can and do survive thrombi in their coronary arteries. That's why we have clot-busting drugs and cardiologists on call for emergency rooms for urgent catheterizations and stuff like that.
Gotcha. Now, can you generally describe the conduction system of the heart?
Only in the broadest terms, because I'm not an expert in the conduction system of the heart. I have other people I rely on for that, but it's basically the electrical system of the heart. There's a part of your heart called the sinoatrial node, and that's like the little watch in your heart that starts every heartbeat. You would be able to see what it's doing on an EKG if you were looking at an electrical tracing in a living person. That's then conducted to another node that's known as the AV node, the atrioventricular node, and then the electrical impulses go out from that to the ventricles that cause them to beat. You can actually see the conduction system under the microscope if you take it out and look for it. And there's, on very rare occasions, we do that. It wouldn't have been necessary in Mr. Floyd's case, but that's basically what the conduction system does.
If the conduction system is impaired, what happens?
I'd have to defer to a cardiologist on that because there's so many different ways it can be impaired. Sometimes it's completely benign. Sometimes a person might need a pacemaker or even a defibrillator. It totally depends on the nature of the derangement.
Which of the arteries supplies that first one, the SA node, the sino?
The sinoatrial node?
Right.
I believe it's a small branch of the right coronary artery in most people.
And is that the one that was 90% occluded?
Not the branch. I didn't dissect out the branch, but yes, the main right coronary artery was 90% narrowed.
You're aware also of the methamphetamine that was found in Mr. Floyd's system?
Yes.
Does methamphetamine further constrict the vessels and ventricles and arteries?
I don't know. I'm not an expert in the specific toxicology of methamphetamine. It is certainly hard on your heart in the sense that it does things like drive up the heart rate and drive up blood pressure. I don't know if it's a vasoconstrictor, but in either way, as a general rule for forensic pathology, methamphetamine is not good for a damaged heart, a heart with coronary artery disease.
Does the amount of the level of the toxicological findings affect whether it's good for the heart or bad for the heart?
I don't know that there's a scientific answer to that, counselor, because I'm not aware that there's a quote-unquote safe level of methamphetamine.
And especially illicit methamphetamine, right? No safe level of the street drug versus the amphetamines that are sometimes prescribed.
Yeah, so I'm very unfamiliar with any medical use for methamphetamine in approved circumstances. I'm aware that amphetamine is used in some circumstances. That's definitely not my area of expertise. Again, my high-level overview as a forensic pathologist is all other things being equal, methamphetamine is not good if you have bad coronary arteries.
And exertion also causes the heart to work harder?
Correct.
And therefore would require more oxygen?
Correct.
More blood has to pump through to oxygenate the heart and send it to the rest of the body, right?
Correct.
And so in this particular case, we have Mr. Floyd's heart is at least above average size, right?
Correct.
He has a heart with narrowed coronary arteries, right?
He does.
There was evidence of a period of exertion prior to his being deceased?
Yes, I mean, we're getting outside the autopsy now, obviously, but it's clear from the videotapes that, yes, there was a period of exertion prior to him becoming unconscious.
So in terms of your investigation, you ultimately did watch the videos?
Correct.
Including the body-worn cameras of the officers?
Yes.
And were you also provided with other videos in terms of surveillance videos, additional bystander videos, things of that nature?
I was.
And were you provided with investigative materials that what people said happened, etc.?
No, I did not have those.
Okay. Have you ever certified a death due to hypertensive cardiomegaly? I don't know how to cardio, M-E-G-A-L-Y. Megaly?
So the answer to that, counselor, is yes. The term you're going for is hypertensive cardiomegaly, which is fancy medical lingo for the heart is too big because of high blood pressure. We don't typically use that term. We just use the term hypertensive cardiovascular disease because it's a little more precise. But yes, I have used that or similar terminology.
Have you ever certified a death due to atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease?
Yes.
And similar narrowings of the arteries compared to Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
In terms of the injuries to Mr. Floyd, the abrasions and things of that nature, obviously they appeared to be fresher to you. Would you agree with that?
They do appear to be fresh, but I want to be very careful in my answer. There's not any literature that allows you to date those kinds of injuries with any precision. Presumably there's contextual data that would allow us to know that Mr. Floyd didn't have those abrasions, an hour before he died or whatever. If you just showed me those abrasions blindly, could I tell you how old they are as a pathologist? And the answer is no, not with any precision.
Right. And in terms of the abrasions that we looked at on Mr. Floyd's body, they could have been from the period of time he was restrained on the ground, agreed?
Correct.
They could have also been consistent with the period of time where he was taken to the ground or brought to the ground, right?
Well, that would be true as long as there's something in his environment that would explain those abrasions. I mean, some of those would take a fairly rough surface to produce. A smooth surface wouldn't, you wouldn't really expect that to cause those.
Understood, but if you were in the midst of a struggle with police officers and the police officers brought Mr. Floyd to the ground, the moment of impact with the ground could have resulted in some of those abrasions.
Objection, Your Honor. It's beyond the scope and calling for speculation.
Overruled. Would you mind repeating the question, Counselor?
Sure. Some of the abrasions that we looked at, it would also be likewise consistent with Mr. Floyd being taken out of a police car and put onto the ground.
Same objections beyond the scope of the autopsy. Overruled.
Yes, depending on how he made contact with the ground, if the direction of motion is correct and there's enough abrasive force, yes, that contact could explain those abrasions.
Okay. Would you agree with the general proposition that the prone position is not inherently dangerous?
As far as I know, based on my understanding of the medical literature, that is true.
Now, in terms of your autopsy reports, there is no, you dissected Mr. Floyd's shoulder and neck area, right?
That's correct.
And you found no bleeding into the subcutaneous tissues of the neck and back, right?
That is correct.
And there's no bleeding into the muscles of the back, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't have any section in your autopsy report to describe any injuries whatsoever to Mr. Floyd's neck and back like you do other areas of the report.
That's not true, Counselor. There's a special paragraph that specifically describes me dissecting his back and not finding anything.
Okay. And you took pictures of that as well?
Correct.
And all of those procedures were documented in the normal course of how you, when you conduct an autopsy, right?
Yes, all of those things were photographed.
And you did that so that other people would have an opportunity to review your work, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that people have done that, right?
Yes.
Now, you have, I'm assuming, conducted many autopsies in your career?
I have.
If you had to venture a guess, how many autopsies have you conducted?
I've never kept a spreadsheet, but I would say it's probably in the neighborhood of 2,900 to 3,000.
Okay. You've done other autopsies where asphyxiation was the suspected cause of death?
Yes, asphyxia is a very common cause of death in my line of work.
Right. You see it manifest itself in many ways, right?
That's correct.
And there are certain things that you look for in the course of your autopsy to determine whether or not this death would be consistent with asphyxiation. Agreed?
Yes and no. It depends on the type of asphyxia you're talking about. There are many ways that human beings die of asphyxia. So as pathologists, we want to make sure we know the type of asphyxia that we're talking about, because the signs that you would see are going to vary from one type to another.
And including, you look at the brain for signs of lack of oxygen, right?
We do, but to be fair, the person has to survive the anoxic brain injury for a considerable period of time before we can see anything. In most of the asphyxias that we investigate, we're not going to see any acute changes in the brain.
You look for musculoskeletal changes to the body, right?
Again, depending on the nature of the asphyxia, yes.
So you may look for, perhaps if the asphyxia was from the front to the back, broken hyoid bones, for example?
Correct. We're specifically looking at things like the muscles of the neck, the thyroid cartilage, the hyoid bone, in things like strangulations and hangings where there's pressure on the neck.
Okay. And you formed some opinions ultimately about the amount of pressure and whether the pressure was applied to the neck, right?
Could you be more specific now, sir?
Well, ultimately you have your, you have described your cause of death, right?
Correct.
And part of your cause of death includes neck restraint, right?
I believe I actually used the term neck compression, but yes, that is on the top line of my cause of death statement.
And in the course of your many conversations that you've had with various prosecutors and law enforcement officers, you, after watching the video, you've made some statements about where you thought Mr. Chauvin's knee was placed. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And did you feel that Mr. Chauvin's knee was compressing his neck?
Yes.
Did you describe it as being more on the back or in this lower part, base part of the neck?
So in my impression from the video, and I want to be very clear, I have no special expertise in looking at videos. I'm just looking at them as another person trying to figure out what happened. In my opinion, it would appear that Mr. Chauvin's knee was primarily on the back or the side or the area in between on Mr. Floyd's neck.
Did you see any evidence that he was occluding the carotid artery?
It did not appear to me on the video that his knee would have been able to occlude the carotid artery. Even if it were, normal people have two carotid arteries, and the unoccluded carotid artery would continue to supply blood to the brain.
Okay. And when you look at deaths by manual strangulation, for example, are you also looking for bruising?
Yes.
You're looking for bruising. Do you see that bruising in the majority of your cases or not in the majority of your cases?
Well, keep in mind that my patients are all deceased. And so if my patients were strangled, it was so significant that they died. And I say that because if you were to ask an ER doc for her experience looking at living strangulation victims, you might get a different answer. In my world, we typically see bruises on the outside of the neck. We see abrasions on the neck. We see bruises to the small muscles of the neck. Depending on the type of strangulation and how old the decedent was, we can even see fractures of the thyroid cartilage and the hyoid bone. And we often see petechiae as well, which are little tiny blood spots on the lining of the eyes. Sometimes you can see them on the face, on the inside of the lips, even the inside of the mouth.
And did you observe any of those signs in this case?
No, I did not.
And in terms of, when you think about just kind of the classic strangulation, I'm taking my fingers and my hands and I'm applying pressure to your neck, even those small finger, you would expect to see bruises consistent with the size of my fingers, right?
Again, in my line of work, we more often than not see bruises. You did say consistent with the size of your fingers. That might be true on television shows, but in the real world, there's not a lot of correlation between the size of bruises we see and the size of assailants' hands. But we are looking for those telltale bruises.
All right. And in terms of, in this particular case, the knee, the placement of the knee being a pretty bony, hard, round object, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty concentrated right under the kneecap at the force.
Right. And of course, the shin bone is just below the skin, right?
Yes.
And it's sort of triangular in its nature, right?
On cross-section, yes.
And so if a substantial amount of force was being used by the knee or the shin bone on the neck or back area in your line of work, and if that force was sufficient to asphyxiate him, would you expect to see bruising?
I would expect to see bruising, but I don't know that the lack of bruising excludes that. You and I kind of just pivoted from strangulation, which is really pressure to the front of the neck, to the pressure at the back of the neck. And that's just not something that I think we see as medical examiners, pressure to the back of the neck explaining a strangulation.
Or an asphyxiation.
Correct.
So is there any objective medical finding in your autopsy that shows a sufficient or significant amount of pressure to the back?
Again, I think we've covered this. I did not find any injuries to Mr. Floyd's back, not on the outside of his body, not looking at the soft tissue under his skin to make sure I didn't miss any occult bruises. I didn't find any bruises on his back.
Okay. Did you find any hypoxic changes to Mr. Floyd's brain?
I did not, but again, a person has to survive for many hours before we would be able to see those as pathologists.
You're generally familiar with a hypoxic death and how that occurs?
Again, Counselor, it really depends on the nature of the asphyxia. Keeping in mind, in my world, asphyxia is hangings, it's strangulations, it's carbon monoxide poisoning, it's drownings. There's all different ways people can be asphyxiated. It really depends on which mechanism you're talking about.
Well, generally, regardless of the mechanism, would you generally see symptoms consistent with hypoxia? Would a person exhibit certain symptoms?
So symptoms is a little outside my bailiwick because we're talking about living people, and I don't treat living people who are suffering from hypoxia of any cause.
So, I mean, Dr. Thomas, who just testified, would testify that you may see confusion when someone is going into a hypoxic state.
Objection, Your Honor, to the characterization of Dr. Thomas's testimony.
Rephrase as
Certainly.
what he agrees to.
So, your role as a medical examiner, right? You take into consideration information from lots of different sources.
That is true.
And there may be cases where you just don't know what's going on, right? You can't figure something out.
Could you be more specific?
Well, you have a decedent in your medical examining table, and there appears to be some sort of tropical disease, right? I'm assuming you're not a tropical disease or an infectious disease expert, right?
Certainly not an expert in tropical diseases. We do diagnose a lot of infectious diseases at the MD office.
But if there's some sort of infectious or tropical disease, you may go to another person and ask that person, hey, are you familiar with this?
Your Honor, object to the question in terms of relevance and beyond the scope.
Beyond the scope is overruled. Relevance at this point is sustained.
Sure. Do you rely on the expertise of other physicians when you conduct an autopsy?
Not always, but I am never above reaching out to clinical colleagues or other pathologists if they have an area of expertise that would help me.
And part of your job as a pathologist is to attempt to determine whether there is asphyxia in a particular case, right?
Again, it completely depends on the nature of the case, Counselor, but if it appears to be an asphyxial death, we're always trying to get at the root of how did this occur? Why did this person asphyxiate?
And as a physician, you're physician and a forensic pathologist, you're familiar with what happens to the human body when someone asphyxiates, right?
In general, yes. Again, I don't actually see living people asphyxiate. I don't treat living victims of different types of asphyxia in a clinical setting.
But in the context of your research or education, you may go to a conference and they're saying, here's an asphyxia death. Let's talk about it, right? Here's a picture of someone hanging from all the way fully suspended versus someone who is on their knees and suspended forward with a belt or something.
Object to the question is vague and relevant, Your Honor.
Sustained is relevance.
Are you familiar with the symptoms of hypoxia?
Again, they would be very general symptoms, and I don't know what the differential diagnosis for those symptoms would be.
What would the general symptoms be?
Of hypoxia?
Right.
Probably some form of mental status change in the form of confusion or disorientation.
Incoherent speech?
Again, the differential diagnosis for something like that is so long. Could asphyxia explain that? Yes, but there are many other things that could as well.
When someone is hypoxic, does that cause that person to breathe faster?
I honestly don't know. Again, it probably depends on the nature of the asphyxia. I would defer any further questions to a pulmonologist because they're the experts in breathing.
Okay. Would you, based on your understanding, you reviewed the toxicology of Mr. Floyd, right?
Yes.
You'd agree that fentanyl is a respiratory depressant,
That's my understanding, yes.
and it slows breathing, resulting in lower oxygen levels,
It can, yes.
and similarly increasing the carbon dioxide, correct?
What it would do to carbon dioxide would be outside the scope of my expertise. I would defer that to a pulmonologist or maybe a toxicologist.
Methamphetamine is a stimulant, correct?
Correct.
Meaning, again, it causes the heart to beat faster,
Correct.
causes the heart to work harder,
Yes.
causes constriction of the arteries.
I believe you already asked me that, counselor, and my answer was I don't recall if that's a specific mechanism of methamphetamine, but I would acknowledge that it increases your heart rate and the work of the heart.
So, have you certified deaths by overdose?
Hundreds of times a year.
Have you certified deaths as an overdose where the level of fentanyl was similar to the level of fentanyl in Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Have you done so where levels were lower
Yes.
or were higher?
Yes.
What's the lowest level of death by fentanyl overdose that you have certified?
Without doing a search of my office's records, I'm not prepared to give you an answer on that. I know I've seen levels as low as 3 nanograms per ml and possibly lower. Like all death investigations that we do, if it involves a drug overdose, you also want to try to piece together the person's history of how much they've been using it, how long they've been using it, if they're tolerant to it at all. There's a lot of variables that go into it, but I've seen levels as low as 3, in some cases even lower if there's other intoxicants on board, such as alcohol or benzodiazepines.
So the combination of drugs in any person's system is a relevant consideration.
I'm sorry, did you say irrelevant or
Relevant, a relevant consideration.
Yes, combinations of drugs and interactions of drugs can be relevant.
And that's why you included both the heart condition of Mr. Floyd as well as his toxicology findings as other contributing issues to his death, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, I just want to kind of review with you the history of your involvement in this case, if that's okay.
Okay.
You, obviously, Mr. Floyd was deceased on May 25th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
You performed the autopsy on the 26th?
Yes.
And after the autopsy, you had a meeting with some Hennepin County attorneys, correct?
Correct.
On May 26th, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall telling them that the autopsy revealed no physical evidence that Mr. Floyd died of asphyxiation?
I don't know what my specific language is, but yes, that is what I conveyed to them, was the lack of anatomical findings that would support that conclusion.
All right. And you told them that you had avoided watching the videos at that point, right?
Until after I'd performed the autopsy, yes.
All right. Do you recall telling them certain factors that you thought contributed to the death?
Your Honor, object on the grounds of hearsay and cumulative.
Members of the jury, you should consider any statements made outside of court as possible impeachment of the witness's testimony and not for what is actually being asserted. Mr. Nelson, you may ask that question.
Thank you. Do you recall telling the Hennepin County Attorney's Office on May 26th, after you conducted your autopsy, what you thought the contributing factors were to his death?
I don't recall the specifics of that conversation. As far as I know, the only narrative record of that conversation would be what they wrote down. I would be shocked if I did not tell them about Mr. Floyd's heart condition, because obviously I knew that the moment the autopsy was done. I couldn't have known the toxicology results the afternoon of the autopsy because I wouldn't have those back for several more days.
So you found initially that his heart condition was pretty significant, right?
Yes, you would know that walking out of the autopsy suite.
You received the toxicology on June 1st of 2020?
Could I refer to my record and see if that's correct?
Yes. On or about June 1st?
That is correct. And I'm going off the toxicology report itself. It appears that it was issued on the morning of June 1st at 7:04.
Okay. Do you recall having a conversation with Hennepin County prosecutors about the significance of the toxicology findings?
I recall having the conversation. I don't recall the specifics of it, but I'm certain that I would have relayed the toxicology findings to them.
Do you recall describing the level of fentanyl as a fatal level of fentanyl?
I recall describing it in other circumstances. It would be a fatal level, yes, in other circumstances.
And would you agree that one of the causes of the pulmonary edema that you communicated to the county attorneys was also fentanyl?
Fentanyl can certainly be a cause of pulmonary edema. As I indicated earlier in previous questioning, it's confounded by the fact that Mr. Floyd had quite a bit of CPR, and so I find the pulmonary edema much less specific, given that he survived and made it to the hospital for a period of time.
Do you recall telling the county attorney's office that had you found Mr. Floyd under different circumstances, you would have determined this to be a fentanyl overdose?
So I don't recall specifically what I told the county attorney, but it almost certainly went something like this. Had Mr. Floyd been home alone in his locked residence with no evidence of trauma, and the only autopsy finding was that fentanyl level, then yes, I would certify his death as due to fentanyl toxicity. Again, interpretation of drug concentrations is very context dependent.
You then were also interviewed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation on or about July 8th of 2020?
I believe it was the Federal Bureau of Investigation and or the U.S. Attorney. A lot of these took place over video calls, and I wasn't entirely sure who was who at all times, but I believe it was those two groups, yes.
And that occurred on July 8th of 2020, correct?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Right. Were you asked but-for type questions?
I was.
And were you able to form an opinion on but-for the involvement of law officers, whether Mr. Floyd would have died under these circumstances?
Objection, Your Honor, has been stated legal standard.
Overruled, this is not the legal standard, simply his diagnosis. We can go forward on that basis.
So I'll answer the question, Counselor. As I mentioned earlier, there were multiple people on these video calls, and at some point there was more than one person asking questions at a time. I don't normally think of things in the but-for paradigm. Perhaps that's a legal thing, but it's not normally how I think as a forensic pathologist. So what I clarified for the U.S. Attorney and the Federal Bureau of Investigation was my opinion as to what happened to Mr. Floyd, and that is he experienced a cardiopulmonary arrest in the context of law enforcement's dual restraint and neck compression. It was the stress of that interaction that tipped him over the edge, given his underlying heart disease and his toxicological status. That was also clarified in a letter from the Hennepin County Attorney to the U.S. Attorney, I want to say within a few days of that meeting, because of the confusion around how that meeting was run and the way those questions were asked.
Fair enough. Thank you. Again, the labeling this death as a homicide, that is a medical determination that you made, correct?
Correct.
It is not the same standard as the legal standard. Agreed?
I don't even know what the legal standard is, but they are two different worlds.
Okay. Now, in terms of your, again, involvement in this case, you have actually testified twice in connection with other proceedings, right?
Yes.
Regarding the death of Mr. Floyd, right?
Yes.
And the first of those testimonies occurred 20th of August, 2020?
Yes.
You understand that those were transcribed and under oath, correct?
Correct.
And you have had an opportunity to review those transcripts?
I have.
All right. The first time you testified in connection with the death of Mr. Floyd, at any point do you recall saying that I have to defer to some other specialty?
I believe I said that multiple times.
The first time you testified or the second time you testified?
I recall it was much more frequent the second time. I don't recall how often it happened the first time, if at all.
in terms of the placement of Mr. Chauvin's knee, would that explain anatomically why Mr. Floyd, would that anatomically cut off Mr. Floyd's airway?
In my opinion, it would not.
Did you testify extensively about the significance of the coronary arteries and the heart disease?
I'm not sure what you mean by the word extensively, Counselor. If we need to pull out the transcript, we can. I'm not sure what the word extensively means in this context.
Okay. You talked about the issues surrounding Mr. Floyd's death involving his coronary arteries, right?
Again, I can't quote you the grand jury transcript, but if you'd like to pull it out, I'd be happy to refresh my memory. Sure. I'm almost certain it had to have come up.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
For what purpose?
To refresh his recollection as he requested.
Let's lay the foundation for refreshing first.
In this proceeding, did you testify about, do you recall testifying about how the coronary arteries work relevant to providing the heart with blood?
I'm almost certain that I would have. I can't imagine that I didn't, but I don't recall how extensively that took place without looking at the transcript again.
Would looking at the transcript refresh your recollection about your testimony in that connection, in connection with it? May I approach? Dates 44314. Page 26.
What date?
26. Now this is going to be awkward here. Your recollection about your testimony?
It does.
So what was the problem with the coronary arteries in this context?
I believe it's essentially the same answer I gave the jury earlier, which is because of the degree of narrowing of Mr. Floyd's coronary arteries, they have a limited ability to supply extra blood and oxygen to his heart muscle when he needs it. On top of that, he's got a larger heart than a man his stature would normally have because he's hypertensive, and so that heart is going to need more oxygen, which those coronaries have a limited ability to deliver.
And how do you think the introduction of methamphetamine to that scenario impacts?
Again, I can only give that a high-level answer as a forensic pathologist. I don't treat living people who have methamphetamine toxicity, but my understanding is methamphetamine is hard on the heart. It is going to increase heart rate. It's going to increase the work of the heart because it's a stimulant.
And in the circumstances of this particular case, in terms of a person with an enlarged heart, narrowing of the arteries, right? And how does the introduction of methamphetamine affect that?
And as I just said, it increases the heart rate, it increases the work of the heart. It's not something that I, as a forensic pathologist, would want to see in the blood of someone that has heart disease.
Did you describe it as a multifactorial process, the death of Mr. Floyd?
That certainly sounds like something I would have said, yes.
Okay. And then you testified a second time, correct?
To the federal grand jury?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
And that was in February of 2021?
Yes.
And ultimately, you deferred to experts far more extensively in that second testimony than the first, correct?
So the short answer to that is yes. The long answer is I believe I deferred to a pulmonologist repeatedly because there were so many questions about things like gradations of chest wall movement and would this, that, or the other thing impair a person's ability to breathe. And at some point, I clearly said, look, this is outside the scope of my expertise as a forensic pathologist. I think a pulmonologist would be better equipped to answer that question. I'm going to say I said the word pulmonologist at least a half dozen times in that testimony.
Do you recall deferring also to emergency medical doctors?
Again, it would depend on the context of the question, but I know I did reference emergency medicine doctors because some of the questions were like, when do you think Mr. Floyd really died?
How about cardiologists?
Yes, if the question was specific to an area that would clearly be a cardiologist's expertise, I'm quite sure I would have referred to them as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Mr. Blackwell.
Dr. Baker, I'm going to be brief. So if we could look up, Brett, the section on cause of death. So, Dr. Baker, take into account the entire exchange you had with Mr. Nelson on Mr. Floyd's medical conditions, on whatever testimony you gave, wherever you gave it. I want to bring our attention back to what's reflected in Exhibit 193. And taking all of that into account, what today remains your opinion as to the cause of death for Mr. Floyd?
So my opinion remains unchanged. It's what I put on the death certificate last June. That's cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement, subdual restraint, and neck compression. That was my top line then. It would stay my top line now.
And so if we look at the other contributing conditions, those other contributing conditions are not conditions that you consider direct causes. Is that true?
They are not direct causes of Mr. Floyd's death. That's true. They're contributing causes.
And in terms of manner of death, you found then, and do you stand by today, that the manner of death for Mr. Floyd was, as you would call it, homicide?
Yes, I would still classify it as a homicide today.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. No further questions.
Anything further? Counsel, sidebar. Sometimes old-fashioned sign language is best. We're going to take a 15-minute break.
We just heard some of the highly anticipated testimony from Dr. Andrew Baker, who is the chief medical examiner for the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office, and this was his cross-exam this afternoon by the defense. Some very interesting points there from Eric Nelson trying to poke some of the holes in his testimony, but ultimately you heard them ending right before break there, reiterating that he stands by his cause of death for George Floyd, saying it is cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression. So again, he stands by that from his report from last spring and again until now. I want to play you a little bit of the testimony and some of the cross-examination that Dr. Baker had with the defense lead, Eric Nelson, where again, he's trying to poke holes in this testimony and trying to show a point where, as he saw a possibility of some conflicting areas within Dr. Baker's report. We'll give you a listen.
Do you recall having a conversation with Hennepin County prosecutors about the significance of the toxicology findings?
I recall having the conversation. I don't recall the specifics of it, but I'm certain that I would have relayed the toxicology findings to them.
Do you recall describing the level of fentanyl as a fatal level of fentanyl?
I recall describing it in other circumstances. It would be a fatal level, yes, in other circumstances.
And would you agree that one of the causes of the pulmonary edema that you communicated to the county attorneys was also fentanyl?
Fentanyl can certainly be a cause of pulmonary edema. As I indicated earlier in previous questioning, it's confounded by the fact that Mr. Floyd had quite a bit of CPR, and so I find the pulmonary edema much less specific, given that he survived and made it to the hospital for a period of time.
Do you recall telling the county attorney's office that had you found Mr. Floyd under different circumstances, you would have determined this to be a fentanyl overdose?
So I don't recall specifically what I told the county attorney, but it almost certainly went something like this. Had Mr. Floyd been home alone in his locked residence with no evidence of trauma, and the only autopsy finding was that fentanyl level, then yes, I would certify his death as due to fentanyl toxicity. Again, interpretation of drug concentrations is very context dependent.
And again, that was Dr. Andrew Baker, who conducted the autopsy on George Floyd, being cross-examined by the defense lead, Eric Nelson. BC, very interesting. We've been waiting to hear from Dr. Baker all week. And I thought it was interesting a little bit earlier when he was being questioned by the prosecution that he was on the stand for less than an hour before they turned it over to the defense, basically getting what they needed out of him within an hour. And now we're obviously continuing on with the cross-examination at this point.
All right, thank you very much, Leah. And let's go to trial attorney Michael Bryant for some legal analysis. Thank you again, Michael. During cross-examination by the defense, Dr. Baker said it is his opinion that the placement of Derek Chauvin's knee on George Floyd's neck would not cut off his airway. Seems like a big opinion for the defense.
They talked to him about whether or not it would cut off the side of his neck, which the doctor then responded that it would the carotid artery on the side of his neck. The doctor responded that, yeah, that's true, but you'd go to the other one. So he kind of bounced back after that question. He did testify as to, not finding the bruising, cutting into Mr. Floyd and not finding the bruising. He did testify, as to, if he'd just seen this from someone being alone in his apartment, he would have classified it as fentanyl being the cause. So, there were a number of things out there that he threw out there that are all issues that the defense is going to use. It'll be interesting to see what the defense expert does with those things. And what they do to use those to end up supporting some of the opinions that we expect that they'll give when they have their part in the case.
I also thought it was interesting during cross-examination, Dr. Baker said the interpretation of drug concentration is complex. He said had George Floyd been at home with no other trauma, he would likely call the death a drug overdose. What did you think of that?
Oh, it's it's a circumstantial thing. He testified that depend on the circumstances. If you find a person in a certain way, then that adds to the circumstances and come to the conclusion. So he said, if this guy's died and he's all by himself and he has this drug level, then yeah, that's probably what I would have, or that would have been what I came up with. It's interesting. He did on a number of occasions, say that, he's not a pulmonologist. He's not a neurologist. The toxicity questions, he kept pushing off on other people. And those are some of the other people we already heard from.
And as my colleague Leah Bino had just mentioned, when Dr. Baker was being questioned by the prosecution, I think he was on the stand for a little less than an hour. Were you surprised by, I don't want to say brief, but it wasn't as long as some of the other testimony that we've seen?
No, not really. I mean, they went through the different steps. They clearly, are bringing other experts in to supplement or to add to his opinion. They needed the keys they needed from Baker was the foundational issues. They had to get the foundation on the things that he found so that these other experts could testify about it. And it seems like that's really what they did with him, and that's what they got out of him. And then in the end, they went to his final opinion, and the jury got to hear what his final opinion was again. And what the jury does with that will depend upon how they're feeling now about the drugs, how they're feeling now about the heart issue. And then also it'll be added to when we hear the defense expert testify about the medical condition.
And I heard twice, Dr. Baker, definitely once, he said that he was aware that George Floyd had gone unconscious while in police custody, and he tried to avoid watching the viral video, that video seen across the world. Why do you think it was important for him to make that statement to the jury?
Well, I think he was saying that, look, I wasn't looking at those type of things. I mean, it's interesting. Thomas earlier in the day said that normally we don't have videos like this. So we don't have all these extra videos to look at and see this is going on and that's going on. So she gave us some background on what a medical examiner usually has overall. But specific to him, he said he didn't want to have outside things. He wanted to see what it was he found when he went into the body. So I think it's the same as what he's saying with the if he's home alone and he dies the way he does about the fentanyl, he's not, those are things that he's going to go and find out. He's going to look at the body and then make some determinations. And it was that this extra video was out there. He didn't want that to change how he was going to come up with his conclusions.
All right. Thank you, Michael Bryant, for your analysis. Much appreciated. Let's check in with Fox 9's Leah Bino, who's also been monitoring the developments in court. Leah.
Yes, and I'm actually just looking through some of the pool notes from the reporter, one of the reporters that's in the courtroom, reading through some of their observations as to what the jury members are doing through all of this. It sounds like there's some note-taking, but not constant note-taking. It's noted here that when Dr. Baker confirms he twice testified before a federal grand jury in Floyd's death, including last August, at least half of the jurors wrote that down, so they thought that was important. And also, when asked about the placement of Chauvin's knee, would it have anatomically cut off Floyd's airway? And Dr. Baker says, in my opinion, it would not. Several jurors did write that down. So that was kind of an interesting note. You kind of get an idea of some of the things that the jury members are perking up for and other things that they are maybe are not. It's interesting, too, with the prosecution. They laid the timeline and laid out what exactly is the process when a deceased person is handed over to the medical examiner's office, what steps they take. And Dr. Baker pointed out that he consciously waited to watch any of the viral video that he knew was circulating, but he waited to watch that until after he conducted the physical autopsy. And then he was asked about this pretty quickly in the cross-examination by Eric Nelson. So we're going to play some of that for you now.
It's interesting to me that you made a conscious decision not to watch any videos before you performed the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And that was to prevent bias, you described?
In general, yes. I don't want to go into an autopsy with a preconceived notion that I already know what happened, because that might tempt you to skip certain steps or not do certain things that could turn out to be relevant. So, and just full disclosure, counsel, to fully answer the question, I did see the video that the entire world saw later that day after Mr. Floyd's autopsy. I did not release his body until the following morning. So had I seen something on the video that triggered yet another thought in my mind, I still had the chance to act on it. I did not want that to be in my mind when I physically performed his autopsy on the morning of the 26th.
Understood. But you had received some briefing from law enforcement or from somebody to say, here's generally what we know about what happened.
It was pretty high level, but yes, I got a phone call from the BCA that a man had gone unresponsive in police custody while he was being restrained. He had died at Hennepin County Medical Center, and that was largely what I knew going into the autopsy. I believe I was aware that there had been pressure applied to his neck, but beyond that, that's pretty much what I knew going into the autopsy.
So you took special, because you had learned that there was potential pressure to the neck, you took special steps to look at the neck area, shoulders, etc., right?
Yes.
And because of that, you did this unique incision or this specific incision to lift the skin off to look under the surface, so to speak.
That's correct.
Again, that was just a little bit of the cross-examination between Eric Nelson with the defense team and with Dr. Andrew Baker, who is the one who performed the autopsy on George Floyd. Going back to these notes that we're receiving from one of the pool reporters in the courtroom, I just want to make note that when they were passed out, the photo envelopes, we referred to this earlier, that there was an effort made and a conscious decision made by the judge not to broadcast the autopsy images, but to share those in packets individually with people in the courtroom. And that includes, we do know for the first time, a woman sitting in the family seat for Derek Chauvin. That seat has remained empty throughout this entire trial until today. We don't know who she is, but we know that there is someone in support of him in the court today for the very first time. And we know that according to this pool reporter that she did take that envelope earlier and flipped through it as the jury members were being instructed to do. But it sounds like a second time this afternoon, she opted not to open it and place it on the floor. We also do know that Floyd's brother is the family representative for George Floyd's family in the courtroom today. BC.
All right, Leah, thank you so much for that update. In the meantime, here is a recap again. Chief Hennepin County Medical Examiner Dr. Andrew Baker, one of two people to testify today in court. He performed the only autopsy on George Floyd. Dr. Baker telling the jury that he avoided watching the trial or watching the viral video seen around the world before conducting the autopsy. Dr. Baker eventually went on to rule Floyd's death last May as a homicide, identifying the cause as cardiopulmonary arrest that occurred during law enforcement subdual restraint and neck compression. Dr. Baker also telling the jury the underlying heart disease George Floyd suffered from contributed to, but was not a direct cause of his death. We want to take a listen to one of the clips that we have of Dr. Baker explaining his autopsy approach.
One video I saw shortly after the autopsy, and that was the one that I think most of the public had seen through Facebook or other social media. The other videos, such as the cup surveillance video and the body-worn camera videos, I did not see until 3 or 4 days after the autopsy.
Could you, Dr. Baker, give us an overview of how it is you conduct autopsies? What's your approach to them?
Sure. So in a case that's believed to be a homicide or a potential homicide, there's a few more steps involved than a typical natural death or an accidental death. We start every exam with a very thorough external examination of the decedent's body in an as-is condition, meaning the medical devices are still in place. If the decedent came in with clothing, that clothing would still be in place on their body. All of those things potentially could be evidence to us as the medical examiners. In many cases, we will also collect trace evidence. For example, if the decedent's fingernails are long enough, we will collect fingernail clippings. We will collect some pulled head hairs as exemplars in case those are needed to match to anything. It wouldn't apply in Mr. Floyd's case, but in other circumstances, we shoot a fair number of x-rays before the autopsy starts if we're looking for things like bullets or stab wounds, broken knife tips, that sort of thing. Once all of those are done, then we very carefully set the clothing aside. We very carefully remove the medical devices, and then we examine the body again from head to toe, front and back. We're documenting this with copious photographs as we go. And then the final step in the external examination is we clean the body very, very thoroughly, because we don't want any blood, any foreign material, any plant material, anything that might be on the body to obscure the injuries or diseases that we're looking for. And then we, again, photograph the body head to toe, front and back. Once that part of the exam is done, then we proceed to the internal exam, which is, I think, what most lay people would think of when they hear the word autopsy. We make a set of very careful incisions on the body that allow us to remove all of the organs one by one, so we can look for evidence of natural disease, internal evidence of injury, and while we're doing that, we're collecting specimens for toxicology. Typically, blood and urine are the ideal specimens. We do remove all of the organs from the tip of the tongue to the bladder. We also remove the brain. We also remove all of the structures from the front of the neck, looking for any injury or evidence of disease. In a case like Mr. Floyd's, there are some additional steps we will take that wouldn't occur in most autopsies. So, for example, in Mr. Floyd's case, I did make incisions of his wrists and dissect around the skin underneath to look for evidence of what we would call subcutaneous bruising, or bruising under the skin from the handcuffs that were applied.
Overruled.
Please continue.
And then the last thing that I was going to say is also in Mr. Floyd's case, I did make a special incision from the back of his head all the way down to his buttocks, and I dissected underneath his skin all the way out to the sides of his neck, all the way out to his shoulders, and all the way out to his flanks. And you might ask why we would do something like that, and the answer is because sometimes fresh bruises can be difficult to see in some people, and so we look underneath the skin to make sure that we haven't missed something. Again, those last few steps wouldn't be part of a typical autopsy, but in circumstances like this, it's a generally accepted practice that we do that.
And Dr. Baker, is the autopsy part of a broader death investigation?
Yes, the autopsy is just one piece of the medical examiner's death investigation.
And could you generally characterize the umbrella? What's the death investigation entail overall?
So the medical examiner's ultimate mission, in addition to properly identifying people, is to ascertain their cause of death and their manner of death. The autopsy is just one component of that. It obviously has a great deal to do to inform the cause of death and manner of death, but we also need to know the decedent's past medical history. We need to get a hold of the decedent's next of kin to see if the decedent could potentially be a donor. If there's any family history that we need to know about, we will typically contact decedent's primary care physicians as well as...
Come back on Monday.
Court proceedings have resumed.
We would probably be here past 5 o'clock if we go to the next witness. And it's been a long week for everybody, so let's all go home, have a good weekend. Don't talk to anybody about the case, and don't read any media. And we'll see you Monday. Let's shoot for 9:15. Actually, it's going to be at least 9:30, so, because we have legal issues to talk about before that. But so it'll be 9:30, but you can do your usual routine. Thank you.
And thank you so much for joining us for our live coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial. Court for the day wrapping up, this marking 2 weeks of testimony, all of it questioning from both the prosecution and the defense, but all state witnesses up there on the stand in the past 2 weeks. You were just watching a clip prior to seeing the judge there of Chief Hennepin County medical examiner, Dr. Baker. He was on the stand, one of 2 people on the stand today. I want to bring in trial attorney Michael Bryant for some legal analysis. And during cross-examination, defense attorney Eric Nelson asked Dr. Baker, Michael, he said the heart disease as well as history of hypertension and the drugs that were in George Floyd's system contributed to his death. And Dr. Baker responded, in my opinion, yes. How does that work in favor of the defense?
Well, everything they can show that is unrelated to the actions are in their favor. So if the jury still has questions about what caused the death, that's more likely that they're not going to convict. So that's an important part. And, we'll see what their expert does with those things, which is probably another big step. That if the jury's got questions, those will either be dealt with in a way that they'll be like, oh yeah, it was something else, or they'll still be out there. And that's kind of what the defense wants. They either want questions or they want things answered in a way that they want them answered.
And earlier this morning, the prosecution called forensic pathologist Dr. Lindsay Thomas as an expert witness. And she agreed with Dr. Baker's autopsy findings, saying that in this case, I believe the primary mechanism of death is asphyxia or low oxygen, that this is not sudden cardiac arrest. Does that play then into what the prosecution has been saying all along?
Sure, that's that mechanism issue that she's trying to say that's the reason why he died. The prosecution needs two steps. They need to show what he did was outside what a reasonable police officer would do, and then they have to show that because of what they did, that he ended up dead. That's the way they get a conviction. If the defense is able to put a hole in any of those parts, either in the actions taken by the police officer or in the connection between the two, they don't prove their case. And if they don't prove their case, the prosecution doesn't prove their case, they don't get a conviction on any of the counts.
And so we went into a break, a 15-minute break, and then the judge comes out and says, you know what, it's been a long week. Why don't we adjourn and come back first thing Monday morning at 9:15? It's been 2 weeks of testimony in this trial. 35 witnesses or more now so far have testified. What do you think it's like in the courtroom right now? We're in the middle of a pandemic. You have cameras in the courtroom for trial, which is rare here in the state of Minnesota. At this point, 2 weeks in, any idea on what the feeling might be like in there?
Well, you got a couple things that are happening with the trial that long. You've got a group of jurors that have gotten to know each other pretty well and gotten kind of their own little kind of group going, because they've got their daily routines and they know who needs coffee or who needs, to get a snack or who needs to go to the bathroom. Those are the kind of things that are going on there. The judge, they've taken a half day last Friday, and then they got off now. And it sounds like the decision for now was if they put another witness on the stand, that witness would have put him past 5 o'clock. And since the judge didn't want to have the jury have to sit through another after 5 o'clock like they did yesterday, the judge decided, no, we've been through a lot. And so, it's gotten to the point they got a lot more information. They're going to go home for the weekend with Baker's testimony. Prosecution probably feels relatively good about the final questions that were asked, that those are the final things that the jury heard. Defense has to feel like they got some of the things out that are question marks that are out there, and the jurors, hopefully, in their opinion, will be thinking about those things over the weekend. So, it's kind of gotten to a level of this is what we're going to go home with for the weekend, and we'll see what the jurors make of that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Michael. We'll be in touch. Want to check in now with Fox 9's Paul Bloom, who has been following the developments inside the courtroom, but he's been outside of the media center, which is located just across the street from the Hennepin County Government Center. Hi, Paul. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm just kind of texting with some attorneys trying to make sense of it. It's great Mike's still with us, because I apologize for being a few minutes late. So I was doing a radio interview. My question with them stopping short is the significance with Andrew Baker referencing the federal grand jury probe. I thought those type of proceedings were secret. It almost felt like he leaked it out there. I don't know if they have to do some damage control on that. I know Mike sort of thought perhaps it was running out of witnesses and sort of the length of time I think the state wanted to get to, based on what they had said in kind of way back at their opening statements, was that they would also have a cardiologist tied into their health and sort of medical expertise. So I don't know exactly why they halted court early, but they have. So yeah, Andrew Baker, had some thoughts on his testimony, and then the importance, obviously, the defense has to make their arguments through Andrew Baker. I'm sure Mike and you guys have referenced the state direct examination was pretty short, very scientific. This is the guy who conducted the main and sort of official autopsy in this incredibly high profile case, and I thought the state kind of whipped right through him and then let the defense take its swings at him. Obviously, I think about Eric Nelson getting in those points on the fentanyl, that he has, in fact, signed off on death certificates and drug overdoses at lower levels of fentanyl. What was the other? Obviously, we've heard, publicly reported, the jurors don't know this, but, that Andrew Baker had said in some context with investigators that had I found George Floyd, dead in an apartment, locked, the house locked, no other signs of trauma, that he wouldn't have any problem putting down the death as an overdose fentanyl death. So obviously Eric Nelson getting on record there, I thought was interesting. And in the end, he doesn't want to talk about asphyxia or a lack of oxygen, but says it was heart and lung failure from the positioning of police. He does not, no matter how you cut and try to make hay against Andrew Baker's findings, still at the end of the day, he does fault the police positioning, the restraint on the neck, whether he says it's a lack of oxygen or not. He just kept coming back without, the police presence on George Floyd's neck and body. He does not declare that death. He had a choice. He put significant contributing factors as drugs and heart and the clogged artery. But at the end of the day, his top line is what matters to him, and that's where the police positioning is put. And he stood by that, continuing to reiterate it was a homicide. George Floyd lost his life at the hands of another human being. The question is what the jury will take away. And as I was kind of talking a minute ago, to us, especially, Mike, the medical examiner is sort of the holy grail in the case, but, maybe to an average jury, you kind of have to, he kind of comes in as just one of the many experts. And I just think Martin Tobin, if we're really going to think about the last 48 hours, that his testimony and his, multimedia presentation is something I'd have to think sort of even overwhelms what we heard today, and they take that into the weekend. But, that's just my opinion from here in the media center across the street from the courthouse. But, BC, just a few quick thoughts, but, certainly let's keep Mike in this conversation and kind of unravel what was kind of a dramatic day that ended pretty abruptly. Again, uncertain right now if that was related to the witness situation or whether there was something in Dr. Baker's testimony at the end of the day that concerned Judge Cahill enough to really want to address it before moving forward with this trial.
Michael, I have a question for you. When Dr. Lindsay Thomas testified, she's the forensic pathologist, she said that the use of video is very unique in this case, but it seems like this was the first time that we didn't see any video evidence, although the jury did see some photos, but that was not broadcast, autopsy photos. But I thought it was really interesting that she talked about just the different perspectives that have come into this case.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, they didn't use video with him to try to do anything else. They just basically went back to what his original opinion was, and stuck to that. As Paul pointed out, it's interesting. He did stick to his guns as far as overall the involvement of the police officer in what happened, and so that's what the prosecution needed out of him and wanted out of him. The impact on the other things, who knows? I think I do really think it'll be important to see what the experts that they bring do with these items. One of the things that struck me is he made a real big point, and you replayed that clip of how they did some additional cuts, and they went deeper into his muscles and deeper into underneath the skin to find things. They didn't find anything. And it'll be interesting to see if the experts do something with that, saying, look, they went beyond what you normally do. They still didn't find anything, and what impact that'll have on the jury. But that all being said, Paul makes the point. The jurors sit through this one thing, and they get one trial, so they don't know what the impact of this person is and that person is. And if they feel like yesterday was the day that they heard from the expert that nailed everything together, then these are all just little pieces as far as it goes. So it'll be interesting to see what they come out with, not only now this weekend, but more importantly, once they come back with their verdict after they hear from the experts from the defense.
And hey, Mike, I had a question about something we heard during the end of Dr. Baker's testimony. Again, this would be on cross-examination, but Eric got in a point about, defense attorney Eric Nelson got in a point about having now watched all the videos, right? Andrew Baker did his initial autopsy without watching any video, but has since gone back and done so. Based on where Derek Chauvin's knee anatomically did that cut off George Floyd's airway, And Andrew Baker sort of said, no, it didn't, in his opinion. Obviously, sort of seems to contrast with Dr. Tobin said yesterday about how much impact, and Floyd trying to basically breathe with his fingers and knuckles at one point up against the pavement. That idea of another witness sort of contrasting, having a contrasting answer with a different expert, is that a moment? Is that something a juror could write down in their notebooks as something that's not adding up for them?
It's very possible. I mean, right now the jurors have seen that video enough times that if they don't believe that there was any pressure put on the airway, they don't. It's not going to matter what this guy says or next person says. They're going to say that's just the way it is. When you watch what they saw yesterday and you saw the full description of it, and you hear the Baker say, "Look, I'm not a pulmonologist. I didn't get into these other things. I'm not getting into this whole other discussion as far as it goes." There's lots of ways that jurors could look at that and say, yeah, but we heard from these other people that explain that, and I see the video, and that's what I see in the video. Because, I mean, he did say, look, I'm not an expert in watching videos. That's not what I do. And, in that circumstance, he's no different than the jurors sitting there watching it or anybody else watching it and coming up with a determination. So,
Michael and Paul, thank you very much. Sure. We will definitely check in back with both of you. But for now, let's check in with Fox 9's Leah Bino, who's also been following the developments inside the courtroom today. Leah, what do you have?
Yes, and I was just actually looking again at some of the pool notes from the reporter that was there in the courtroom, and when the judge said that, okay, 3:53, we're calling it a day. It's been a long week. Apparently, the jury members were surprised but grateful. There was a few smiles leaving the courtroom today. So just to put it in perspective of, yes, it has been a long week for these jury members, a lot of medical testimony to digest. We have a little clip that we're going to play for you now from Dr. Andrew Baker, where he was being asked about, the contributing factors to the cause of death for George Floyd and the law enforcement role in that. Here's some of that testimony.
Now, in Mr. Floyd's case, you listed the immediate cause of death as cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating, law enforcement, subdual, restraint, and neck compression.
Correct.
What does cardiopulmonary arrest mean?
That's really just fancy medical lingo for the heart and the lungs stopped. The heart, no pulse, no breathing.
So with respect to the term complicating, am I right in the understanding that this term means occurring in the setting of?
Yes.
Or in other words, cardiopulmonary arrest occurring in the setting of law enforcement, subdual, restraint, and neck compression.
Correct.
So, Dr. Baker, can you tell us how it is physiologically that the subdual, restraint, and neck compression caused Mr. Floyd's death?
In my opinion, the physiology of what was going on with Mr. Floyd on the evening of May 25th is, you've already seen the photographs of his coronary arteries, so that you know he had very severe underlying heart disease. I don't know that we specifically got to it, Counselor, but Mr. Floyd also had what we call hypertensive heart disease, meaning his heart weighed more than it should. So he has a heart that already needs more oxygen than a normal heart by virtue of its size, and it's limited in its ability to step up to provide more oxygen when there's demand because of the narrowing of his coronary arteries. Now, in the context of an altercation with other people that involves things like physical restraint, that involves things like being held to the ground, that involves things like the pain that you would incur from having your cheek up against the asphalt, an abrasion on your shoulder, those events are going to cause stress hormones to pour out into your body, specifically things like adrenaline. And what that adrenaline is going to do is it's going to ask your heart to beat faster. It's going to ask your body for more oxygen so that you can get through that altercation. And in my opinion, the law enforcement subdual, restraint, and the neck compression was just more than Mr. Floyd could take by virtue of those heart conditions.
So, Dr. Baker, just a point of clarification that frankly occurs to me as you were talking. As a forensic pathologist, it's not part of what you do within the four corners of your job to try to calculate what Mr. Floyd's either lung volumes or oxygen reserves or that sort of thing would have been, is it?
I think what you're getting at, Counselor, is the sort of thing that I would defer to a pulmonologist. Those are obviously things we can't measure post-mortem in living people. Clearly, those things are the purview of pulmonologists.
Right. So Dr. Baker, we did find from the toxicology amounts of fentanyl and methamphetamine in the results from the lab.
That is correct.
You didn't mention either fentanyl or meth in Mr. Floyd's system. You mentioned those, but you don't list either of them on the top line as causes of death. Why is that?
Well, the top line of the cause of death is really what you think is the most important thing that precipitated the death. Other things that you think played a role in the death but were not direct causes get relegated to what's known as the other significant conditions part of the death certificate. So the other significant conditions are things that played a role in the death but didn't directly cause the death. So, for example, Mr. Floyd's use of fentanyl did not cause the subdual or neck restraint. His heart disease did not cause the subdual or the neck restraint.
All right. So these are items that may have contributed but weren't the direct cause.
Correct.
As you heard there, that was a little bit of testimony from Dr. Andrew Baker about his determination, his opinion about the cause of death. He was then cross-examined. We're going to pull some of that video for you in just a moment. But then later on brought back to the stand by prosecution after a break, and very much standing by his opinion throughout these proceedings, BC.
All right, Leah, thank you. And we want to go back to trial attorney Michael Bryant for some more legal analysis. Michael, during Dr. Baker's questioning by the prosecution, Dr. Baker made a statement saying homicide is a medical term and not a legal term. What exactly did he mean by that?
Well, it goes to some of the things we've seen in the trial, a couple of different places. I think most notably was this morning when we had an issue over one of the pieces of evidence that was going to the jury. The jury, the defense is going to object to anything going to the jury that kind of defines it in a way that is going to give one of the elements to the state, meaning the element the state has certain things they have to prove. So by saying that, it's the same way as that earlier exhibit that apparently had some wording on it that when you looked at it, it sounded like they were saying, oh, this is what it proves. It proves that he did this. So he's backing off that and saying, look, this is what we use as medical term. It doesn't mean legal terms, which means I'm not telling you jurors how to decide this case. I'm just telling you what medically we look at it and how we define it. That's the main difference.
And Mike, Paul Bloom here again, just kind of looking down, you'd asked off camera kind of about how jurors were taking Dr. Baker's testimony, obviously sort of very scientific, autopsy related. And obviously, I'm the impact of a Friday afternoon seeing autopsy photos, that it was interesting how Judge Cahill handled that by just not broadcasting them, but by going, what Judge called old school, handing out the photographs that could be seen in court, but not to the global audience that's watching the live broadcast. From our pool reporter today, several jurors, she lists about half a dozen taking notes as Baker explains what he means by using the term complicating, meaning the subdual, the police restraint. So several jurors seemed interested in that. And then when Baker goes into details of the blockage of Floyd's arteries, jurors 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 12, so well over a majority of them are taking extensive notes, with number 6 occasionally taking notes through that portion. So there did seem to be some interest in terms of what he meant, in terms of his official determination, the cause of death. That word is hard to explain, complicated. And in fact, he was asked, Eric Nelson, quickly on cross-examination to define it, right? We all know what it is, but in terms of that cause of death, do you have some thoughts on that terminology? It's not very simple, if you will. It seems like Dr. Baker could have used easier language in a final autopsy report.
Sure. There's a couple things there. Is since the state has to prove, they have to prove what happened here. Anytime there's language out there that's a question, that's going to be what the defense can go to and say, this is a question that's out there. If you can't sit there and answer this question about what this was, that's reasonable doubt. That's why you can't convict on these terms. So they're going to jump on confusion. They're going to jump on, the way it's explained. They're going to jump on any definition that they can use to add to question marks. Now, jurors taking notes, who knows? Sometimes you'll have some jurors that are almost like they're court reporters. They're taking down everything in the world. And I don't know if they ever go back and look at all that, or if they can even, some notes you look back and you don't even know what you said. Right. So who knows as far as that part goes. Other people, you can see that certain times they'll really go to notes. And there's sometimes that I've seen lawyers that'll try to do something with their own note taking, hoping that there'll be other jurors that'll go, oh, well, that's important to them, so let's write this down too. So, that all kind of comes together, and who knows, from what I've experienced in non-court where we've used like mock juries and stuff, sometimes you look at their notes, or you get given their notes after you look at them. Sometimes they're just drawings. Sometimes they are things that have nothing to do with it. And sometimes you look at it and go, holy cow, this is completely off from what was said. But, they're doing their best, and sometimes they're trying to stay awake. Sometimes they're taking things that are really important. And they'll get a jury instruction at the end of the trial that tells them that you want to rely upon your notes, okay? But if someone remembers it differently, listen to them. Don't change your own mind just because somebody else wrote it down. So if somebody wrote it down and said, it was blue that day, and everybody else in the room remembers it being green, your note in and of itself it's not evidence. It isn't something somebody put in. It's what you wrote down. So you don't change just because they told you to change, but it's also not a piece of evidence in and of itself. So that's one of those things that comes in. So going back to the question about the use of the word, that's kind of the difference we see in different experts. Some experts are easier to understand, and the lawyer's job in trying to ask them questions is to get that across to a jury so the jury can understand it. And other experts aren't as easy to understand. And that's where you get sometimes some circumstance where jurors go, I don't know. I know basically what they said, but I have no idea what the rest of that stuff meant. And that hurts you if you're trying to prove your case. And if you're the defense, maybe something that helps you in the end.
And before we toss it back to BC, Mike, just to follow up on your point, as one of the pool reporters who's been in the courtroom a couple times, once with the jury, once, pre-jury selection. So before they were there. But it's kind of one of those things we're sort of sent in there to observe. And remember COVID, all those jurors are wearing masks. So some of the human reactions are hard to read for us. So just between the pool reporter sharing some observations of the jury, I think you're right. The note taking has sort of become our indication that maybe the jury is engaging with a topic, but it is a good reminder. And thank you. That doesn't necessarily mean they're thoroughly writing everything down word for word, and that we found the golden key to an eventual verdict. So thank you for that point. But I did just want to share with our viewers just kind of what our perspective is sitting in the back of the room, and of course those masks also masking kind of the defendant in this case, which is a little different, of course, with COVID and sometimes the human reactions of both the jurors watching the defendant and maybe witness interactions and stuff. Just a reminder to viewers that we don't see that in this case.
Are all the jurors wearing masks?
Yeah, they are required to wear masks. And, it was interesting earlier in the week, there had been some reports midweek kind of on the police tactics and practices testimony that we were even losing a juror or two to, dozing and appeared to be really checking out. But they seemed to be all engaged yesterday, as we previously reported, particularly with Dr. Tobin's testimony, the Irish-born pulmonologist from Chicago. And then why don't we send it back to the studio here to keep our coverage continuing.
I do have one question, but I just want to make a note that joining our live coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial is Fox 9's anchor, Amy Hockert. Just one question, Amy, before you jump in for Michael. A hypothetical question was asked by the defense attorney, Eric Nelson. How do you approach that when you're in the courtroom? Or is that a scenario that often comes up?
Well, hypothetical questions are a way to get a point across by using, basically, some theory. So you're trying to get across some individual point by putting together not the evidence, and you're not trying to get them to jump to a conclusion that's the ultimate conclusion that the jury's deciding for, but it's putting things together and saying, based upon these factors, what's your opinion? It's a way to ask questions. Sometimes it works real well. Sometimes it's one that, either the expert doesn't understand, which can happen sometimes, where the expert kind of looks at you like, I don't know what you're talking about here. Or it can be a circumstance where the jury doesn't get it and it doesn't get across. It does provide an opportunity for the other side to listen to the hypothetical and figure out, where can I put a hole in this? Where can I put damage in this? There was an attempt on, I think that was a hypothetical used by the defense, if I remember correctly, if it's the one you're talking about. And there was an attempt to come back at it and redirect in a way by giving the examples that were done of the Mrs. Lincoln with what happened with President Lincoln. So, it opens up some opportunities sometimes for the other side to do something if it's not put together or crafted correctly.
BC, I'm not sure. Is my mic up? Guys, there we go. All right. Michael, this is Amy Hockert joining in on the coverage. Hi, good to see you. I have a couple of questions. I'm wondering if we could just step back just a second. We've gotten into a lot of details today, but a lot of us are watching this trial for the first time, any sort of a criminal trial playing out in front of us in real time. Some procedural questions for you. So I was curious about the witnesses and the interviews that are done prior to trial. Are each of the attorneys privy to the transcripts that each of the attorneys have, the conversations they've had with these witnesses, so that they're not coming in completely blindsided by something somebody may say?
Well, they shouldn't be, but yeah, they should get that. Both of them will get that. There's been a couple of times in this trial, or a couple of times earlier in the trial, where the defense has said, look, I'm getting hammered with stuff real late and it's coming in all disorganized. One of the things that the defense talked about was that things came from the BCA to the prosecution, and it was all organized, and it was all, you could look exactly out of the way it was. And then when they got it, it was like one major thing in a whole bunch of 200 non-important things. Yeah. So they were getting upset with the way things were being provided to them. We saw a little bit of that kind of rise up again yesterday when the expert apparently did some slides and then changed the slides that same day, and apparently he got two sets of them, meaning the defense got two sets. And when he got those two sets, he didn't notice the change or didn't look at the new set. He was working off the old set, and his first reaction was, oh, this is another example of me not getting everything. And then found out he did get it, and he apologized for that. Right. So there are those things. But yes, to answer your basic question, they both should have it, and they both should have it in a way that they can understand it.
And again, this is sort of a baseline question, but are these witnesses sequestered, or are they able to go home and watch the testimony of someone else from the day before?
I believe, I had that question the other day, and Paul may know that answer better than I do. I believe they should be sequestered. And if they're sequestered, they're not allowed to know the testimony of other witnesses. Now, you get into some weird complication issues, with when you have an expert that you need foundation from another expert to get that. So, theoretically, you're not supposed to know what they said, but you're allowed to know certain things. But when it's all said and done, no, they're not allowed to know what other people said and what other issues there were in the trial.
Paul, are you there?
Overall,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I would just jump in. I do know Judge Cahill did issue a witness sequestration order to not watch the testimony. As you could, see in Andrew Baker's testimony, there was sort of a reference to yesterday's testimony by the lab technician or the lab manager from Pennsylvania, who Andrew Baker uses for his blood and urine work. he had said perhaps you had heard from him already, and in fact we had. It's just, it's interesting when the phrasing seems so close to one previous witness, but of course that probably looks good for the state. It kind of shows a consistent storyline. But there is a sequestration order for witnesses. There may be an exception or two. We're still expecting to hear a spark of life type witness on behalf of George Floyd's family. So there may be an excuse there that one of the brothers could be watching the testimony, and he will eventually testify, but because he's not testifying about the incident or any sort of specific evidence, he's going to eventually testify about just the human loss of George Floyd. But for 95% of these witnesses, yes, there is a sequestration order in place.
All right, Paul, we know you have to go and continue your news gathering, so we're going to let you go. And Michael, if you would stay with us here, I just have a couple of more questions. As long as we're talking about sequestration, we had this incident a little bit earlier on in the day. If folks haven't been watching all day, maybe they missed it, where Judge Cahill started questioning one of the jurors because there was the potential that she may have had some outside interference. Can you walk us through that situation a little bit?
Well, jurors aren't allowed to, they're not supposed to be on social media. They're not supposed to be doing any of their own investigation. They're not supposed to be getting into, reading the news about what's going on or following up on re-listening to testimony. It's unclear where the information came about the potential juror today. I mean, they were asked about a potential book deal, I think was some indication. The way it was asked made me believe it probably didn't come from another juror. And it from what we understand from the reporter who was in there, the person seemed surprised about some of the questions. And so I think that's probably good. It's the reason why we have the extra 2 alternates, because you want to make sure at the end of this trial we still have 12 to make a decision. That's why they have 2 alternates. They don't know they're alternates, but they're sitting there listening to all the evidence like any other witness, and they're there in case something like this comes up. But you do have these issues that potentially come up, especially the case with as much information on this. We found out from her that she'd had some exchange with her mom about texting about a tough day. So apparently her mom knows that she's in this trial. But as long as she's surprised and not sitting there going, oh, yeah, I did do this or I did do that, she's still on the jury. And that's, and apparently neither lawyer brought a motion about it. So there wasn't anything that was high enough for one of the lawyers to say, we need to get rid of this person.
And you bring up a good point, because we have these 2 alternates. And if I remember correctly, early on, Judge Cahill actually wanted a 3rd alternate, but the courtroom couldn't support that because of the COVID limitations. So we are down to these 2 alternates. One thing that was also sort of interesting to me during jury selection is when the judge was giving the instructions to the jurors, he did say, you can access your social media. Now that's different than you can go and check out the news or find, but as we all know, social media is full of news stories. And if you're scrolling through your timeline, you're going to come across something. Does that seem sort of like maybe he should have put the kibosh on all of that?
I think probably in this day and age, it may be impossible to do that, because you can go on and be in your, book group or be in your, if you follow, golf or follow the Twins, you can go in and get that information. It's dangerous the closer you get, but I guess it would be the same as saying you can't turn on the TV or open the newspaper. The idea is you got to stay away from anything to do with this case. And so, unless you're going to sequester the jury and, put them all under lock and key, they have a certain amount of freedom, and you give them that freedom and you hope they'll follow it. And the people that were chosen indicated that they were people who turned away from this story. They didn't watch the videos. They didn't go deep from the beginning. They've said that. And then that group that they brought back, when they brought back that first Monday after the settlement, came back and said, no, I saw a little bit, but I didn't do it. So it seems like, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, that was great to hear, jurors say, no, as soon as I knew it was something to do with the case, I stayed away from it. That's a good sign. And so they're doing what they're doing. And, you know, they've been at this now at least 2 weeks, plus a couple extra days during voir dire getting picked as jurors. I mean, they're committed to what they're doing. And, you know, they want to probably as much see this thing out as anybody else. So, you know, hopefully they're all thinking, I don't want to do anything that would conflict with that.
All right. Thanks, Michael. I think BC, we're going to send it over to BC right now.
Okay.
All right, Amy, thank you. And now we're going to check in with Fox 9's Leah Bina, who's also been watching all these developments in the courtroom. And today, Leah, marking 2 weeks of testimony.
Yes, absolutely. And as we expected, kind of being autopsy day, a lot of deep medical conversation. I'm going to take us back to some of that now, really driving home the notion and the opinion that Dr. Andrew Baker has as far as the cause of George Floyd's death. We started off the day with Dr. Lindsay Thomas, who is a semi-retired forensic pathologist and actually used to work with Dr. Baker in the Hennepin medical examiner's office. Basically kind of helped him early on in his career. She was the top of that office, and now he is the lead. And she got on earlier today and said that she supports the cause of death that Dr. Baker has determined to be cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression. And then Dr. Thomas goes on to say that the primary mechanism was asphyxia or low oxygen. Now, that's interesting because they really got to the root cause of the cause of death and the mechanism of death. And there is a difference there. And Dr. Thomas helped the jurors understand that. And the analogy that she used was that your cause of death, for example, might be a gunshot wound, but your mechanism of death might be the body actually bleeding out. So that was her reasoning for adding some of that to Dr. Baker's cause of death. We're going to show you now some of the cross-examination where Dr. Andrew Baker was explaining some of the conversation and some of the considering factors for asphyxia for George Floyd.
Now, in terms of your autopsy reports, there is no, you dissected Mr. Floyd's shoulder and neck area, right?
That's correct.
And you found no bleeding into the subcutaneous tissues of the neck and back, right?
That is correct.
And there's no bleeding into the muscles of the back, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't have any section in your autopsy report to describe any injuries whatsoever to Mr. Floyd's neck and back like you do other areas of the report?
That's not true, Counselor. There's a special paragraph that specifically describes me dissecting his back and not finding anything.
Okay. And you took pictures of that as well?
Correct.
And all of those procedures were documented in the normal course of how you, when you conduct an autopsy, right?
Yes, all of those things were photographed.
And you did that so that other people would have an opportunity to review your work, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that people have done that, right?
Yes.
Now, you have, I'm assuming, conducted many autopsies in your career?
I have.
If you had to venture a guess, how many autopsies have you conducted?
I've never kept a spreadsheet, but I would say it's probably in the neighborhood of 2,900 to 3,000.
Okay. You've done other autopsies where asphyxiation was the suspected cause of death?
Yes, asphyxia is a very common cause of death in my line of work.
Right. You see it manifest itself in many ways, right?
That's correct.
And there are certain things that you look for in the course of your autopsy to determine whether or not this death would be consistent with asphyxiation. Agreed?
Yes and no. It depends on the type of asphyxia you're talking about. There are many ways that human beings die of asphyxia. So as pathologists, we want to make sure we know the type of asphyxia that we're talking about, because the signs that you would see are going to vary from one type to another.
And including, you look at the brain for signs of lack of oxygen, right?
We do, but to be fair, the person has to survive the anoxic brain injury for a considerable period of time before we can see anything. In most of the asphyxias that we investigate, we're not going to see any acute changes in the brain.
You look for musculoskeletal changes to the body, right?
Again, depending on the nature of the asphyxia, yes.
So you may look for perhaps if the asphyxia was from the front to the back, broken hyoid bones, for example?
Correct. We're specifically looking at things like the muscles of the neck, the thyroid cartilage, the hyoid bone, in things like strangulations and hangings where there's pressure on the neck.
Okay. And you formed some opinions ultimately about the amount of pressure and whether the pressure was applied to the neck, right?
Could you be more specific, Counselor?
Well, ultimately you have your, you have described your cause of death, right?
Correct.
And part of your cause of death includes neck restraint, right?
I believe I actually used the term neck compression, but yes, that is on the top line of my cause of death statement.
And in the course of your many conversations that you've had with various prosecutors and law enforcement officers, you, after watching the video, you've made some statements about where you thought Mr. Chauvin's knee was placed. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And did you feel that Mr. Chauvin's knee was compressing his neck?
Yes.
Did you describe it as being more on the back or in this lower part, base part of the neck?
So in my impression from the video, and I want to be very clear, I have no special expertise in looking at videos. I'm just looking at them as another person trying to figure out what happened. In my opinion, it would appear that Mr. Chauvin's knee was primarily on the back or the side or the area in between on Mr. Floyd's neck.
Did you see any evidence that he was occluding the carotid artery?
It did not appear to me on the video that his knee would have been able to occlude the carotid artery. Even if it were, normal people have two carotid arteries, and the unoccluded carotid artery would continue to supply blood to the brain.
And when you look at deaths by manual strangulation, for example, are you also looking for bruising?
Yes.
You're looking for bruising. Do you see that bruising in the majority of your cases or not in the majority of your cases?
Well, keep in mind that my patients are all deceased. And so if my patients were strangled, it was so significant that they died. And I say that because if you were to ask an ER doc for her experience looking at living strangulation victims, you might get a different answer. In my world, we typically see bruises on the outside of the neck. We see abrasions on the neck. We see bruises to the small muscles of the neck. Depending on the type of strangulation and how old the decedent was, we can even see fractures of the thyroid cartilage and the hyoid bone. And we often see petechiae as well, which are little tiny blood spots on the lining of the eyes. Sometimes you can see them on the face, on the inside of the lips, even the inside of the mouth.
And did you observe any of those signs in this case?
No, I did not.
And in terms of, when you think about just kind of the classic strangulation, I'm taking my fingers and my hands and I'm applying pressure to your neck, even those small finger, you would expect to see bruises consistent with the size of my fingers, right?
Again, in my line of work, we more often than not see bruises. You did say consistent with the size of your fingers. That might be true on television shows, but in the real world, there's not a lot of correlation between the size of bruises we see and the size of assailants' hands. But we are looking for those telltale bruises.
All right. And in terms of, in this particular case, the knee, the placement of the knee being a pretty bony, hard, round object, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty concentrated right under the kneecap at the force.
Right. And of course, the shin bone is just below the skin, right?
Yes.
And it's sort of triangular in its nature, right?
On cross-section, yes.
And so if a substantial amount of force was being used by the knee or the shin bone on the neck or back area in your line of work, and if that force was sufficient to asphyxiate him, would you expect to see bruising?
I would expect to see bruising, but I don't know that the lack of bruising excludes that. You and I kind of just pivoted from strangulation, which is really pressure to the front of the neck, to the pressure at the back of the neck. And that's just not something that I think we see as medical examiners pressure to the back of the neck explaining a strangulation.
Or an asphyxiation.
Correct.
So is there any objective medical finding in your autopsy that shows a sufficient or significant amount of pressure to the back?
Again, I think we've covered this. I did not find any injuries to Mr. Floyd's back, not on the outside of his body, not looking at the soft tissue under his skin to make sure I didn't miss any occult bruises. I didn't find any bruises on his back.
Okay. Did you find any hypoxic changes to Mr. Floyd's brain?
I did not, but again, a person has to survive for many hours before we would be able to see those as pathologists.
And just referring to some of the bruising that Dr. Baker was looking for and some of the extra steps that they took in the process of doing the autopsy on Mr. Floyd, you know, that he outlined that a normal process is you bring somebody in, you take all sorts of photographs, you remove their clothes, you do x-rays, you wash the body, and then you start making certain incisions, doing, you know, kind of walked the jury members through every step of that process. In this case, knowing that there was some interaction with police officers, with George Floyd being down on the ground and them in some way being on top of him, he said that he took the extra steps to do incisions around the wrist, because that's where they can look for bruising, not only if they don't see it from the outside of the flesh, but they can actually look on the inside of the body and look for bruising indications from there, and then did the same thing with an incision all the way from Mr. Floyd's back of his head all the way down to his buttocks, so that they could look for any sort of indication of bruising from the inside of the body. So probably in some ways, maybe the jury is thankful that we didn't have to see a lot of those photos today, because they saw some packets. It seemed like a very relatively small packet of some of those images, but not broadcasting those images, because we all kind of knew that autopsy day would be a difficult one on many levels. But some interesting to see how some of those adjustments were made for this specific case. BC, Amy.
All right, Leah, thank you. We want to remind our viewers you are watching Gavel to Gavel coverage here of the Derek Chauvin trial. We are in day 10, and we're going to start Fox 9 News at 5 o'clock coming up here in about 20 minutes with your latest local news headlines and weather and sports. But until then, we want to take advantage of the insight that we have today from local attorney Michael Bryant. Michael, if you're there, just a couple of questions today. Obviously, after just watching that 8-minute clip or listening to it, today was really heavy and it was really scientific, and there were a lot of terms to try to wade through. I want to kind of just big picture here. When the autopsy originally came out this past summer, we all got to see what we saw today on the death certificate, which was the cardiopulmonary arrest complicating by law enforcement subdual, restraint, neck compression. So we all saw that, but very few of us, I think, really understood what that meant. And through the course of the last couple of days, I'll just say, for me, not being a medical expert, I kind of went to cardiac arrest, and I thought, oh, well, he's saying that perhaps he died from a heart attack. And I think maybe
it was one of the,
a lot of people thought that way. So
hypothetical.
Oh, I apologize. We're just hearing a little bit of another reporter here. But so I just wanted to ask you a little bit about that, and kind of pull back for us a little bit and explain exactly what this cause of death means.
Yeah, well, you know, this cause of death is open to interpretation from a number of different areas. You know, we heard from experts yesterday who went deeper into it. They used this as what was called foundation. You know, this is what the autopsy, and from there they went off in their direction. We heard a pulmonologist talk about how what involved with the loss of air, and he made connections throughout the videotape and showed with the videotape how he believes, or how it's opinion that this is what caused it. We heard an expert after that who went in the direction of what he finds as far as toxicology goes and the effect that toxicology had, and also what happened as far as the heart goes. Then this morning, we heard from a medical examiner that was involved in teaching Baker. She had the experience of having done this for a long time, and she spent time talking about the mechanism that where in the end, the result is your heart gives out, you're no longer breathing, you're dead. But this is the mechanism that caused it. So we had different ways that the prosecution tried to take what was there from the autopsy and explain it with these different experts and these different people. Baker explained it himself. Baker gave some explanations on why, he came to the conclusion he did. He said, I came to these conclusions before I watched the video. He explained, things he's told other officers during different investigations, and explained why he did that. A couple of times he fell back on, I'm not an expert on watching video. I'm not an expert on, cardiologist. I'm not a neurologist. I'm not a toxicologist. So he fell back on things that he said, this is what my expertise is. In the end, he said, this is my opinion. He stuck to it. And then the prosecution, attempting to bolster him directly, went to that as their final questions with everything all taken in consideration. What's your opinion? He gave his opinion, and that is what they're going to argue is enough to show that that they're able to convict the defendant of the case. So you've got a great question, because it's open to interpretation. It's been interpreted in different ways, and I would expect the medical expert for the defense is going to have a different way to look at it. And at that point, the question is going to be, does the jury still have questions? And if they still have questions, that helps the defendant. Or if they decided in the favor of the defendant, in that we don't think that this was caused by the actions of the police officer, or they may even look at it, and because they've been told different things about where the placement of the knee is, they may decide this really wasn't an action of the police officer to begin with. So there's things that the defense has thrown out there as far as defenses go, and in the end, we'll see what they do with it all.
All right, thank you. I think BC has some questions for you as well, so she and I are both going to go ahead and ask. BC?
Yeah, thanks, Amy. Michael, the prosecution, they've spent the past 2 weeks calling up witnesses. Do you anticipate at all that the pace of the trial will change once the defense starts calling up witnesses?
The pace will stay the same. I think you won't have anywhere near the number of witnesses on the defense that you've had on the prosecution. The big question is going to be whether or not we see the defendant himself testify. He doesn't have to testify under our U.S. Constitution. He is not required. You're not required to testify against yourself. So he doesn't have to, and they can't use him not testifying against him. But we may see him. And if we see him, that'll be a big day, because, that'll be his chance to get on the stand and say, here's what I saw and here's what I was doing. And if that happens, that'll be an interesting thing. I am very interested in seeing they've got two experts. They've got a use of force expert. It's going to talk about, that this was what a reasonable police officer does under these circumstances. We may hear that use of force expert spend some time on the crowd and the effect the crowd had on what you're doing and the actions that take place. And then we'll also see their medical expert and how they put it together. Now, what'll be interesting is you'll see a switch, because you'll see where the prosecution has been cross-examining everybody. They're going to have to direct people, so they're going to go through it as far as direct goes. So we're going to see a pace as far as how their style is on directing people, and we're going to start seeing who's going to do the cross for the prosecution. I mean, we've seen, I think it's 4 different prosecutors in the case, and it'll be interesting to see which ones of them do the cross-examination and how they do the cross-examination and what method they use as far as it goes. I think one of the prosecutors, Mr. Blackwell, one of his big things is to always, jump to the punchline, and it'll be interesting to see if we see him on cross and if he uses that kind of questioning on leading when he goes into it as far as cross-examination goes.
And you bring up an interesting point. When you see the prosecution side in the courtroom, you see a team of attorneys. When you look at the defense next to Derek Chauvin is his attorney, Eric Nelson. I can't imagine that Mr. Nelson, this is his case alone, is it?
No. I mean, he has people he's working with and he's getting a lot of help, but he's the one who got hired. And he's the one representing the defendant. And, he's the one putting all into this case as far as from that side. So, he's taken on a tremendous responsibility by doing that. But yeah, he's got support people. He's got, the person in back that's on the computer, and he's got a looks like a very active defendant in that the defendant takes a lot of notes and it takes part in a lot of the discussions. So he's got an active client as far as things go, and that can be helpful in a number of different ways. So no, he's not doing this alone, but it is different. And, when we were talking earlier today about the submission of evidence, he has a couple of different times gone off on this idea of, look, they got these giant teams and they're hitting me with briefs and they're hitting me with all this evidence, and I'm trying to get through it as best I can.
All right. Thank you again, Michael. Really appreciate it. We want to check in again with Fox 9's Leah Bino with the latest. What do you have for us, Leah?
Well, just looking back on the day and through my notes, and really, while we've heard a lot of medical testimony, of course, from these two doctors, these two forensic pathologists, we've also heard a couple of different hypotheticals from both sides, both the defense and the prosecution. And I had in my notes earlier today, Dr. Lindsay Thomas, if people weren't watching when she was testifying earlier today, but at one point she testified that Mr. Floyd wouldn't have died that night had he not been subdued by police. Obviously a pretty powerful statement. Well, it was pretty quick into the cross-examination that the defense had their own hypothetical and kind of addressing that testimony from a little earlier on. We're going to play that for you now.
Let's take the police out of this, and I'm going to ask you a hypothetical. Let's assume you found Mr. Floyd dead in his residence, no police involvement, no drugs, right? The only thing you found would be these facts about his heart. What would you conclude to be the cause of death?
In that very narrow set of circumstances, I would probably conclude that the cause of death was his heart disease.
So have you, as a forensic pathologist, ever certified a death due to arteriosclerotic cardiovascular disease?
Probably thousands of times, yes.
With similar degrees of narrowing of the arteries?
Yes.
Have you ever certified a death due to hypertensive cardiomegaly? I'm trying to...
Yes, hypertensive cardiovascular disease, yes, absolutely.
With a heart at this weight or even smaller?
Well, if it was, again, in this setting where that was the only abnormal finding, then I would probably go with that, yes.
So one of the things that has to be considered in this particular case is Mr. Floyd's heart, right?
Yes.
And even without any sort of an exertion, again, take the exertion out of it, take the police out of it, take the drugs out of it, that's a potential cause of death that needs to be considered.
Yes.
You discussed the abrasions that you saw and the jury saw pictures of. You would agree that the abrasions are in a left to right pattern?
Meaning there are more on the left than on the right?
Right.
On his face, yes. On his shoulder, yes. And then he had the abrasions on his right hand.
And even in terms of the pattern of the abrasion, there's up and down an abrasion could go from the bottom of my body up, or it could go from left to right, right?
Yes. I guess I didn't really focus on what direction the abrasions were going in that sense.
Okay, and that's fine. But you would agree that one possible way that at least some of these abrasions occurred would be when Mr. Floyd was initially put down on the ground.
I guess they could, yes.
Right. And not all of those abrasions necessarily occurred while Mr. Floyd was in the prone position, right?
That's hard to answer,
right.
I would say.
It's hard to answer when the abrasions were there and
right.
what caused the abrasions, right?
Right.
And if someone was being held down with the weight of 3 people, would you expect those to be more punctile in their nature, or abrade, like in with the lines and movements?
Oh gosh, there are too many variables there, I would say.
Okay. Now, you ultimately determined that this case was an asphyxiation, essentially, right?
Yes, that was the primary mechanism.
Right. And asphyxiation is simply the lack of oxygen to the brain?
Yeah, low oxygen, inadequate oxygen.
Inadequate oxygen to the brain specifically.
Yes.
And in terms of asphyxiation, you would agree that there are multiple things that can cause asphyxiation.
Yes.
So you use the reference to someone being strangled, right?
Yes.
So if I came up to you and I strangled, or I strangled a person, put my hands around their neck, there are certain things that you would expect to see, right?
Sometimes you do, yes. And that's great when you do. You don't always, but...
And those would be things like a broken hyoid bone.
Yeah.
Right? The petechial hemorrhaging that you discussed.
Yes.
And in an asphyxia death, there are oftentimes, frequently, those types of signs available, right?
Well, it really depends on the mechanism of asphyxia.
Okay, so let's go back to the mechanisms of asphyxia. You described it. Strangling would be one.
Yeah.
Hanging could be one.
Yes.
Right. You've described positional or mechanical asphyxia.
Those are types, yes.
Yeah. Positional being, based on the position of the body. Mechanical being something, using some sort of a device to asphyxiate someone.
Oh, well, we haven't really talked a lot about positional and mechanical. I mean, there's all kinds of things under both of those that can cause low oxygen.
And one of the things that can cause a low oxygen to the brain is the use of controlled substances, correct?
Well, eventually, yes. Yes.
So someone can ingest a particular type of a controlled substance. That particular substance could affect the diaphragm, right?
It affects some controlled substances affect the ability to breathe, which then decreases the oxygen, which then leads to low oxygen, yes.
Right.
Again, that was a little bit of the cross-examination testimony from Dr. Lindsay Thomas. She's retired now, but she used to work and spent much of her career with the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office, working closely with Dr. Andrew Baker, who performed the autopsy and is now the chief medical examiner for that office. So she described them as friends. They have not necessarily had conversations about this case, but she, early on in his career, kind of helped teach him through their office and through their working together. It should be noted, because I know it does bring some weight to some people, that while she was called by the state to testify in this case, she did not ask and is not being paid for her testimony. So I know that carries some weight with some of the jury members and from some of the people watching. And Curious BC and Amy, and I know we've noted it already, but she actually spent more time on the witness stand than Dr. Baker did today. So that is a little interesting.
All right, Leah, we have just a couple more minutes here before Fox 9 News at 5 begins. I want to bring Michael Bryan in just one more time to talk about these hypotheticals. There were quite a few today at very important moments. In your experience, how influential are hypotheticals in a juror's mind? Is it enough to plant a seed of doubt?
Well, that's what the defense is hoping. They're throwing out those hypotheticals to get into these issues of, the drug use, or issues, the heart attack, or findings that the medical examiner would have found. And they're going to try to link these all together. We'll be interested to see if we see these hypotheticals come up again when their experts testify.
Marking 2 weeks of testimony, Michael, what do you anticipate as we approach week 3 of this trial?
Well, we're going to see the state wrap up. I know they have a lot more people on their witness list, but I don't know that they're going to call that many more witnesses. I think we're going to hear from a cardiologist, and we're going to hear from a family member on the Spark of Life. And then beyond that, I don't really know. So if they wrap up on Monday, then we're probably going to see defense witnesses all next week, and then probably doing closings after that.
Michael, the state clearly has the momentum right now. These are their witnesses. If you are Eric Nelson, what are you working on this weekend?
Well, you're getting your experts ready to go after some of these items. You're choosing the one or two things or three things that you think are big issues that you're going to blow up even bigger in your closing, and you're going to make the decision on if your client's going to testify or not. So those are going to be the three of the big things for them to deal with, and figure out where you can put more holes in the prosecution's case.
All right, Michael Bryant, it's been invaluable to have your insight during this trial. So on behalf of BC O'Neilly Erie and myself, Amy Hockert, we're going to wrap up this trial coverage and begin Fox 9 News at 5. Again, you can follow all of the gavel-to-gavel coverage on our website and on our mobile app as well. We'll start Fox 9 News at 5 right now.
Now on Fox 9 News at 5. The medical examiner takes the stand in the trial of Derek Chauvin. Dr. Andrew Baker running through his autopsy findings in the death of George Floyd.
You know, Mr. Floyd's use of fentanyl did not cause the subdual or neck restraint. His heart disease did not cause the subdual or the neck restraint.
Plus, a new push to double the number of female police officers in St. Paul. And a small-town tradition with a new meaning. More than 100 tractors paying tribute to the life of a young boy.
This is Fox 9 News at 5.
The cause of George Floyd's death is the focus on day 10 of the Derek Chauvin trial. Good evening, I'm Karen Scullen.
And I'm Amy Hockert. Jurors heard and saw some pretty intricate details from the autopsy of George Floyd. And the consensus among today's witnesses for the prosecution, George Floyd died from low oxygen to the body due to subdued restraint by law enforcement.
Paul Bloom joins us live now. And Paul, this was another very critical day for the state.
Karen, Amy, basically hearing from two medical examiners, of course, Dr. Andrew Baker, who performed the official autopsy post-mortem on George Floyd back on Memorial Day last year, and then basically his mentor testified before him, Lindsay Thomas, the doctor, forensic pathologist, basically affirming what Dr. Baker found. And Dr. Baker, despite all the hoopla, all of the attention on his expected testimony today, stuck with his guns, basically telling that jury that George Floyd's heart and lungs gave out because of the police restraint. But of course, he did have some substantial other factors, including drugs and his underlying health condition, specifically his heart, and that is where the defense tried to pounce.
So, Dr. Baker, can you tell us how it is physiologically that the subdual restraint and neck compression caused Mr. Floyd's death?
In my opinion, the physiology of what was going on with Mr. Floyd on the evening of May 25th is, you've already seen the photographs of his coronary arteries, so that you know he had very severe underlying heart disease. I don't know that we specifically got to it, Counselor, but Mr. Floyd also had what we call hypertensive heart disease, meaning his heart weighed more than it should. So he has a heart that already needs more oxygen than a normal heart by virtue of its size, and it's limited in its ability to step up to provide more oxygen when there's demand because of the narrowing of his coronary arteries. Now, in the context of an altercation with other people that involves things like physical restraint, that involves things like being held to the ground, that involves things like the pain that you would incur from having your cheek up against the asphalt, an abrasion on your shoulder, those events are going to cause stress hormones to pour out into your body, specifically things like adrenaline. And what that adrenaline is going to do is it's going to ask your heart to beat faster. It's going to ask your body for more oxygen so that you can get through that altercation. And in my opinion, the law enforcement subdual restraint and the neck compression was just more than Mr. Floyd could take by virtue of those heart conditions.
And Paul, with the medical examiner testifying today, it almost seems like maybe the prosecution is wrapping up its side of the things, wrapping up their case here. What do you think next week is looking like?
Right, and I heard Mike Bryant answer right at the end of 4:30 about this. They had a cardiologist ready to go specifically to talk about, obviously, heart issues. Again, Dr. Andrew Baker, the star witness, in that he performed the autopsy, but the state's still uncomfortable with his specific cause of death finding. Of course, they had the pulmonologist yesterday to address the breathing issue, a cardiologist to come on the heart. Mike Bryant also mentioned a spark of life. We expect to hear perhaps from a brother of George Floyd to talk about the human loss of George Floyd, give the the jury another taste of some of the emotion that we had that first week. Of course, we've had 2+ weeks now of testimony, but that's what I expect. And then Tuesday morning, I certainly believe the defense will take over, and then they will be able to present their expert witnesses to rebut the witnesses that we've heard over these last few days. So a lot still to come, Karen, but day 10, the first 2 weeks of this trial, now in the books. We're live in downtown Minneapolis. Paul Bloom, Fox 9.
And as the second week of the trial wraps up here in Minneapolis, the Floyd family is coming together in his hometown of Houston for a moment of prayer.
It is such a profound moment in history at this time that when people around the world saw this video, they said, none of us can breathe until we get justice for George Floyd.
George Floyd's family and friends were joined by the family's attorney, Benjamin Crump. The family says the last few weeks have been emotional, but they are comforted and supported by the continued prayers coming in from around the world. And again, testimony will continue Monday morning. You can watch all the trial's live events here in their entirety. It's right here on Fox 9. We'll also have analysis from legal experts and our live reports throughout the day and during our newscasts.
A third Minnesotan is facing charges tonight in connection to the Capitol riot on January 6th. FBI agents arrested 26-year-old Jonah Westbury earlier today. He faces multiple charges, including disorderly and disruptive conduct in a restricted building. The criminal complaint says a tipster saw video of Westbury on social media inside the Capitol and turned him in. This comes just one day after a 39-year-old woman from Rochester was also arrested and charged for her part in the riot. Last month, another man from Moorhead was arrested and charged for trespassing and disorderly conduct on Capitol grounds.
There's a new push at the St. Paul Police Department to double the number of women on the force in the next 9 years.
Now, it's all part of a nationwide initiative called the 30 by 30 Pledge. Rob Olson joins us live from St. Paul tonight. So, Rob, how do they plan to boost recruitment efforts here?
Well, a lot of it is just letting women know that this is something that they should really pursue, should look into, because, you know, this has been for a long time seen as kind of a male-dominated industry, a job, as it were. Now, St. Paul Police already has about 17% of their sworn officers are women, so they're more than halfway now to that goal that they have made public and pledged to support today.
My goal is to become a police officer.
Pa To, who we met while working the St. Paul PD's COVID screening station, has been part of the department's Career Path program and will go to their academy this fall.
I have always wanted to become a police officer since I was little.
A prime example of the department's drive to be more diverse, not just in race, but in gender.
And it's critical that we tell females they can do this job.
Deputy Chief Julie Maidment's now leading the charge here to recruit more women.
I think it'll be easier, especially with this initiative.
It's called the 30 by 30 Initiative, a national program that St. Paul officially joined on Friday. More than 50 departments have already pledged to have 30% female recruits by the year 2030. Nationwide, the average now is 12%.
I know growing up myself, I didn't see many female police officers. And if you don't see them, you don't visualize yourself doing that job.
St. Paul Police is slightly ahead of the nation. 17% of the sworn force are women, steadily but slowly growing. When Julie became a cop 25 years ago, she guesses it was already between 8 and 10%.
Well, that's the unique thing about the St. Paul Police Department. There has been amazing trailblazers prior to me.
For the past couple months, St. Paul Police have been testing out a potential new uniform, which for the very first time will come in women's cuts. Up until now, women had to take men's uniforms and have them tailored. The initiative's research says women use less force, are named in fewer complaints, are seen as more compassionate. To Julie, more women just makes more sense.
Many females here that have gone before me. And the goal right now is to make sure that there's many, many more after me.
So a big part of this effort now is to figure out ways to engage women through recruiting efforts and to, again, emphasize that this is not the old boys club. This is not the traditional man's role. This is something that women can and should be part of, and convincing them that this is a career to pursue. Live in St. Paul, Rob Olson, Fox 9.
A major development tonight on the COVID-19 vaccine front. The makers of the Pfizer vaccine are asking the FDA to give emergency use authorization to administer their shot to children between 12 to 15 years old. Currently, the vaccine is only approved for people as young as 16. If approved, the company hopes to make the vaccine available to the 12 through 15-year-old age group before the start of the 2021 school year.
Well, meantime, COVID-19 hospitalizations are on the rise here in Minnesota. The health department reporting more than 2,600 new cases and 10 deaths today. 595 people are currently hospitalized with the virus. 134 of them are in the ICU. Hospitalizations have been climbing in recent weeks. They're now at the highest level we've seen since mid-January.
Flowers and flags lining the gates outside of Windsor Castle as the United Kingdom pays tribute to the life of Prince Philip, the husband of Queen Elizabeth.
The Duke of Edinburgh spent 65 years supporting the crown.
The death of the Duke comes after a period of poor health. Greg Palcott has more tonight from London.
We remember the Duke above all for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen.
Prince Philip died peacefully Friday morning, the royal family confirming the news in a statement and placing the Union Jack high above Buckingham Palace at half-staff. Philip had been staying at Windsor Castle with Queen Elizabeth during England's coronavirus lockdown. And that's where his body will lie at rest, where his funeral is expected to be held. Philip had several health issues in recent years. In March, he underwent a procedure for a pre-existing heart condition. Prince Philip was married to Queen Elizabeth for more than 70 years. She often referred to him as her rock. Together, they had 4 children, including the heir to the throne, Prince Charles. Tributes to Philip poured in from around the globe. President Biden releasing a statement saying, quote, "Jill and I are keeping the Queen and Prince Philip's children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren in our hearts during this time." Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau praised Prince Philip for his charity work and as a man of service.
Prince Philip will be remembered as a champion for young people, a decorated naval officer, a dedicated philanthropist, and a constant in the life of Queen Elizabeth II.
He helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life.
Prince Philip's life ends just 2 months shy of his 100th birthday. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Still ahead, a sea of tractors in a small Minnesota town. It's an annual tradition that's taking on a special meaning this year.
And the coaching staff for the Gopher basketball team gets 2 new members, and one of them is known for building another powerhouse team right here in Minnesota.
Well, it's still raining. Yes, it's been raining pretty much all week long. When we finally move this rain out, when we see a little bit of sunshine, I'll let you know coming up.
Twins getting a little extra boost as they return home for their first series at Target Field this season. The guys rolling up their sleeves earlier today to get the COVID-19 vaccine. Now, once 85% of the Twins players and staff are vaccinated, the MLB will lift many of the COVID-19 protocols currently in place for games and practices.
And those shots came right after the Twins opened up the home schedule yesterday, and they did it with a bang.
They did. Dawn Mitchell joining us now live. And Dawn, you could tell the Twins were happy to be back home.
You know, they certainly were, and you could tell that they were also happy to have fans back in the stands too, right? It just felt like a packed house feeling for a 10-2 blowout. And like you said, Amy, a bang, right? And that was literal, and we call them bombas. So let's revisit how they got it done yesterday. Last night, it was true bomba form, 3 homers and some great pitching from Jose Barrios. The 10,000 fans felt like 40,000 didn't. And the win, a nice way to reward those fans in the seats. The Twins get at it tomorrow, hopefully the Bombas as well, against the Mariners, and that's a 1 o'clock game. Tonight, the Wild are back in action on the road in St. Louis, coming off that 8-3 blasting of the Avalanche on Wednesday at the X. Lots of home cooking. It was highlighted, of course, by Kevin Fiala's hat trick, and more fans, so they were rewarded too. Fiala with 5 goals and 6 assists, by the way, over the last 10 games. And tonight, the Wild need to match the Blues' intensity now on the road and keep it up. Head coach Dean Evison remembers their last matchup well.
They outshot the crap out of us last time. We played, we were able to come out on top, but they had the majority of the play. They shot the puck all the time. Once they get control of the puck or close to control of the puck, they're gone. So our awareness in the offensive zone, defensively, has to be real good here tonight.
The wheeling pass in front can't.
St. Cloud State is heading to tomorrow's national title game against UMass. The Huskies beating the Mavs on one heck of a close game, scoring the game-winning goal with 53 seconds left, 5 for the final. But it will not be an all-Minnesota final, as the Bulldogs fell in a hard-fought overtime game against Massachusetts. The Minutemen's Garrett Waite scored that game winner in OT to end the Bulldogs' season and their hopes of a natty three-peat. And today, last but certainly not least, the U making it official, adding Dave Thorson and Jason Kemp as assistants to Ben Johnson's basketball staff. Thorson comes back to the U after previously serving as an assistant coach from 1990 to 94, and of course, he is the legendary guru coach at De La Salle. In his 23 years there, he racked up 9 state championships, the most by a coach in state history, including 6 straight titles, also a state record there. So Ben Johnson wasting little time getting some serious brass with him on the bench. That'll do it for sports. We'll see you again tonight, later on, Fox 9 Sports Now. For now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Don, good to see you. Boy, that guy had a lot of passion.
Yeah, he did.
Be fun.
Somebody said he's intense. He was intense.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
All right. Well, rain hasn't been intense, but it's kind of been annoying, Jennifer.
Oh my gosh, every day.
Oh my goodness, it's napping weather.
It is. It's the curl up in a ball weather.
Yeah.
Wear pajama pants and watch Netflix.
But if you can't do it and you have to work.
I know. Lame. So lame. And I tell you what, it's hard to take your dog for a long walk when it's raining the entire time.
Not only that, they come back smelling like wet dogs.
I know.
Which is kind of gross.
But now my dog has all this energy and I can't do anything. I can't take her out for a walk. Look, it's raining. Guess what happened yesterday? It rained. The day before that, it rained. It's just been raining. And it hasn't been heavy rain. We started off the week with a little bit of severe weather, but we're ending it with rather gentle rain. But notice the counterclockwise spin within these rain showers. It's all due to this massive low pressure system that has been hanging out in the upper Midwest for the past week. Taking a closer look into the metro right now, a few light rain showers across Hennepin and Ramsey County, also down towards areas like Burnsville, Inver Grove Heights, Hastings, over towards Troy on the Wisconsin side. We're going to continue this trend for at least the next couple of hours with some light rain showers. This is a radar loop over the past 48 hours. Notice the spin in the atmosphere of rain showers across the upper Midwest, and it's all due to this low pressure system that's currently sitting on the Minnesota-Wisconsin border. This will continue to lift up towards the north and east, and as it does so, it's going to be giving us some drier weather behind it for the weekend. Down towards our south, that low pressure system stirring up a bunch of severe weather in areas like Oklahoma, Texas, extending over towards Alabama. Back here at home, though, 47 is our current temperature in the Twin Cities, 54 in Red Wing, 41 for International Falls, 46 in Wilmer currently. Live look outside, a little shaky with our cameras, a little windy. Winds from the west-northwest at 16. 47 is our current temperature, making it feel more like 40 degrees. So last weekend, it was a little weird. It was nice, but it was warm. This weekend, different story. Overnight forecasting a low temperature of 41, cloudy, drying things out. Tomorrow, near average high temperatures, 52 and some late afternoon sunshine. So waking up to a bunch of cloud cover, but ending the day with the partly cloudy skies. By tomorrow evening, partly cloudy, 47 for your temperature. Here's a look at Futurecast as we advance overnight. Guess what? The rain kicks on out of here. Pausing the clock by tomorrow afternoon, sunshine out towards the west, cloud cover hanging on top of areas of 35, and we may see a little bit of sunshine try and poke through the clouds here in the Twin Cities by late tomorrow afternoon. So 52 for your daytime high tomorrow, breezy at times, winds from the northwest at about 15 miles an hour. By Sunday, that's looking like the best day in the 7-day forecast. Partly sunny, 58, dry, and then Monday, good chance of some rain showers, maybe even a few snowflakes joining us. I know, but don't let that scare you. It's just going to be like a snowflake in the sky, and then when it hits the ground, it will probably melt away.
Okay, good.
So not too bad, but then a little cooler by the end of next week with below average high temperatures.
I love Karen's smile right now. It's like pasted on, like, okay, I'm trying not to lose my mind.
Could you tell?
Like, didn't hear you gasp or anything.
I'm supposed to like this 7 day. It's awful. It's cold.
It's gonna be okay.
Hey, it'll be dry this weekend, though.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, Jennifer. Well, the rain today not stopping a group of FFA members from loading up their tractors and parading through the streets of Randolph, Minnesota. This tractor parade has become an annual tradition there. It all started about 18 years ago as a way to mark the start of the planting season. Back then, they only had a small group of 12 tractors. This year, the parade carried a special meaning. The town was paying tribute to Carter Nicolai, who was killed in an ATV crash last spring.
This year, the parade's especially just great because it's in memory of Carter Nicolai, who passed away who lost his life in an ATV accident at age 10 this past spring, and he was from our community, but he was super into tractors and absolutely loved John Deere. So this year our parade's in memory of him, actually. So we got a tractor being hauled through with posters, and we're going to remember the whole parade we're putting in memory of him.
This year, 119 tractors rolled through the streets. Some of them traveled from as far as 70 miles away to join in the fun.
Oh, it's nice. As more Americans return to the skies, there's a new problem on the horizon for airlines. We'll have more on the race to fill those open pilot positions.
Also, a Minnesota astronaut back in outer space. We'll have more on his one-year mission.
Contact confirmed that 140506. Mechanical.
An astronaut from Minnesota takes the trip to the International Space Station. Mark Vande Hei and 2 Russian cosmonauts launching from Kazakhstan early this morning. NASA says Vande Hei will spend up to a year in space, working on hundreds of experiments, including studies on cotton root systems, Alzheimer's disease, and a portable ultrasound. It's his second space mission after spending about 6 months at the ISS 3 years ago.
The family of DMX announcing that the iconic rapper has died. He was put on life support last week after an apparent drug overdose and heart attack. Fans held a vigil outside his New York hospital, but a few days ago, DMX's manager said he was in a vegetative state. DMX built a multi-platinum career as one of the rap stars in the 1990s and early 2000s, but he did battle drug addiction, and he had some legal troubles. DMX was 50 years old.
As pandemic restrictions ease, the number of flights in the air is going back up. But experts say there's a nationwide shortage of pilots on the horizon. Now, it started more than a year ago as a large group of pilots got too old to fly. The mandated retirement age for pilots is 65. And then in 2020, many opted out for an early retirement as ticket sales dropped amid the pandemic. Shortages doesn't mean shortcuts to training, though, and there's a new class of pilots trying to get their fill of flying hours.
I love just taking off and getting off the ground and looking down at the ground and just saying, wow, I'm off Earth.
Just the experience of being able to kind of have a bird's eye view, something that a lot of people don't get the chance to have.
A minimum of 1,500 hours of flight experience is needed to earn an airline transport pilot certificate to fly commercially. Still ahead, rising coronavirus cases in Minnesota have health officials on high alert. What Governor Walz is saying about turning the dial back.
Also, testimony in the Derek Chauvin trial turning to George Floyd's autopsy. We'll have the very latest from the courtroom. Stay with us.
Now on Fox 9 News at 5:30, the Hennepin County Medical Examiner takes to the stand in the trial of Derek Chauvin.
Coronavirus cases and hospitalizations continue to climb here in Minnesota. Governor Walz now weighing whether we could see tighter restrictions again.
Plus, a Minnesota kid driving and pitching his way to the top of the national rankings, all on one of the top golf courses in the world.
This is Fox 9 News at 5:30.
What today remains your opinion as to the cause of death for Mr. Floyd?
So my opinion remains unchanged. It's what I put on the death certificate last June. That's cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression.
The medical examiner who performed the autopsy on George Floyd taking the stand today. That is Dr. Andrew Baker explaining to jurors how he determined the cause of George Floyd's death.
And he stands by his official determination. Fox 9's Leah Bino joins us to break down today's testimony. Leah?
Yes, just as we expected, a lot of medical testimony. Dr. Andrew Baker taking to the stand after lunchtime. As you mentioned, he is the chief medical examiner for Hennepin County, but also for a couple of surrounding counties. And he did hold firm on his determination of the cause of death that he found for George Floyd after doing that autopsy last spring. He noted a couple of things in that process, that he did not watch the viral video prior to doing that autopsy because he wanted to have his mind kind of a clean slate going into doing that physical autopsy. So that was kind of an interesting point that was noted, and also a couple of extra layers that he had to do as far as things that he may be looking for in that autopsy, looking for bruising on the wrist because of the handcuffs, looking internally for bruising on the back, some additional things that he might not do in every autopsy, but that he did with George Floyd. He did push back against the defense and some of the cross-examination as they were trying to poke holes in some of his testimony, but he held firm on his cause of death that he determined last spring, as you heard there: cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression, which is admittedly a mouthful. So they did go through the day explaining each layer of that to the jury. Here's some of the opinion about how the officer's restraints, in his opinion, contributed to George Floyd's death.
So he has a heart that already needs more oxygen than a normal heart by virtue of its size, and it's limited in its ability to step up to provide more oxygen when there's demand because of the narrowing of his coronary arteries. Now, in the context of an altercation with other people that involves things like physical restraint, that involves things like being held to the ground, that involves things like the pain that you would incur from having your cheek up against the asphalt, an abrasion on your shoulder, those events are going to cause stress hormones to pour out into your body, specifically things like adrenaline. And what that adrenaline is going to do is it's going to ask your heart to beat faster. It's going to ask your body for more oxygen so that you can get through that altercation. And in my opinion, the law enforcement subdual, restraint, and the neck compression was just more than Mr. Floyd could take by virtue of those heart conditions.
To Dr. Baker taking the stand, Dr. Lindsay Thomas took the stand. She's a semi-retired forensic pathologist and used to lead the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office, so worked very closely with Dr. Baker before she retired. She testified at length this morning, agreeing with Dr. Baker's cause of death and adding the primary mechanism contributing to his death was asphyxia or low oxygen. And she gave the jurors a kind of a lesson there, that you have the cause of death, maybe, for example, this is the analogy she used, the cause of death might be a gunshot wound, but the mechanism of death might be the actual bleeding out of the body. So that's the sort of testimony we heard today. We were potentially going to hear from a cardiologist this afternoon, but they then postponed that until Monday, letting the jury go a little bit early, which it sounds like from our pool reporter. There were some smiles and some jury members who were thankful to be let go a little bit before 4 o'clock because they had a lot to digest from this week. Back to you guys.
They sure did. All right. Thanks, Leah. The White House is sending federal resources to Michigan to control the state's worst in the nation COVID rate, but that won't include extra vaccines. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer is urging high schools, youth sports, and restaurants to stop in-person activity for 2 weeks. But unlike previous surges, she is not requiring the shutdowns. The state's positivity rate is 18%. That's the highest in the country. and it's not even close. Meantime, Minnesota's own COVID numbers are the worst they've seen now since the start of the year.
Governor Tim Walz says some hospital surge beds are again in use. Theo Keith joins us now. And Theo, what does the governor have in mind due to these high numbers?
Karen, Amy, a major shift in strategy from previous surges. When asked twice this week if he would impose new economic restrictions, Governor Walz said no, he had no plan to do so.
At this point in time, we're at a hold pattern.
Governor Tim Walz isn't lifting restrictions or adding any back as Minnesota heads toward a third surge. The 2,600 cases reported Friday were the most in a single day since January 4th. The number of people hospitalized at nearly 600 has doubled in the past 4 weeks. Walz and other governors have been discussing getting the feds to surge vaccines into hotspot states. For now, it's something the Biden administration has not done. Some Minnesota counties with the highest case rates, shown in dark blue in the map on the left, have some of the lowest vaccination rates, shown in light blue on the right. Health officials say they are seeing demand falling off in some communities around the state, though it is high in the metro.
I think we're a ways away yet from the point at which the supply really does exceed the demand.
Statewide, 30% of Minnesota's adult population is now fully vaccinated. That's 9th in the country. Walz has pointed out the last time he imposed new restrictions, no one had been vaccinated. Next week, the state's mandate that you must work from home if you can will end. The governor is allowing the Twins to have fans in the stands.
I am confident that if you're at Target Field and you're following the mitigation efforts, you are not going to get COVID, and we're not going to spread it.
Walz looks like he's about to extend his peacetime emergency for another 30 days. A meeting of the 5 statewide officials is scheduled for next Wednesday when the current order expires. The governor has said that his mask mandate will be among the last things to go. Amy?
All right, Theo. Also today, the Biden administration releases its first federal budget proposal. The president says his top spending priorities for 2022 are the following: $769 billion in non-defense spending. That's up 16% from last year. $753 billion for national defense programs. That's a 1.7% increase. That guidance also calls for giving the Pentagon roughly the same amount as they did last year, $715 billion. Republicans, though, have been pushing for more.
The administration is serious about competing with China, deterring Russia, and preserving American leadership. The most important test will be in the president's budget.
And the president wants to increase spending in some other areas, including education, public health, housing, and environmental justice. This proposal is largely seen as an opening bid, and lawmakers have until October 1st to reach a compromise on a final budget to avoid a government shutdown.
A springtime tradition is back at the Minnesota Zoo. We're getting our first look at the new farm babies.
They are so cute.
Yes, they
Plus, a 12-year-old from Inver Grove Heights rises to the top on the links. Now he's sharing his secrets to success on one of the most prestigious courses in the nation.
It's crazy because that's literally where the best golfers in the world play, and it's literally the best golf course in the world, and it's just a great feeling because not many people can say that they teed up at Augusta.
A 12-year-old from Minnesota gets his chance to shine on the national stage.
He has golf skills, putting him on par with some of the pros. Hobie Artigue tells us how he was able to perfect his skills on the links, even in the middle of our harsh Minnesota winters.
The April majesty of the Masters is back on this year as pro golfers tee off. But there's already been a champion crowned at Augusta National this week.
It was probably the best experience I'll ever have in my life because it's where the pros play, and I can't believe that I was there.
Sam Udovich of Inver Grove Heights reached new heights as one of the top youth golfers in America, winning the drive, chip, and putt national finals for his age group.
It's just a great feeling because not many people can say that they teed up at Augusta. And I was in the drive, chip, and putt, obviously, and I took the W. So I think that I handled the pressure well, and I just practiced for it and was ready for it at the time.
It was a lot of fun for myself and his mother to watch him perform at Augusta, and he performed pretty well.
This trip, Sam's third to the event and his first time winning it all, something he's been training for since he was only 2 years old.
When I had the physical ability to pick up a golf club, my dad gave me a golf club, and I was just hitting golf balls around the house, just hitting plastic golf balls with plastic clubs.
As Sam grew up, staying in the swing of things wasn't easy in Minnesota during winter, but he and his dad made it happen, turning their basement into their own golf training facility.
I had putting green and then the net, which I just practiced for hours.
Practicing to be as perfect as possible, with the dream of one day reaching Augusta again.
I hope I'm going in the direction of winning like I did at Augusta. I mean, I just got to keep on practicing and just being confident and just staying on top of my game and performing the best I can.
Sam's winning drive went 270.9 yards, but he said the longest he's ever hit it is 300, and that came just a couple of months ago. He said the most stressful part about the entire competition, putting on the 18th green at Augusta National, saying that the pressure was enjoyable at times. For Fox 9 Sports, I'm Hobie Artigue.
Oh, congrats to him. That's so cool.
That is so great. And so much work, you know, it goes into that and dedication. So way to go.
You gotta love it. That's for sure.
All right. One thing we don't gotta love, Jennifer, is this rain.
I know. Just every day.
Any time now, it can stop.
Are you over it, Karen? I can't tell.
Over it. I mean, this is day, what, 5?
Something like that. I've lost
70, 80.
Not a golfing day. Not a golfing day. But this weekend, golfing weather.
Nice.
You may have to wear some rain boots if you're out on the green because I mean, it's been raining nonstop, but we are going to eventually dry things out. Here are the highs today, near average for this time of the year. 52 for the Twin Cities, 54 for Red Wing. I know. We've been spoiled with mid-70s just 2 days ago, but we're kind of swinging back into the groove of things with daytime highs back to near average. Right now, guess what? Yeah, it's still raining. Notice this swath of rain moving from the north down towards the south and east. It's on the backside of that massive low pressure system. Taking a closer look into the Twin Cities metro right now, we're finally beginning to dry things up a little bit. Sure, there's a few sprinkles here and there, some pockets of mist, even a little bit of fog here and there, but for the most part, mostly cloudy skies. This low will continue to kick over towards our north and east. Here's a radar loop over the past 48 hours. You can see the massive counterclockwise spin within this low pressure system as it moves up into the upper Midwest, and it will continue to lift on up towards the northeast as it does so, pulling in that backside of the rain showers and moving it away from us. And finally tomorrow, beginning to dry things out. Meanwhile, low pressure system down in Texas creating a bunch of severe weather for areas in Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, the list goes on into Alabama. 48 is the current temperature right now in the Twin Cities, 50 in Hayward, 48 in Wilmer, 54 in Winona. Not quite the mid-70s again like the past couple of days, but this is what we typically see for this time of the year. Bemidji, one of the cooler spots at 39. 48 is our current temperature, dew point of 44 degrees, winds from our west-northwest at 12. So lately our winds have been from the south, pulling in the moisture and kind of that muggy feel. But now our winds are going to be coming in from the northwest, pulling in, or I should say, keeping our air mass back to that near average territory for the next few days. 41 for our overnight low temperature, cloudy skies, drying things out by tomorrow afternoon, daytime high 52, kind of like today, but we're going to be dry and we may see a little bit of sunshine towards the afternoon and early evening hours. By tomorrow night, partly cloudy, 10 p.m., temperature of 47 degrees. So here's a look at Futurecast. Notice how the rain, it goes away. We're done with it for now. As we move into Saturday's forecast, by Saturday afternoon, sun out towards the west, cloud cover hugging areas along 35, up in the Arrowhead and over towards the east. So again, we may have a little bit of sunshine, try and peek through the clouds here in the Twin Cities, but most of that sun will be staying out towards the west. 52 for your high temperature tomorrow. Winds from the northwest at about 15 miles an hour, making it feel a little cooler out there. By Sunday, partly to mostly sunny skies, daytime high of 58. By Monday, good chance of another storm system moving in with a chance of rain. Maybe a few wet snowflakes, not going to be a big deal, but it is going to pull in the cooler temperatures. Tuesday, 43. That's going to be our coolest day. But for now, I'm focused on the weekend. We're going to be drying things out.
Yeah, that 43. I'm not going to focus on that. Yikes.
I'll hide it.
All right.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Springtime means there are plenty of new additions at the Minnesota Zoo.
That's right. The Farm Babies exhibit is back. And this year you can actually see the animals in person. Our Shane Wells takes us inside the barn.
Say hello to a week-old lamb here at the Minnesota Zoo. It is Farm Babies. It is back. Oh my, is that Mama?
That is Mama.
There you go. You're okay, Mama.
Sure.
Now, I asked you, Marion Newland, to pick up a baby pig earlier. That didn't go so well. Mom was not happy. This is I mean, she's letting you know how she feels, but it's not quite as dramatic as the pigs.
No, sheep are not quite so dramatic.
Tell us a little bit about the baby lambs here.
They're still really cute and fun. These guys are, like you said, about a week and a half old. Their little friends over there are about 3 weeks old. And these guys are Shetland sheep. And they have usually 1, 2, or 3 babies.
Okay.
So right now we've got a couple of twins. And I'm gonna let this
Okay, yep, I think that's a good call. She's ready to move on. Mama, you're okay, see? I have to tell you, every time a sheep opens its mouth, it shocks me. It just isn't it's not the voice I expect.
No, they don't really say ba, but they do kind of. It's a little weird, I have to admit.
For you, what is maybe a misconception or something about sheep and lambs that people don't know?
You don't see too many of them come up to people. They do stay together really well. They will always flock together. And so if you get one to do one thing, all the rest will follow.
So again, this is Farm Babies at the Minnesota Zoo. Thank you so much. This is happening now. It runs through May 16th. If you want to get tickets, you can go to mnzoo.org, and keep in mind those weekends, they fill up fast.
Oh, so
cute. I'll take 10.
Oh, no kidding. Still ahead, a remarkable discovery in Egypt.
Archaeologists in search of a lost tomb uncover something unexpected. General Motors says it is extending shutdowns at several factories in North America. This is due to the global shortage of semiconductor chips. Facilities affected include several plants in Michigan, Kansas, and Missouri. GM says the chip shortage could cut its profits this year by up to $2 billion. Ford is also shutting down factories next week and canceled summer breaks.
The state of Florida filing a lawsuit against the federal government, demanding that cruise ships be allowed to start sailing immediately. Florida's governor says the CDC's no-sail order is outdated and hurts the state. Florida is the nation's cruise capital with 3 of the world's busiest ports. The industry generates billions for the economy there and employs tens of thousands of people. The CDC's current order runs through November 1st. And Amazon is reportedly looking at moving up its annual Prime Day sales event. That sales spree usually happens in July. The e-commerce giant is also thinking about holding an earlier event and another sales event in the fall. Sales for Prime Day in 2019 generated more than $7 billion.
New details about the car crash that left Tiger Woods with serious injuries. According to a 22-page report from the California Highway Patrol, responders found Woods somewhat combative as he was being treated at the scene. A deputy explained, though, Woods was acting in a manner consistent with someone suffering from shock. The report also details an unlabeled pill bottle found outside of the SUV following the crash. Investigators determined the golfing legend crashed last month while driving at a, quote, unsafe speed for road conditions.
Egyptian archaeologists uncovering what they're calling a mind-blowing find. It is a 3,000-year-old lost city. Wow. This is south of Cairo, and as you can see, it's complete with mud brick houses, utensils, pottery, even some tools in there. And archaeologists say it dates back to what is considered a golden era of ancient Egypt. The mortuary city was built on the western bank of the Nile River, and last year, archaeologists started excavating in that area. They were originally searching for a temple.
Oh man, that's cool.
Incredible.
That is really cool.
Yeah. Still ahead here at 6, the autopsy of George Floyd at the center of testimony in the Derek Chauvin trial.
Plus, a Minnesota native making a return to space. We're going to tell you what he'll be studying for the next year aboard the International Space Station.
Tonight on Fox 9 News, the medical examiner who performed George Floyd's autopsy takes the stand.
In my opinion, the law enforcement subdual, restraint, and the neck compression was just more than Mr. Floyd could take by virtue of those heart conditions.
Why Dr. Andrew Baker says his primary cause of death was low oxygen. Plus, a third Minnesotan now charged in the U.S. Capitol attacks. And a vaccine for kids could be coming in the near future when Pfizer hopes to have their shot approved for 12 to 15-year-olds.
This is Fox 9 News.
Thanks so much for joining us here at 6. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner says the way George Floyd was held down by police was just more than he could take.
Dr. Andrew Baker explained the autopsy and why he believes Floyd died from low oxygen to the body due to restraint from law enforcement. Paul Bloom joins us now with details on what was another critical day for the state. Paul?
Ken and Tim, of course, this much anticipated testimony from the Hennepin County Medical Examiner, Dr. Andrew Baker, as you guys have pointed out off the top, performing the official autopsy on George Floyd last Memorial Day. Interesting to note, he performed the autopsy before watching any of the video from the deadly arrest, and in the end, now nearly 11 months later, he is sticking by his initial findings that what killed George Floyd was a combination of heart and lung failure from the police restraint, but does point to a couple of significant contributing factors, that of course being George Floyd's heart disease as well as drug use. And in that drug use, the defense found its opening.
Have you certified deaths by overdose?
Hundreds of times a year.
Have you certified deaths as an overdose where the level of fentanyl was similar to the level of fentanyl in Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Have you done so where levels were lower?
Yes.
Or were higher?
Yes.
What's the lowest level of death by fentanyl overdose that you have certified?